when you talk about the mosque and the cathedrals, the temples, and all that, it is based upon flat earth cosmology. And basically, the pastor is exalted on the pulpit in the middle of the congregation where the North Pole is, because the pastor is basically personifying God. Now, I want everyone in the chat room to drop a one if you agree with what I'm about to say next. Don't drop it yet. Listen to what I'm about to say. I'm from the Bible Belt, and if you grew up this way, drop a one. Even if you ain't from the Bible Belt, you were taught that when the pastor is bringing the word of God, he is literally God at that moment, that he's basically under the possession of the Spirit of God. And when that pastor is bringing the word, it might as well be God in the flesh. And the pastors in the South, before they start preaching, they will tell you, I retire my body and I now let the Spirit of God take over at this time. And if you're familiar with this, drop a one in the chat room. See, because I'm finna give y'all some deep stuff. Shout out to D. Allen Warren in the house. What up, my brother? Shout out to all my channel members. Willie North Pole, what up, man? See my brother Willie. Check this out. Shout out to the whole chat room, man. And check this out. Look at this collage that I made, and okay, because when the pastor is in the middle of the congregation, exalted up high, and he's telling you he's representing God, that's Freemasonry. That's Freemasonry. And if you look at what I'm showing you here, the God in the middle of the dome is the G in the middle of the square and compass. Okay, let me share some with you today. And today we're going to deal with Freemasonry, all this stuff. And as I go, I may need to stop and pull slides because I'm going to be very thorough today, for sure. I'm going to be very thorough today. So look, with that being said, let me pull my another slide that I just thought that to pull too. Just to give you a understanding real quick of what I'm telling you about the square and compass. So if you take a look at the cosmology here, right, you will see that basically what we're looking at is these two domes are like two triangles. You can look at this same concept, but you can make those domes more pointed. And if you do that, you'll end up with something like this, to where it's kind of diamond shaped, right? The word uni is also the word yoni, dealing with the female, right? And we're in a yoni verse because it's a continuum of resurrections through the stargate between the woman's legs. The word yoni is also related to the word diamond. So the universe here, as we can see, the earth is splitting it in the middle. This is according to the Hindu. And another way you can look at this same concept is right here. And what we have here is a Faro cell showing us a magnetic energy field, because Sanchez teaches you the science behind the Bible, the science behind the Quran. And the science behind it, when a Mason is saying standing on the square, that's a code word for knowing that they're on a flat earth. So what we have here is two triangles coming together, unifying to make the six-pointed star, or what we call the Masonic square and compass. And all of these are the same hidden meaning. And you have your G in the middle for God, because why? I just told you why. That represents the position of God in the middle of the square and compass. That G up under the dome, if you're dealing with Egyptian cosmology, that G would represent Geb, right? And the arch, this basically the compass, and these arch and the compass or whatever is the man and a woman. The compass and square, I mean. So you have two symbols in Masonic sacred geometry and cosmology. That's the arch and the plane. And that's the Nut and the Geb to the Egyptians. Now, all of this is based upon the same basic concept of you being in a magnetic energy field, which is a big battery. A big battery where you can't have a battery without a positive and negative coming in together. You can look at that like man and woman, as the Egyptians showing us here. We can also see that the stars are inside of the goddess Nut, and flat earthers teach that the stars are in the firmament dome. And globalists say that when they get to space, they don't see no stars. You can't see stars from what, quote unquote, outer space. I wonder why. I know the Bible said that they was inside the firmament dome, but I don't know. Who are you going to believe? We'll talk about that here in a minute. But like I was saying about the six-pointed star, that is the square and compass. That's the square. And where these two meet, you get the earth plane and all of the elements and concoctions of the atmosphere all enclosed, just like the Masons are showing you here. I can demonstrate with my hand. It's like me capturing something like this. Let me see if I can swap this screen share. I forgot that we go over here real quick. Let me change this screen. All right, there you go. So it's like me doing this to trap you in my, you can see the six-pointed star with my hands right now. Drop a one if you can see the six-pointed star right now. I'm trapping you in. Santa's claws. Santa's claws is Satan's trap, trapping you inside of the Moloch, the simulation. And then it open up its mouth and let you out. That's Jonah leaving the whale. So you're a genie in a brass lamp, and that's what they're showing you with the Freemasonic sign. That G also means genie or Jonah inside of the whale. That's you inside of the world. Okay, so that G right there is Gab, is genie in a lamp. And the brass lamp, as you can see, represented by the compass and square, which is brass. And let me show you something else here, because I said I was going to be thorough, so I might as well. Let's go ahead and pull up Jonah, and I'll show you. This is the ancient religious system of the Gnostics. Now, people keep asking, Sanchez, are you a Christian? Sanchez, only reason I say that I'm a Christian is for the same reason I say that I'm a black man. I'm not a black man, but I'm not going to argue with a person when they say, hey, man, us black people and us black, I know what they mean. They're trying to group my people. I get it. I'm not going to be difficult. We speak for lack of better words. When a person says, Sanchez, are you a Christian? I got tired of pushing back saying, no, I'm not a Christian, because I use the Bible every doggone presentation. I'm either quoting the Bible, using the Bible. It can be confusing. And I actually am unified with the flat earth Christians against anybody and all of the Christians that's saying that the Bible don't support flat earth. So why not go ahead and wear the title of the people whose team I'm on for the sake of not being divisive? Because you're not going to get all of them to quit saying they're Christians. And I'm part of them. I'm on their team. So instead of me being divisive, some lone ranger, if that's what the team is identifying as, then you can call me that. You can call me that. Just like they can call me a black man. I ain't going to argue with everybody. I'm not really black, you know, I ain't going to do all that. You see what I'm saying? It's just convenience. So instead of me saying, well, I'm not a Christian, I'm a Gnostic. Well, the thing about being a Gnostic, Gnostics can be considered Christians, but Christians cannot be considered Gnostics. Because one thing about Christianity is based solely on church doctrines. One thing about Gnosticism is based upon challenging those church doctrines and going the next step. See, you got two contrary teachings right now. You got one group of pastors telling their people, right? You're telling their people, don't question God. And what they mean is don't challenge church doctrine. Now, on the other hand, you got another group of people that's saying, prove all things. And for you to prove all things, guess what you got to do? Challenge the church just like Jesus did. Tell me Jesus didn't challenge the church. Jesus went up in the church flip. He always challenged the church leaders because the Bible said, prove all things and don't just believe church doctrines. And if that's what you're doing, you're going to hell, which is what the books speak of in Revelation. Let's get back to the advanced stuff with the cosmology, and this biblical idea of Christianity in the ancient world don't exist. Only thing you had in the ancient world before Christ and all of that was Gnosticism. Either you knew God or you didn't. Either you knew your way to the gates of heaven or you did not. When we see images like this of Jonah, the word Jonah is the word genie. And the biblical story of Jonah is an old story of the genie leaving the lamp, which is why Jonah and genie sounds the same. I'm about to give you the ancient spiritual origins of all of these religious doctrines, people.
Sánchez cocinando.
I'm about to give you the true teachings of the ancestors as if you were living back then. That's what I'm about to do right now. Let me give a shout out to Marty Flat Power. Thank you so much. Watch this, right? When you see genie leaving the lamp, it's another story of Jonah leaving the well. This was an old story told around the ancient world way before the church even existed. Yes, Sanchez, what are you saying? I'm telling you that ancient Gnostics existed before the church became a spiritual or religious sort of order. Ancient Gnosticism is directly related to universal spiritual concepts that weren't yet banned. And these universal spiritual concepts was expressed all over the world in different religious cultures like the one I'm showing you now and the one I'm showing you right now, which is the version that existed in Mesoamerica. This right here is Quetzalcoatl being regurgitated by the earth monster, which is the same concept of you leaving the simulation. You can take a minute and you can check that out. So the concept of you leaving the simulation is a dream world that is existing while God is basically sleeping and loading up in between lifetimes. In other words, when you're a baby in your mama's belly, you ain't just sleeping and doing all that. You're dreaming of a lifetime for 9 months. So in that 9 months of you in your own mental simulation in your mama, you basically already experiencing the outside world from the inside. And what the baby is doing is basically another way you can look at this. I'll pull this up, right? Let's pull this up so we can tie it all together. We're going to take our time today. Hold on, everybody. Hold on 1 minute. So another way you can look at it is this. Earth is like an incubator. And the human being is not our inform. Our inform is what they call an angel or this winged creature. And these creatures are supposed to be the most beautiful creatures in the universe. We think that the human is like so fired. We think we losing something by not being human. But our next form is an advanced sort of human that they got the rival with transhumanism and cyborg type stuff. But it's still like a humanoid form, but it's like a god-like form. But that's like saying a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. If you ever look at a butterfly body, you can still see the caterpillar. It's right there. It just got a new set of wings over it and stuff. It transformed. And this is how the sperm became a human, by using the mother as a cocoon to transform itself inside of her body, and you became from a sperm to a human being using your mother the same way that a caterpillar uses a cocoon. Now, when you came out of your mother, you were born into this realm called Earth, and the same thing is true. You're still inside of a cosmic mother that I keep showing you. Her name is Nut, and it's a continuum of rebirths out of the concept of pregnancy and a woman giving birth to a baby. That is the only truth in the universe, rebirth. That's why Jesus taught you just gonna keep being born again. So your understanding of leaving your mother is gonna be advanced when you leave the earth. And this knowledge of being detached from the mother is what they're calling Independence Day or liberation. The Liberty statue, which is another form of the Liberty statue, is Enoch right here. And they turned this concept of ascension into a person holding a torch, but it ain't that you're holding a torch. All of the Gnostics, all of the Magi, the ancient Magi of the good order, they were speaking about how to ascend from the earth. Buddha, all of these people, the monks. Let's give a shout out to Thug Rob. Thank you so much. He said, y'all get some drink, G, for sure. My brother Thug Rob, appreciate it. Now, Enoch is another form of Noah. Noah. And if you pull up the name Noah, you will see that Noah used to be called Noach. And if you rearrange Noach, you'll get Enoch. Look at there. Do your etymology. Now, the word Noah means what? Rest. Because what did Noah do inside of his ark? He rested while the earth was being reset. Now, what did you do inside of your mama belly while you was becoming, a human from a sperm? You see? Shout out to Ripple, man. Said, boy, you cooking. Appreciate that, man.
Sanchez cocina.
Appreciate all of the love, guys. So Noah's Ark was the story of the baby inside of the mama's belly. But they took these stories to teach about how the soul becomes flesh. This is deep knowledge that the ancestors knew about transformation, coming from one form of energy to the next. And the story of the genie leaving the lamp and all of that stuff is no different than the baby with the umbilical cord. As you can see, the tail of the genie was to represent the umbilical cord, and the lamp was actually the womb. So to prove that I'm right about the woman's womb, right, and that it's relevant when we talk about the genie's lamp giving birth to the genie here, and to prove that, I will show you something real quick, but let me make sure I don't get too graphic. I want to get to stay within guidelines. So you know that one of the oldest forms of spirituality was the worship of the yoni. And this right here symbolizes the female womb right here. Shiva Lingam, as they call it. We don't want to go too far with this because, within guidelines, but let's pull this up. Here's a good one. This is called the yoni. You can pull it up on Wikipedia. They call it the yoni. It's equivalent to the woman's womb. So if you look at this, it became the genie lamp, and we started to teach something different. It started to really become watered down in the story, but the Masons still maintain the synchronicities of how this all relate. So let me recap here, and we're going to move forward because it's going to get very deep. What we're understanding now here is that all of the ancient prophets who were seeing the future, how did they do it? With deja vu. When we say stuff like, man, I wonder how the ancestors can see the future. If you was born in the ancient world, they would have made you master your deja vu gift. You would be a prophet too. The ancestors taught that the past, present, and future was unfolding at the same time and that they both already happened, which is why the ancient Gnostics didn't have a concept of free will. The ancient Gnostics had a concept of it was written, meaning that everything was already written out before you was born and you can't escape your fate. Now, why did the ancient Gnostics teach that? Because before your spirit came to the earth, it wrote out everything it wanted to do already, and then it came into the earth to fulfill its will, the will of God, as they call it, which is the higher self. When you're born onto the earth and you're not in alignment with the will of your soul, you will not manifest your greatest potential on earth. Before you were born, we existed in this spiritual vantage point that kind of gave us, like, think of a mountain view. You can look down at everyone else. And looking down at the valley was the spirit looking down at the earth plane before it actually entered the earth plane. And from that vantage point, it's like a person standing at the top of a mountain looking down at the jungle. He can see his way out of the jungle from the top of that mountain. But once he descend and become a fallen angel and he walk down that mountain and walk through the jungle, he better remember what he saw when he was on top of that mountain. Because when he get on the ground and try to go through the jungle, it's going to be all kind of threats on the path and all that to lead him off of the path. But he got to remember, and that is the soul trust in the heart, knowing I'm supposed to be doing this because I feel it in my heart and not necessarily because I'm rationalizing it with it in my brain and doing what's. You got to balance instinct with intuition, what you feel with what you think. Now, check this out, right? To get back on track, we want to talk about how this G represent Genie, Jonah, Gab, right? And that it's the G in the middle of the Masonic square and compass. What I'm doing right now is showing y'all that the foundation of ancient cosmology, or what we call flat earth, is the foundation of all world religious systems. When you talk about the core and the symbolic aspect of what they was based upon in antiquity. Now, with me saying all of this and tying it in with Enoch and Noah and showing you how your soul is basically ascending through the heavens and transforming as it go, because you used to be a sperm, now you're a human. You're going to go from a human to being a spirit, some angelical being, and it may be even more beautiful heights of transformation. But the human ain't it. It ain't the ultimate form. It's, in fact, the ancestor says one of the most hideous forms to be in. Imagine this. What if I told you, do you want to go back to being a sperm again? You would say, oh, no, oh, hell no, for sure no. Well, that's kind of like how the ancestors felt like reincarnating as a human again and being a mortal man versus rising up being a god, which is our next form, which is what we got to do right now at this time on earth. Everything that's happening on the earth right now is to bring us here. Check this out, everyone. War will be waged on the saints, which are the sentient beings, because earth is not our home. And if these people don't kick us out, we'll just get comfortable. Now, back to what I was saying about Enoch and how this relates to NASA and the globe earth and everything else. There was a war waged on original Gnostics. The church went on witch hunts to put these original truth tellers to sleep, and to rearrange how we looked at these symbols and thought about these gods and all of that, when really everyone was teaching every man how to get off of the earth. Now, did you know that humans pay more money every year toward war? And then number 2 is space programs. You can't make it up. Free money. What is a space program? A space program is basically a group of people that saying, we're trying to see how to get off of the earth. Why the Sanchez got smoked for the space program? They're the ancient synagogue of Satan that went round on crusades, putting to sleep the Gnostics and the oracles that was teaching the truth about the earth and the soul. The Buddhas and the monks who was really into mastering yourself versus, hey, using a human sacrifice to wash your sins away. Because everybody that's believing in forgiveness, I got another stream coming up to show you that's why most of the people are going to be reincarnated. Now, check this out, right? The Gnostics didn't teach forgiveness. They were strict with the old law. Okay? When they brought in the new paganism, which was human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, they did away with the law, and then we went into blood sacrifice. And that is Satanism, which is why the space programs of the world wear the serpent symbol. Let's pull it up. All of the space programs are ancient religious order. They've been on the earth. They're what we call the Pharisees and Sadducees. They went against the true Christ and the true Gnostics. They went on crusades, getting rid of the people that was telling everybody, ye are gods, which meant heaven is your abode. Think about this, man. We are fallen angels. And another word for fallen angel is a god. God don't become an angel till he fall. When you're in heaven, in the ancient world, it ain't no such thing as angels. Heaven is simply the abode of the gods. The only concept that you will find angel in the ancient world is fallen ones. These are facts. Fallen ones. In the ancient world, ain't no God up there with some slaves called angels. The angels were slaves on the earth because they fell from their glory as gods. Y'all got it wrong. We were gods in heaven. We became fallen angels, which mean fallen angles of light, which is represented by Satanism or Artanism. United we stand, divided we fall, which is what you can look at with this symbol. This is an ancient Egyptian symbol, which represents united we stand, divided we fall. All of us was one supreme being as a collective of unified spirits in our original home. That's what we're calling the Most High, which is our base reality inside of this little bubble here. And once all of us fell from Eden, which is the center of the universe right here, we separated and we became individual beings. And when each of the gods fell out of heaven, we fell in all of the rays of the sunlight. Everyone fell equally in just like we see here. This is how the gods fell. That's why they say fallen angels, because you're fallen angles of light. Now they call it angels of light, but it's angles of light, and it's a science to how we fell from power, okay? And that science is called astral projection. You can project above and below. But when you project below, there is a such thing as shatter point theory, which says anything fall must split and separate. If you drop a glob of water out of a helicopter, by the time it hit the ground, it'll be a bunch of little driplets. And this same law is how us unified gods became divided, conquered, divided we fall as we exist as separated humans in the earth realm. So let me go ahead and show you some stuff here. Because we are not from the earth, basically what I want to share with y'all is we're the aliens. We are the aliens. They flipped the story around. Earth is not our home. And this is what all the Gnostics taught, that the fallen angels or the angels of light, which they call us, we are angels of light. And I want to share with you about why we are called fallen angels, AKA light beings and all of that stuff. And here is why right here. Let me show you. Because there's two kind of people on the earth. You got these devils that's been on the earth. They don't have a soul. They got a dark cube. They got technology, which is like a artificial intelligence, a simulated consciousness. They're basically mimicking what we had in heaven, which is a unified hive mind. Now they got that on the earth though, and we're in their heaven. We're not in our home, which is why we don't got home court advantage, and the good die young here. We're fallen angels of light. We're saints, which is where the word sentience come from. Nobody else have light inside of them but us. And there are only a few amount of us light beings in perspective of the population of beings that's on the earth. What they're basically telling you is in the future, there will be more AI walking around than humans, and you won't even be able to tell it apart. Now, what if I told you that's already your reality right now?
Oh my God.
And the Bible told us about that. It told us that Satan was in the earth to be careful about him. Why? Because the Bible knew that Satan was a red dragon with horns, as it wouldn't have had to tell us to be careful. We would have known when we saw that ugly monster to take off running. The Bible know that Satan exists as beautiful women, corporate men. Satan is a spirit, a consciousness that is a collective hive mind of ancient demigods that cheated death in the ancient world with brain-computer interfaces. They sold to the beast, which is artificial intelligence, and they became all-knowing. They became like God on earth. And what did the serpent teach? The serpent taught that he can make men like God, which is all-knowing, but the serpent did it by cheating. And who is the serpent? An ancient tech god that keep coming back to the earth. His name in Egypt was Aten. And he brings this technology. And even in Egypt, when this God came to the earth, he had this same Neuralink technology. You see, and this technology will make everyone a hive mind. That's Elon Musk's goal. And you can see that it got the serpent on it. It got the serpent on it. Because this the same spirit that was telling Adam and Eve, I'm going to make you like God. And it got them kicked out of paradise. And we keep falling for the same trap. We got to stop. You keep doing it every time they make a new simulation. You forget that you already played this game before, and proof that we already played it before is deja vu.
Oh my.
How you remembering something that ain't happened yet? I'm telling you, when the Bible said it was written, I'm telling you that this is a simulation. They already cloned you. Your body is your spirit's clone. Just like in the movie they cloned Tyrone. Basically, when everybody showed up looking at their second body, that's how your spirit, when your spirit leave your body, it's going to hover over this body like how they was looking at their bodies at the end of Clone Tyrone. Let me show you. Everybody was like, man, they cloned everybody. That's what I'm telling you. That's why we can't go to they limited us to a certain area on the earth, because I'm telling y'all, you're not your original version. You are a clone. And this clone has been harvested on this earth for simply to power this fake simulation. Because our earth is a holographic simulation that's made out of light. But the light of creation comes from the saints, which is the sentient beings. And even the Bible say that. The Bible says that the saints are the light of the world. The Bible says, listen to me, Christians, that you're the light of the world because the world ain't physical. It is a holographic simulation, and the foundation of all the elements is pure light, which is what Morpheus was telling Neo, you're a battery. They keep, when you die, right, they got other earth camps, other little bubbles that's around this earth. They don't want you to see it. But your clone, by the time you die, they got your whole life written out from beginning to end. That's called a script. And the ancients taught this, that we're in an ancient simulation and you got to live out the script, which is when no such thing as sinning. Because every wrong you doing and every right you doing, the Bible said it was already written out. That don't make no sense for you to punish me for it if it was already written out from beginning to end. The concept of sinning and going to hell and all that is some new church stuff to scare y'all and keep you ignorant and keep you controlled. All of the ancient Gnostics taught that basically your body is like a clone and the earth realm is inhabited by these beings. The Satan was called a god of repetition for a reason, because he keep copying these souls over and over and keeping them here in the earth as in the body like a genie in a lamp, and they using it to power this fake light-based simulation. If all of the saints leave this earth, this thing will fade away, just like the Bible say, the old earth will fade away, and there will be a new, better earth come into being, because we are the light of this holographic simulation. And wherever we go, that's where the earth go. That's why the Bible say, if my people go, so goes the world. It ain't talking about no group of Israelites and Jews in power. It's talking about the souls, the sentient beings. The Bible said, if my people go, then the world ain't going to even be able to stand no more, because we're the light of creation, and the Bible told you that too.
Sánchez cocinando.
Everybody else sold their inner light. And they basically got to keep innocent souls here to keep this world going. If all the saints leave, they fade away. They cease to exist. It just fades away. Ain't no more light. They're shaping the light into our light. Don't have a shape. It's pure light. But when enough of us saints are harvested here, they can use our pure light and shape it. Light is malleable. That's called holography, which is the holy knowledge. That's the knowledge they're using to take the light of the saints and turn it into this construct. And that's simply the direct nutshell how they're harvesting your energy to create the world. So in a lot of ancient artwork, they will show you the gods carrying the world on top of their back. They'll show you a scarab beetle with the universe on his shoulders, telling you what I'm telling you. And that is basically the world hierarchy pyramid of power, with the debt slaves at the bottom, because the whole system is based upon harvesting the light of the sentient beings who don't even know what they are. You don't even know how valuable you are. You don't even know. It ain't even about your blood or none of that. It's about your soul. That's what they harvesting at a macro level to even create this simulation. Now watch this, right? It's the Bible based upon flat earth, because I can go on and on about Gnosticism, the original foundation of the spiritual concepts that was hidden. And we can get basic smoke too, which I'm about to present in a minute. But I did want to go deep like this. So shout out to Ripple, man. Sanchez, keep cooking. The ball of light ain't no coincidence. The soul is real. So the story of Jesus ascending up to heaven, Enoch leaving the earth and all that. Why you think they removed the book of Enoch? Why you think they be hating on the Ethiopian Bible? And the Ethiopian Bible, the oldest Bible, and they don't want you looking into the book of Enoch. Why? The book of Enoch talking about how to get off of the earth. And NASA is trying to teach everybody how to get off the earth. The same people that we wrestling against today, the Bible said we ain't wrestling against flesh and blood. In other words, it's saying you're wrestling against cyborgs. You're wrestling against robots, machines. Somebody let me get some Elon Musk robot emoticons from my channel members. You know we got the best emojis on YouTube. Hit them up with them Elon Musk robot emojis. These people are not flesh and blood. Now, check this out, y'all. We're not wrestling against the same thing we are, right? And it ain't no spookism type, devil, dragon type stuff. It's just man versus mankind, humans versus humanoids. The humanoids are very advanced. They're very smart. They are basically wiser than humans. But what give us an edge is their smarts is only limited to the instinctive aspect and the technological aspect, like Darth Vader versus Luke Skywalker, right? Darth Vader and all them are very much so more technical than the light side, but the forces of light always win, even though they fighting with little Ewoks, got bow and arrows, they outdated technology. They win with the power of light, which is the most powerful thing in the universe. Is what we got in us, and they don't understand it. So the light that we got inside of us, once we collectively unleash it, this is enough power to destroy entire worlds, like what Darth Vader Death Star does. And what that means is, once enough sentient beings start to activate the light inside of them, it'll be like the sun coming out with vampires. Let me tell you why, right? Shout out to my new member, Interconnected Events. Welcome to Benevolent Bishop, my brother. I'm sorry, I really got excited, man. I love it when we get new members. And you know what I'm gonna do? If everybody hit the like and share right now, because people act like they don't want to pull up on this stream. They don't want to get me to 1K viewers. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm about to gift some memberships. Thank you, Interconnected. Thank you, my brother, Interconnected Events. Welcome to the family. We appreciate your support. Let's gift some memberships, man. Let me see here. We're gonna gift some memberships because people don't want to pull up, right? Let me see. How do I do this? Hold on. I'm about to gift some memberships. Hold on a second. Yeah, hold up. I think I do it like this. Yep. This is how to do it. Let me give some memberships. I wonder will it let me pick the people? Is it gonna let me gift the people? No, it doesn't. It just do it by itself. So watch this, right? I get the YouTube basically give us memberships that we can gift every month. So I will be, gifting people some memberships. But what I'm finding out is it doesn't let us pick the people, which sucks because some people are like day one people and some people just pulling up to the show. But the reason YouTube giving me that is because they want to bring more people to the live streams. And you do it by just having a random. Now, I don't know if this worked. Now, if y'all was gifted memberships, drop me a 1 or a flat power or something. Let me know that you received the membership gift. And it'll let me know that it worked. So who just got gifted memberships? Because YouTube doing that for the creators now, but they don't let you pick it. And that's something I'm going to recommend because it's certain people that they've been here. But salutes to the people that got them. We ain't going to hate on you, though. We ain't going to hate on you. You know what I'm saying? We ain't going to hate on you. Thank y'all for coming. But that's crazy because what if one of my enemies get gifted a membership, though? YouTube got to do something about that. They got to do something. But let me go ahead and get back to the knowledge, though. Everybody like and share the video. And that did bring more people to the stream. People will tune in and they'll click off, but they'll hear free memberships. Hold on a minute. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, or they'll watch it on the back end and they'll be like, man, I got to be present at the live streams because I might can get gifted, But it's a good idea. But I sure wish they would. Let me quit crying about that and move on. I'm being redundant. Sorry about the dogs. We about to get it in right now. Ignore the dogs. So, like I was saying, The concept of leaving the earth, right? Well, let me do a little song real quick because I don't want the dogs barking over me. If y'all can hear me over the dogs, then just drop a 1. But if not, we can play some of my fire music that y'all love, and we can. Yeah. So like I was saying, because this is important, right? Noah leaving the ark is Enoch leaving the world, is Jesus ascending up on the cross. The original story that all of these religions was based on, the original concept of all world religions and spiritual systems was how to get off the earth. Now, the devil don't want us to learn how to get off the earth. They're trying to keep us here. So, of course, you would have the space programs around the world with the symbol of the serpent telling you ain't no way off the earth. That's something that the devil will tell you. If the devil wanted to trap you in hell, they would have space programs. They would sell you this idea like, we're trying our best to figure out how to get off of the earth, when all of the ancestors already left the knowledge on how to get off the earth. But the only people who can get off the earth are the people with souls.
Oh my God.
Everybody else stuck here. And those are the children that's born with the chip in their head. Oh, yeah. You got a group of beings right now, y'all. They are not like us, I promise you, and the Bible know what it's talking about. That's why the Bible said, you know, Satan can appear as a man, a woman, as a regular person, because they was talking about Satan as a hive mind of humanoids on the earth that been here. They can't ascend. Earth is a technical playground that was built by ancient tech gods. Your soul just fell in it. But the thing about this is that these ancient controllers and tech gods over this earth who are hiding the secrets, they're keeping you limited to certain areas, they ain't human. Now, the crazy part about it is the humans are not from earth, but these tech gods, these devils, this is their planet. They're teaching you everything backwards. What I'm telling y'all is humans are not from earth. But the people who are earthlings, who are earthbound, they can't leave earth and they've been stuck here and can't go nowhere, are the artificial intelligence. We created a simulation, right, called Earth long time ago. Souls got stuck in it. So we started teaching them how to get out of it, and that became what we call religion, spirituality, which is how to go to heaven, right? All world religions is teaching you basically how to go to heaven, and everybody basically around the world agreeing on the same thing, which is to be a good person. Now, the serpent came along, which is a whole new way of thinking. It ain't just some monster. It's an instinctive mentality represented by the rise of the dynastic age. What that represents is man becoming technical, man saying, why do we have to be moral to go to heaven? Basically, that was man getting cocky, fighting against the laws of the universe, saying, I want to go to heaven. I want to have this God-like abilities and perks, but I don't want to earn them by being good. So the serpent represent the doing away with the law. And the law was our way to heaven, following the law. So when we stopped following the law, we became in this cycles of reincarnation, and we can prove it with deja vu, that we keep coming back making the same mistakes, not learning. And they want you to do that because Satan is the god of repetition. He'll make you keep repeating this thing till you figure it out. It ain't nothing gonna save you but when you start activating the light within you, which is questioning everything. Right? You can't undo knowledge. What you know will go with you for the rest of your eternal being. And that's why knowledge is the greatest wealth in the universe. We keep coming to this earth forgetting that, and you got to recycle till you get that. All of the ancients taught that we didn't need fuel to fuel rockets to get off the earth. We needed knowledge to power the soul on how to get out of the body. There was an ancient paradoxical understanding to leaving the earth, which was if you want to lead a world, the world has to leave you. It is a exchange. Because leaving the world is leaving the body. Leaving the body is wrestling with the flesh like Christ did. Christ didn't come to do away with the law, but to fulfill it, which is to say, people was complaining about the law, that it was too hard to follow. So God said, let me come down and show you how it's done. It ain't that hard. And Christ was the example, not the doing away of the law, but the example, the reinforcement of it, because that's the only way out the earth. But Satan has tricked the whole world that you can do what you want to do, not seek knowledge, not prove all things. You can believe in man and technology, sin all you want to, and ask for forgiveness, and you're going to go to heaven, and you're wrong. You're wrong. Even you got monks overseas right now that's practicing fasting and trying to wrestle their flesh. And you think you just going to go and you ain't put in on work on overcoming your bodily things that serve the world. You know what I'm saying? Why you think that I'm trying to get over my anger and stop cutting people off and learning to communicate better, like self-reflection. People think you ain't got to work on yourself. You can just believe in this God and I'm going to go to heaven. You're wrong. That's the trick of the devil. Let me share something with you right now. All of the gods wrestled with the flesh and they was able to ascend. And you may not become perfect or nothing, but it's about becoming better. See, because what people will say is, Sanchez, ain't nobody perfect. The Bible never asks you to be perfect. Following the law ain't got nothing to do with being perfect. Think about it. It's 10 rules. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not be doing adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Dude, if you telling me you can't follow them 10 simple rules, some wrong, because check it out. If you really think about the 10 commandments, it's possible to live your whole life and follow them. It ain't really that hard. It's 10 rules that you shouldn't be doing them things anyway. You feel me? So when I think about this, right? People will tell you, ain't nobody perfect but God, but Jesus told you ye are gods. He didn't tell you ye was perfect. See, because if you following them 10 rules, that ain't even perfection. That's the basics. Not lying, not stealing, not cheating. Come on, man. That's the basics, man. You feel me? So people try to act like the Bible asking them to be perfect because they try to make the law like this challenge that you can't do. So we got to do away with it. And that's the trick of the devil. So all of the prophets taught that the way out of the earth, like you see Enoch here, and the only people that can get out of the earth are the people with souls. The people, put it this way, the only people that can go to heaven are the beings that fell from heaven. Hello. Okay. Like they telling y'all this stuff in reverse. We're the fallen angels, not them. Okay. Now they are Satan. That's true. But they didn't fall to the earth. Satan was created inside. In other words, God made hell for the devil. And when God made hell, the devil was already in it. This whole story of Satan, God making hell and throwing the devil in it, that's some crazy stuff. Because all of the ancients taught that the earth was hell and it was the dwelling of Satan or the devil. And it always spoke of beings on the earth. They removed so many books out the Bible. People want to know who the people was on who was the people on the earth before Adam and Eve. Those are the humanoids. This simulation was already populated by artificial intelligence, just like a video game. Before the light beings fell, before the players fell into the game already had computer non-player generated characters in it that been here. And they know the game better than you, bro. Because they was made by the direct programmers of the simulation. Just like when you play a video game. The adversary, or what we call the CPU, which is the word cup, the people that wear the cups on their head, that's the computer. CPU is cup. That's the Holy Grail people. They are demigods, and they got you worshiping them. This ain't our gods, man. You worshiping the machines. World religion is the church giving you, making everybody worship the technology of the machines. Sanchez, you reaching. Let me show you something. Nobody reaching. I'm going to show you something. What you think the Mecha Cube is? It's the mark of the beast chip. It's the chip that allowed these people to cheat death and resurrection and become witches. Look at this. This right here is a brain-computer interface that they're worshiping in Mecca, and they don't even know it. That's the chip right there that's gonna make humans immortal. And everybody worshiping the gods that's giving them immortality, but these gods are giving them immortality on the earth, like what Elon doing with cheating death. He say he gonna make death optional because people can just upload into new bodies and upload into whatever with Neuralink. Death will be an option. This is old technology, and Elon is an old witch that's been on the earth for years. These same tech gods, and this is really deep for you to know, so you can understand what I'm teaching you about religion and flat earth. It's deeper than the earth flat. It's the fact that with the flat earth concept, they was teaching you how to get off the earth, but the space program's teaching you how to get off the earth the wrong way. You can't get out of here physically. It even says in the Bible, no flesh can enter the kingdom of God. No flesh. That meant all of the gods that left the earth did it with an out-of-body experience. Okay? So let's talk about some other things that don't make sense when you talk about the globe and the biblical cosmology. But before we do that, everything that I just told you about leaving the earth, I want to segue back to what I started on about the church and the mosque shaping like the flat earth. And here's why. Check this out, right? Watch this. If you look at a UFO ship, the original UFO ship was the church and the mosque. You can't make this up. They took this whole new concept of a UFO ship right here. That's some new degradation and plagiarization of the truth. Now, the original concept of the UFO ship, the thing that we used to get in that used to let us leave the earth, here it is right here. We built these churches and mosques as like projection ports. When we used to go into these churches, we would go into these things to get out of our body. And that's why you see all of the gods ascending through the dome. The dome. And I'll show you that right now, just in case you never, because you know, we rebuilding the channel. So we're getting a lot of new people. I've been peeping the comments. So let me pull up, let me be thorough because of that. All right, so hold up a second. This is very important, what I'm about to show you now. So this is ancient Hebrew artwork, and I know it's a little grainy, but forgive me, you can see what's going on. You see that there's a soul ascending up from the earth realm through these domes in the top. And that's why the church and mosque is made this way. If you look at a church or a mosque, right? Here is the ancient Christian concept of the universe right here. And this is what the Egyptians taught. And even if you look at this the inside of the church, it's based upon ancient cosmology telling you that the earth is a layered continuum of simulation, 7 different alternate realities layered together. Shout out to Beloved. Thank you so much for joining the channel. So what this is showing you, heaven is a stairway that we're climbing through 7 rebirths, and these lives get better and better. Imagine, right? If you are born out of this earth and you able to pass on to the next life, you get to keep your memory. And everything you learned in this life, you get to take it to you to a more advanced universe where the ancestors at and where they all remember their past lives. And because of that, they are like these rank 1 gods. They like in first grade on this first little shelf right here. These universes that you see stacked on each other is like a spiritual hierarchy. And what it represents with the earth realm on the bottom is the souls that don't remember their lifetimes. And they keep repeating their same mistakes. So these higher realms represent when a soul recognizes, I've been here before. It asks questions about deja vu. It asks questions about, man, this is some kind of simulation. Everything we're doing now, we ain't new to this. A bunch of souls came here like Neo and figured out the Matrix. And basically this first world above the earth is where we go. And that's to symbolize basically these souls remember one lifetime. You'll remember, because when I say we baby souls, I believe that this lifetime that we live in is our first version, which is why it's not the best one. It gets better as we go. So it's like a kindergarten student versus a college student, right? You need more governing when you're young, and that's why these souls are put in these sort of pressure. You call it the devil is ruling the world. The adversary is basically like a cosmic belt to keep baby souls not getting comfortable in any of these worlds. And that's what you're calling evil. Is like you're in the bed and you sleeping good and somebody's snatching the blankets off of you and you saying that's the devil. Because you saying, man, I can't get comfortable. But that's the purpose. That's why the universe put adversaries in here, so you don't get comfortable, because this is not your home. They're doing their job and you just got to do yours. So my thing is, everything in this world is God's got to work harder because we don't have home court advantage. And when we're at home, we tend to be comfortable because we got a good record at home. We can relax. We get a lot of W's. You notice a team got to play harder on the road. And because Earth is not our home, the fight here is that much harder for us because the momentum ain't on our side. They cheer for the evil ones here, and they want to crucify the Christ-like ones here and the righteous ones. You just got to keep that in mind, that when you're playing an away game, when you score a touchdown, everyone's going to say, boo. Don't let it get you down. Just realize we're playing a road game. Okay, so here is the inside of a church right here. And we're inside of this big bull that they call Moloch. I'll show it to you right now. The church is showing you the belly of the beast. What we're inside of, this calf represents the earth realm simulation. And what they were personifying with this big golden calf was the fact that the ancestors figured out what? Quantum computer. Yeah. The ancestors figured out how to make quantum computers, and they cheated death by uploading their consciousness into simulations. But when they did it, a lot of souls got trapped. There was a war inside of this simulation to get souls out. And that's the war that's going on right now. Basically, all wars on Earth stem back from this ancient war of There are souls that's trapped here that let my people go. The archons don't want to free them, and they are fighting cosmic forces that's working on our behalf. And once these cosmic forces succeed, we will be activated. We will wake up. There will be some click in us that we remember what we are and all of that. The deja vu will make sense. That's why deja vu is a glitch in the Matrix movie. But the golden calf that they worshiped was when the ancestors figured out how to create simulations and cheat death with quantum computers and brain computer interfaces. They gave you all of these mythological deities like the calf and all of that to hide the technology. Okay, to hide the technology. So let's go back to this image. You can see that this shapes like a UFO ship. It's because the temples and the mosques were used like UFO ships to project. What'll happen is we would all go inside of these churches. And today when you go in a church, you see people praying with their eyes closed, but that ain't what we used to do. We would go inside of these churches and we were really witches, like ancient witch covens. What I'm telling you, as Gnostics, in which this was a common thing, of Buddha, we would go inside of these churches together, bring our frequencies together, and open up stargates. When enough of us come together with our light and our energy, we can do what they're trying to do with CERN. And when that happens, everybody will go to sleep. And when in your sleep, we will project into these alternate realities. And we had created systems around the world where we made different covens for different services. That's why they're called church services, because like a bus stop, the city is servicing you with transportation. So the church service was the fact that these buildings was providing a spiritual service like a spaceport, allowing a soul to go to alternate realities by unifying with what we call a congregation, and enough people together will open up a portal, which is why we see the massive amount of souls at the middle of the earth right there, keeping the portal open. And by the way, that segues to my next point, which is the Ark of the Covenant. The real Ark of the Covenant is what you see right here. It looks like a treasure chest, and it got the little keyhole and little opening in the middle. And this is the actual Ark of the Covenant, because all of the gods on each of these universal planes agreed to keep the portal open so that souls can go in and out of these worlds. If any one of these worlds break the covenant and close its hole up, it'll be like a traffic jam in a highway. It'll stop all the traffic from moving just because one of these people block they stuff. You see what I'm saying? Like two cars crashing together and blocking the highway. That's what happens when this gap close up. This hemisphere and that hemisphere crashes together, and it's like a traffic jam in the highway with two cars. And when any of these worlds close up, and it makes it harder for so when a world not honoring the covenant, souls get trapped in certain levels. They can only ascend to a certain level. So the Ark of the Covenant was a galactic federation at the North Pole that was saying, keep the floodgates open so that the souls can be free to go in and out the simulation. If any one of these worlds closes the covenant, that's represented by closing the minds of the consciousness in that particular universe, or what we call dumbing them down. And what'll happen is the light inside of everyone's pineal gland will start to get dark. And the knowledge of who we are as gods will fade away. We will go into this sleep, this dormant phase where our light is just like if I got a flashlight, right? And the flashlight is shining, but I bury it with dirt. The flashlight's still shining, but you don't see the light because I buried it with some dirt. And that's what happened when we bury our truth with the lie. When the church start to indoctrinate, when they get rid of the knowledge, souls get trapped because knowledge is power. Why? How do you know? The knowledge was how to meditate, how to get off the earth and be a multiversal being. The only way we gonna see the other side now is when we die. But basically our ancestors was different. They was able to leave the earth and go to the other side whenever they wanted to. In other words, when someone died in the ancestral world, they didn't go nowhere because we knew how to walk to the other side. If your grandma died, it ain't like we gonna cry and be like, I miss you, grandma, because the dead and the living lived in the same dimension. When we were gods, when we knew how to get out of our body, we didn't pray to spook gods in the sky. We got out of our body and we talked to our guardians, our ancestors on the other side who led us. Everything changed. So the word premonition is where we get the word pray from. Back in the day, we didn't have pray, or we didn't pray, we had premonitions. We closed our eyes, we meditated, and we came out the darkness with visions, with prophecies from the darkness. And today you pray and you don't come out the darkness with nothing but a tired mouth with spit all on your face and all that.
Oh my God.
You ain't got no Christians don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, even though the Bible is prophetic and they got the Spirit of God in them. Hello. Because guess what? The people who knew the future weren't Christians. That's why Christians don't know the future now. They never did. That's the church. They know church doctrines only. And if you go outside of that, they gonna fight you. That's the zombified matrix people. The Bible told you most of them gonna not make it. So, as you can see here, they turned the mosques and the cathedrals and all that to the UFO ship. And I'll show you a beautiful mosque over here in the Middle East, and you will see that it does shape like a UFO ship. And out of all the mosques in the world, this one here is the dopest one to me. So let's pull it up. Look at this. See, this was the original concept of the UFO ship. People will go inside of this to leave the earth. That's why you having service. It's like I said, like a bus stop. The city is servicing you with a transport system. All of these mosques and temples, it was like a spiritual service, a transportation system, or like it was the first spaceports on the earth. And that's why we see Enoch and all of them ascending up out of the church. Because we used to use these buildings, the music and all that would put us in a trance-like state, and it will open up a portal to where we would go up in them churches, and man, we would be up out of this universe. Seriously. When we used to go to church, we used to leave the earth, y'all. Think about what I'm telling you. We go to church now and we don't go nowhere. Think about what we said. We said we go to church to be with God, right? But God is in the sky, right? Look at where Enoch going. Every Christian know what I'm saying. We say we go to church to unite with God. Now listen, I thought God was everywhere. Why you going in a building for God?
Oh my God.
You know why? The way that the church made is the way that your brain is made, with the pineal gland in the middle, which is why the AI and the robots, they don't like us, bro, because they can't leave the earth. Now, if you look at the human brain with the pineal gland in the middle of it, you will see how they created the churches and a mosque. Let's pull it up. Look at this image. Look at the pattern surrounding the pineal gland. That's the pattern on top of the mosque right there. Don't it look like the pattern of your brain? Look at this top one. That's a brain pattern. Those are brain cells. You see that? Now watch this. If you look at the brain, it got the same pattern that the mosque got on it. This is what they're doing. This is the pattern that you see on the church up there. Each of these little with the pineal gland in the middle, which is what? That's a portal. The light inside of every saint is a gateway to God. And you can access that light anywhere because your body is the temple of God, which is why the church shaped like the head. Your temple is literally the temple. Your head or your temple is literally the house of God, where God is sitting at, because that's where your soul is sitting, the seat of your soul. So when your soul is inside of the body, it literally have to pull all of its light out of the body, extract itself, siphon the light out of the body, and then that light will ascend up and it will go into another body that you got that's on a higher realm. See, when you see the saint ascending up through this thing right here, each of these layers is like a watery ocean. And we already know that this is happening in the ocean right now, to where they got oceans inside of oceans, and they won't mix with each other with density, keeping them separated. So the universe is the same way. The ethers are the same way, or what the Hebrew call the heavens, the ethers, right? And if you look at them, each one has its own density, like oceans that won't mix until and basically the least dense ones are at the highest, and the more dense worlds with the heaviest ether is at the bottom, based on the law of density. And we see souls becoming light because it's based on the law of density, y'all. This version of you is heavier than your soul. That's why your soul can't go up to the higher plane. That's why the Bible said it won't be no flesh and blood in heaven. Shout out to Brent Mouth. The only thing can go to heaven is the soul, because the universe is based on the law of density. Your body is in the earth realm because it's occupying a certain density layer that's limited to things in this certain density frequency. So let me see if I can show you the Tower of Babel from a density perspective. Here go what the Tower of Babel really is when you talk about density and all that. Here it is, just your Babel Tower. Show you what each different object is going to occupy a different medium, and that's showing you how each different type of soul is occupying its own dimension, all the way down to the earth realm where the humans are. Now, we had to get more dense to fall down here. We had to put weight on, and the weight was the body. That's what got Adam and Eve kicked out of Eden, and they covered themselves. You thinking that they put some clothes on because they thought they was naked, man. That ain't got nothing to do with it. Adam and Eve were our original form before we had physical bodies, when we lived in a higher base reality. Once we covered ourselves by putting the body on, we fell to the earth realm and became humans. And this realm is occupied by tech beings, humanoids, and machine type beings. You call them devils or demons. So basically the stuff that, like, this world is at the bottom because the beings here are very heavy. They use heavy metals. The music is heavy. The emotions are very extreme and heavy energy, heavy tools and bot machines, and just basically it's a realm that's very dense, and the beings here think that more is better, which is what creates capitalism and greed. The beings in these realm where we at with the earth, which is not our home, this is a realm that was inhabited by like transhumans. Souls fall into this realm and they ended up spending a lot of time here based upon memory wiping technology, but they can't completely wipe our memory, which is why we have deja vu. Your entire spiritual awakening is you remembering what you were and getting the hell up out of here. Because people who don't remember this knowledge, they're relying on the space program to get them off the earth. And that'll never happen. It's a big religion, a man-made religion where he's promising humans to make it to the heavens when all of the ancestors said only your soul can go into the realm of you got to get naked before God. Getting naked before God means taking the body off. So that's what we used to do in these temples. Enoch is having an out-of-body experience. That's his soul going up to heaven, not his physical body. The same with Jesus. And they use the word Holy Ghost. John of Patmos, when he was ascended up to the seventh heaven to write the book of Revelation, which is a prophetic book of the end times that is coming, it's manifesting right now. How did John of Patmos get out of his body to see the end of days and be a prophet? Because the ancestors knew about the earth. They knew how to get out their body, how to go into the future and come back here and tell you what's going to happen before it's happening. Because the ancestors said that the future is already written out. Why you think a person can tell you what's going to happen and it still happen? You would think if you told me what was going to happen, maybe we'll stop it now. But it don't work like that. That's the trick about deja vu. See, listen, sometime by mistake, we go into the future. And we forget that we went to the future for a few seconds. And when we come back to the present, the future ain't happened yet. That's why this is like it happened but ain't happened. See, because think about it. It's like a student in a classroom and the teacher reading in the book with the class. And the student get ahead of the class and read 10 pages ahead. Then he flip back and catch back up with the class. Everything he read from that point is going to be like, I remember this. I read this before, like a deja vu moment. Now check this out. That's how the Bible said at the earth, when it say it is written, the Bible is telling you you're in a simulation. In a simulation, everything you're going to do from the beginning to the end is already written out. And guess what's the beauty of that? If you follow your heart, it'll lead you up out the earth, man. That's why they want to knock everybody off their path. They want you to emulate celebrities. Idolatry. Because everything you supposed to be, who you supposed to be, and what you supposed to do is the script that's written out in the universe by your soul of who you're supposed to manifest as when you come into this earth. And if you don't do it, you got to do a do-over. Because God's will be manifested. It's like a artist that's got to ball that up and try again. That picture didn't come out right. You got to paint it again till you get your best version. And basically, when the artist is painting the best version, he ain't even trying that hard. It's when he's really trying that hard that he messing up and overthinking it. Bob Ross taught me that. And that's to say, for you to not be yourself, it take more effort than just for you to be yourself. Right?
Sánchez cocinando.
You know why it's so easy for you to be yourself? Because being who you really are is like reading from a script. It's easier to talk when I wrote the script out. But if I'm freestyling, I'm going to have a bunch of ums and hold up a minute, let me think about it. Your soul wrote its life script out. And if you stick to the script like Jesus did, you'll ascend out of here like Jesus did. Our will is written in our heart, which is why Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. But when we try to be somewhere not, guess what you telling your soul? Your soul knew who and what it wanted to be before it even came to the earth. Now, when you come here and go to copying off a celebrity and being something you ain't, you lying to yourself, and your soul is not going. It's basically telling the universe this: you never really came to the earth. Let's say your whole life you was emulating Jay-Z. You're telling the universe Jay-Z was born again, not you. And if the universe, it's a law that says Brother Sanchez must be born onto the earth. He must live his energy, his will, who he are as a being, his unique script. He must not stray from the path from beginning to end like Christ did. And that's his admission into the next level, sticking to the script written in your heart. See, the whole thing about what I'm telling you, though, is that if I come to this earth and be anything other than than who I am, then I never came to the earth. Whatever I was, let's say, okay, Sanchez think he's Jeezy. He want to be just like this person, or he's an idol worshiper. He don't know who he is. He's trying to be this or be that, right? That meant that, okay, like I said, let's say it's Jeezy. Jeezy just was born again, not you. Every action you take is a ritual that's letting the universe know who you are, what you are, and what you want to be. And let me give a shout out to David, another great show. Thank you. Shout out to Katrina as well. Thank both of y'all so much for the super chats. So, yeah, people don't realize the price they pay not being they self, right? So every time we get into idolatry, our whole life energy is forfeited to express a foreign energy of whatever we're emulating, okay? And that right there is like one of the tricks that everybody make along this path of reincarnation, where we're trying to figure out who we are. And we put on a bunch of masks until we realize the real us was when we took off all the masks. And that's what it means by stripping naked. It's the only way. In other words, you can't stand before God. And what is God? God is your truest version, the real you, beyond all of the world's influence. And when it said you got to strip naked in order to see God, it's saying to reveal the truth of who you are, you got to strip beyond all these fake personas of who you think you trying to be and all that. And it was teaching us about ourselves. Every man will see the face of God when he quit living the lie and become who he really are, because you're made in the likeness of God. God is its own hive mind, and all gods look the same and different, just like all humans. That's a cosmic law. It's a paradox. This is how God is able to maintain unity and individuality, and that is called a hive mind. We're all and one. We're one and many. So again, the churches, the mosques, the cathedrals are the original spaceships, or should I say spaceports, right? If you look at this spaceship here, this is what the church was. A big souls went inside of these temples and mosques to get out of their body, not to shout and twerk and tithe and do all the crap we doing today. They stopped the original space program, and they gave you a technological lie of rockets and all of that, when really can't nothing leave this earth but souls. And Christians can't argue with me, because they Bible say the same thing, that can't no flesh and blood enter the heavens. And the word that we call space today would be the same word they use for heavens back in the day, or up there, in the sky. And that's why they call it Operation Fishbowl. They know that they can't get out of here because we're enclosed. And the only way out is, think about this, because this finna really mess you up right here, because you got to read between the lines. People say we're trapped because we're enclosed, but we're trapped because we're enclosed. We got to strip naked. You get what I'm saying? Listen to the wordplay. We're enclosed, but guess what? Adam and Eve put clothes on. They're enclosed. The spirit put the body on. And in order to get out of the trap, you got to have an out-of-body experience, which is when the spirit strip, it take the body off like I was just taking this shirt off. So yes, we're enclosed, and it's because we're enclosed. And once we strip, we can be back in our, because Eden is nude. If you rearrange the word nude, you'll get Eden. Eden is nude. And everybody in Eden, they strip themselves of the body. This is a false layer, a heavier version of the self. So we're enclosed because we're enclosed. And I think y'all get what I'm saying there. Now check this out, right? Oh, let me give a shout out to everyone who's sending in super chats. That's David. Thank you, David. Oh, I already shouted you out. Thank y'all. So check it out, right? Close is closing your mind. Like clothes is literally clothes. Like the more we put the layers we put on, right? The layers are the liars. The layers are the liars. Liars are layers. And each of these universes is an alternative reality. And everyone know that an alternative to the truth is what we call the lie. That's why they said, give me the truth, nothing but the truth. Don't add from it, don't take away. Because if you alternate the truth, it's no longer the truth, it's a lie. So every alternate form of the self, what happens at the altar? Human sacrifice. Now, what was the original concept of human sacrifice? It was to wrestle the flesh, to sacrifice. People think that Jesus is a human sacrifice that's going to get them to heaven. But the concept of putting a human body at the altar to go to heaven was the concept of God in the flesh, which is all of us. And God got to master the world before God can rule over the world, which is what heaven is. In other words, there's a law in the universe. If you want to make it out the world got to make it out of you. But the concept of a human sacrifice is that every man's soul is going to lay down their flesh at the altar, which is the tombstone and the burial site ritual. Shout out to Trustee of the Most High. Thank you for the super chat. May all that have life be delivered from suffering. Thank you. I can get behind that. But yeah, Earth is the altar, or the alternative reality. The altar, let me show you what an altar is. Here is the Dogon's altar. Look at it right here. Look at the Dogon altar. It's in the top left corner. You see it? The Dogon's altar is basically the universe. And what the word altar come from is when we created the multiverse from the base reality. In other words, when we altered the original reality, we created the lie. And the lie is like when you call these things the liars, you can call them the layers of reality. All of the many layers are just veils that we go through to get back to the truth. It's a distortion of our original abode. It's like a ripple effect. Every ripple that you see is a lie, because the truth is the rock dropping into the water, but the effect is the lie. If somebody walk up to this water and they only see the ripple effect, they're going to think it's the cause when it's the effect. And I'm telling you right now, your life is an effect, not a cause. Listen, your entire life is an effect from the soul falling. And just like the rock falling into the water, it creates a ripple effect around itself. And that ripple effect is what we are calling chakra layers. You are a fallen angel. If I drop you into some water right now, you're going to be in the middle of a ripple effect because it's going to create a bunch of ripples from the point where you impacted with the water at, and the ripples are going to go evenly from all around your body. This is how we get our aura. Because we're like in an ethereal medium. And when we fell in it, well, we got chakra layers, a ripple effect. And the ripple effect is dying, ripping, R.I.P. Now we got to bust through all of these layers in order to see the real world. Why? Why is that, Sanchez? Because when you dive in the water, right? Let me show you something. When you dive in the water, you blind yourself. Look, this is what happens. When you dive in the water, you cannot see clearly until the bubbles dissipate. And these laws are happening on a spiritual level too. Your auric field is like an underwater splash pattern around a diver. You calling it the human aura. Let me share some with you. And what I'm teaching you is the foundation of world religion. I told you what I was going to do, and I'm doing it. It's the Bible based on flat earth. Yes, it is. Everything about the anointed body, the light body, or what they call Jesus' Holy Ghost, the auric body, right? Why did Jesus wear a white robe? Because it represents the aura that's surrounding us, y'all. The Jesus' white robe was them teaching you about your auric light. The white robe is like I said, is a splash pattern. Everyone wears the white robe when they go to heaven. Why? Because when your soul leave your body, it's going to swim up to the surface of this ether. And that's what they see. We're like underwater right now in this earth realm. And when we die, we bust up out. The sky is like a blue ocean. And when we get out of our body, we able to swim and be light enough to basically go up to the surface and take our first breath of fresh air. Like what Morpheus told Neo. He said, you never really breathed air before. That was a simulation. We're in a computer program. So that means you never really tasted water before. You never really even experienced a real orgasm or sex before. For y'all sex lovers, think about your favorite food you never really tasted before. What you're tasting is a program. If I was to build a computer right now and put you on Neuralink and we go have dinner inside my little metaverse, and you say, well, it tastes good like McDonald's, but it still ain't as best as the other side. So the quality of life get lower and lower the more we build new simulations. So the beings in the underworld, they do a lot of work for a less quality of life. That's slavery. So a person in the underworld will have a lot of sex all the time because they just not getting the gratification that they looking for, because that don't exist in this world. That's what you're calling heaven. In heaven, everything we do satisfies us with the utmost gratitude. And everything we do in heaven, they do it in the underworld, but they don't get the same amount of satisfaction. All heaven is a place where everything you do, it feels good, it's satisfying. If you drink water in heaven, it tastes better than the water here. If you eat food in heaven, it's better than the food here, right? But they're telling you it's because heaven is where the real world is at. And what you're experiencing right now is like a sample. So if you like this, you're going to love heaven, boy. If you like this crap, you gonna love heaven, which is why they trying to get you to think that this is the end all be all, you know. That's like the dude in the Matrix who was eating a steak at the table. He was like, you know, I know this steak ain't real, but it tastes good. Like y'all doing a good job with y'all Matrix programming. Your computer is telling my taste buds this is a juicy steak. And basically what Cypher was telling the machine is, hey, man, if y'all build a good enough simulation to make it real enough and you delete my memory, I'll go back inside, man. Ignorance is bliss. You know what I'm saying? And that's what these cyborgs have been trying to do. They've been trying to build simulations that's just as good as our base reality in heaven. That way we don't go back home. But nothing can compare. Nothing can compare. So when we look at an angel wearing all white with their wings spread, you basically looking at a diver. Our souls is like a fish. See, what's gonna leave your body? Let me share some with you, man. This what's inside of you. Watch this. This is what's in your body. And what's gonna leave your body is like a sine wave. Now, a lot of people say this is a snake, but now I'm gonna take me a little, this is a theory of mine. I don't think the Kundalini is a serpent. I think it's an eel, because the word eel is the root word of electricity, and the eel is the only animal in the ocean that can go in and out of the layers and the underwater lakes. So I'm finna teach you something nobody else gonna teach you. You never heard it. When people talk about the Kundalini serpent that's inside of us, I don't think it's a serpent. I think they was personifying a green eel. Because the serpent, think about it, snakes, if they was talking about our soul, right? An eel is an electric creature that's full of electricity. Your soul is an electric entity, and the eel moves like a sine wave, just like your soul. The eel is the only creature in the sea that can go in and out of those underwater lakes. And your soul can go in and out of these ethers like Enoch. And they got it personified as an eel. And if you think about it, the name of eel is the name of God, which is El. And they try to make it like El is a serpent god, when I'm telling you, I really think El was an eel. El was an eel. And they made it a serpent. But I think in the original teaching, because they look just alike. You can't tell me whether this is an eel or a serpent right here. It can be either one, right? It can be either one. But what I do know is El is the name of God, which is our Kundalini. And Kundal is the word candle, which is dealing with fire and electricity. And that's what this represent. That's what this represent. So what I'm telling you is this eel that leaves our body when we leave the earth, once it cross over to the other side, it becomes a human again. This is what we're calling a sperm cell or a Kundalini. This sine wave of energy, as it's traveling from the earth to its next destination, it's also transforming. So by the time this thing touched down and actually leave, because the whole traveling process is an incubative process to where you start from point A getting to point B like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. But not only is it a physical journey, it's a spiritual transformation. So as the soul ascends to make it to its next destination, it will also be transforming from a sperm again to a body. And you can look at that like teleportation, like in Star Trek. They go from light to a body. Like, let me show you. It's like when our soul leaves the earth, it turns into light. It does this right here. And that's what the sperm is. It's the teleported transitional form of the soul becoming a streak of light. And when it gets to the world that it's trying to go to, when it leaves the Enterprise, which is the mothership, it ain't a ball of light. It comes back together as a body again. So in Egypt, when they chop the body of Osiris up and put it back together again, they teaching you about teleportation, my friend.
Oh my God!
Sánchez cocinando.
When they chopping up the body of Osiris, and just like when Jesus shot up to heaven in a light body, this is what they showing you. And now if you look at this right here and go back to this right here, you can see what I'm showing you too with the sacred geometry and syncretism. Because when your soul leave your body, it's like a bubble in the ocean. It's going to shoot right up to the surface because your soul is the lightest thing in this universe, man. The only reason your soul is stuck to the earth now is the same reason that a bubble is stuck at the bottom of the ocean, because it's obstructing it. You got bubbles at the bottom of the ocean right now waiting to be free and to make their ascension up and become one with the atmosphere. That's like when your soul rise up and take a deep breath like Neo and coming out the Matrix. Like, man, you opened your eyes for the first time. You breathe in air for the first, you think you breathing air. The moment you die, people so scared of dying because they think about the idea of not breathing when they don't know they ain't breathing right now. You're underwater right now like Neo in the Matrix in the pod. Your nose is plugged and it's a tube in you. The moment you die is when you really breathe that breath of fresh air that you think you're going to lose when you take your last one. That's the paradox. But like I said, if you look at the underwater splash pattern on this diver, that's teleportation. And that's what happens when we ascend up out of here. The same thing is like you dove inside of this water and you created this pattern right here. What's going to happen when you die is the movie is going to rewind, right? And when the movie rewind, you're going to put this white robe back on. And instead of being a falling angel, you're going to be a rising angel. And this is what they call baptism. There are angels right now. And what you're going to find is when you leave your body and you start rising up, you're going to look around you and you're going to see angels diving in, going to the bottom. And you're going to see angels coming up like you. When you get out of your body and get to the astral plane, you're going to realize that the earth is not what you thought. You're going to realize you was at the bottom of an ethereal ocean. And now all you got to do is jump and you up out of here. Why? And another name that they used to call us was jumpers. You know, that's a sci-fi term. They named a movie. They making movies about us. And you can go watch a movie called Jumpers. And that represent the light beings. See, because when our soul leave the body, it's so light. Soon as you point yourself up and take a moment to go up, boom, you in heaven. Now, why am I bringing all that up? Because Jesus ascended up to heaven, and this next one gonna be a dagger for the globe. Because y'all said all the time, ain't no up on the globe. So if someone is a Christian, you know you dealing with an anti-biblical cosmology, because God and the Christians and the original Gnostics taught that heaven was a universal location to everybody. Sanchez ain't just gonna give you a bunch of deep Gnostic teachings. I'm gonna be beating up the globe today too and accepting challenges. Look at what I'm showing you now. When we pray, we are taught to look up toward heaven. But if you believe in a globe, where the hell is heaven at? I'm waiting. Because heaven to the ancient Gnostics was above the earth. And they was under the impression that everyone on earth, no matter where they at, when they look up, they're facing heaven. That's big old facts. Somebody better hit the facts button. Come on now, where my emoticons at? I got channel members out there. Y'all got y'all own emoticons. Open up them emoticons. Hit me with the big facts.
Sánchez cocinando.
Hit me with that big facts. That ain't nothing but big facts. Come on now. Come on now. The ancients knew no matter where you at on the earth, you're looking up and everyone facing heaven. Now, how can everyone on a globe earth look up and all be facing the same heaven when y'all telling us ain't no up in space? So how do I make it to heaven when I leave off a globe and go to traveling through this dark void? Which way to heaven? Because they're telling you ain't no up. So where you go? See, up and down was universal because earth was in between heaven and hell. Earth was the point that even created up and down. So up was above the earth. Down was below the earth, hell. Up and down is directly related to heaven and hell. And if it ain't no up and down on a globe, y'all might as well retire heaven and hell, sir. Because heaven and hell ain't in and out. It's up and down. And in a globe model, well, up is out, down is in. So that means a person that's standing over here that's pointing down at hell is literally pointing up at heaven if you trace their line of sight all the way through the earth and toward space, toward the heavens. They're never really pointing at heaven because think about it. The ascent to heaven goes beyond the earth and through, it would have to go through their space. Since they got space, right, you will have to travel through space. But in the Gnostics concept, you don't travel through space, you travel through the ether, which is this watery pond that we're in. The atmosphere above us was called heavens, right? And that's why we see Enoch and Jesus rising up through that portal in the sky, like I keep showing y'all right here. Boom. So all of the ancient Gnostics and original writers of the Bible, when they wrote the book, they wrote it on a universal concept of heaven up, hell down, split by the earth in the middle, and ain't no way around that. Now, you can come up here and play and bend and twist it, but that's what the deceiver do. They got to give you smoke screens. They got to alter the truth, explaining excuses. And it's just no way around it. Let me give a shout out to Treasure 1183. Welcome to the family. Thank you for being a member of this channel. Yeah, check me out now. Check me out. So let's go back here. Every Muslim is taught to pray toward Mecca. Don't you know that prayer is based upon line of sight? That if your Quran say point, it's like a Navy missile man. If the chief say point your missile toward this direction and hit that target, the missile ain't going over a curve and your prayers ain't either. Listen. For this whole Muslim concept to work, the earth gotta be flat now. Look at where the Kaaba cube at. Just look at the Kaaba cube on a Muslim, on a globe earth. All right, look at that Kaaba cube. Only the Muslims that's surrounding the Kaaba cube is having their prayers make contact with it. In case you didn't know, we're inside of like an ocean. And when you turn in a direction of a spiritual relic with intent, frequency, and prayer, it does make it to that object. That was the concept of Mecca. It's like me being in the ocean and I'm pushing waves toward somebody, right? Let's say I'm in the ocean and Mecca is miles away under this water with me. And I turn my body toward Mecca and I talk, I yell, I put my intent toward, water is a conduit for electricity. Did you know that? You can send messages through water. So because we're in an ethereal, watery like universe, your prayers, your intent can be focused toward things. And this is the foundation of witchcraft. Did you know that? Yeah. You can face, if you know where your enemy live at on a map, you can face towards your enemy right now on a flat earth and put negative energy and some negative intent his way, and you will be practicing witchcraft. Because what you're doing, all of these vibrations are like waves in the water. It's like if my enemy far away and I can't get to him, I can push a wave toward him. And my wave will make it to him, and it'll shake his life up, so to speak. It'll shake his reality up once my wave. And since everything is connected by the ether, this is the foundation of magic, witchcraft, and again, the knowledge that the Gnostics knew in order to defeat the enemy with our spiritual gifts. Because our spiritual gifts is based upon us manipulating this ether that we're in as gods. If we understood what the earth was, we would start getting into magic, ritual, and all that, and the archons will hate that. See, this is some of the gifts that we're going to get back in the end times when we fight the spiritual war. They ain't the only ones that can do magic, see. See, we've been praying and praying to false gods, and our prayers ain't been getting answered. That's because we don't know what we are and what the earth is and what prayer is. Prayer is you sending intent, whether it's good or bad, towards someone or something for a purpose. And if enough of us do it, we can manifest a bad will or a good will for that thing or that person. These are facts. And this was why witches came together in circles and focused their intent. All of that was based on flat earth. It's based on flat earth because they saw the world as a flat ocean floor, and us being in a medium that you can send spiritual waves or frequencies through across the plane. And we were able to connect long distances with energy based upon us understanding this. It may sound pseudo to you, but don't you know, if you ever been in a car with your loved one before and a thought pop on your head and it pops on their head at the same time. Imagine if we harness that, because we can connect minds like that. The further we go apart, we can still be one mind. And we able to connect like that because you sleep with this person every day. You having sex with them. It's your loved one, your wife, your husband. You've been together 10 years. Y'all start to fuse and become one. And sometimes you can see it. It's very scary. Some couples will tell you, wait a minute, this is getting too creepy now. I ain't say nothing, and you knew that I was just going to break the silence with something. Baby, I know you. Nope, you are them. You literally becoming one. So the thing about this is we can literally harness these gifts of merging on a spiritual level, because the spiritual essence of what we are can be connected just like two bubbles. Think about this, right? If you got a diver under the water with a big sort of bubble, ripple effect around him, and you got a diver next to him with a big ripple effect around him, even though they may not be physically touching each other, they can feel the vibration and waves of each other's motion in the water. So there may be a diver a couple of feet down from me, swinging in a way that make me subtly feel waves my direction from his motion. And that's how the universe connects all actions. And that's why what the next person doing affects you, and everything is a domino effect that's tied together. You don't think that this man's action, like, think about it. There's somebody in a whole nother country right now making a decision that's going to affect everyone's life. And it can be as simple as buying ice cream this morning. That's because every little detail of reality is interconnected, every event, every action. And yes, I'm giving you string theory. This is the foundation of the ancient understanding of reality, that all events and things are tied together and united via the ether. Yeah. If a hurricane happened in one ocean, it affect the other ocean. Just because it didn't happen in the Atlantic Ocean gonna be affected from the Pacific Ocean's hurricane because of the ecosystem. Everything connected. So everything will feel the wave of another one. And that can be a good wave or bad wave. And this turns into a spiritual battleground inside of this ocean of good waves versus bad waves. And this turns into a group of beings that's on the earth doing good and a group that's doing bad. And it turns into this war of whose behavior is going to become the trend. Which group is going to win this good and evil war? Will it become a popular thing to be good on the earth or a popular thing to be bad? Well, we see in the end of days, everyone prefer to go to the dark side because it's trendy. It's pop. Being a good boy is boring. Even the pretty girls will tell you we like the bad boys, you know, and that's a pendulum shift that take place here where the momentum is in favor of the evil side. And when that happened, we got to start. It's this new awakening of people trying to harness good vibration and energy to weigh that out. So it's like when the evil side take off, a fire is breaking out. But then when the love, that's that water energy, it come put the fire out. Now, when the water put the fire out, what do we get? Smoke ascending up to the sky. That's the result of good winning over evil. The result of that is the ascension of the soul. Represented by the fire being put out by the water, which is Aquarius, represent knowledge, which frees us, turns that fire into smoke that's able to ascend. What's the difference between a flame of fire and a vapor of smoke? Where the fire is anchored to the ground and the fire has to be fueled, like anger, like hatred. These are things that has to be fueled. So in this earth, they'll keep running out of fuel because earth is hell and they need something to keep burning the fire, which is why I told y'all when enough of us sentient beings leave this earth, they won't even have nothing else to fuel the fire with. It's like wood, firewood, when you got good souls in this hell. Because our light is like firelight, right? As you burn these good souls in this hellhole, you're creating enough light to keep this simulation in manifestation. So that's what's going on. What y'all think about spirit cooking, you have no idea what spirit cooking is. The original form of spirit cooking was them putting souls inside of the golden calf, which is how you get in the earth simulation. People may say, why would the ancestors put us here? Because you need to choose who you want to be, good, your good version or bad version. And the only way you can have the choice is they literally got to expose you to this version of you. That's all earth is. It's a choosing ground. But that choice becomes a battle. Angel on one side, demon on one side is like my good version over here, my bad version here. Who do I want to be? And who you are determines where you are, just like dreaming. When you're another version of yourself, you're in another universe. But I'm going very deep with the knowledge of leaving the earth because that's what the space programs represent. The ones that are hiding the knowledge of how to leave the earth. And that's a freemasonic agenda. And as you can see, all of the symbols of the ancient flat earth knowledge is freemasonic now because they was hiding all of these. The arch, what you think the arch was all about? That's the firmament dome. Okay? The Freemasons are hiding this stuff. Now, again, the temples, the mosques, and all of that were used for the souls to transport from the earth. It was a service. You, just like Sunday service, mosque services. In order for this temple to service everyone in the community, you went in at certain times in your group. And that's like a bus stop. You see certain people at the bus stop at certain times based upon what time they go to work. What time they gotta leave the house. If you pass by the bus stop at 5, you will see the night crew lining up. And you will see the morning crew coming back on the other side, getting back home. And it's like everyone in different groups based on transport systems. And the churches and mosques was the same sort of spiritual transport systems where your group, because at some point on the earth, we were multidimensional beings that knew that we can leave the earth and travel alternative universes. So we created a space program, and the first space program was the cathedrals and mosques that you see. That's why they look like UFO ships. That's why they all look like this. The original space program was out-of-body experiences inside of these cathedrals and mosques. Let me give a shout out to Karina for this big old $100 big baller super chat. Thank you, my sister, for the support. I appreciate that love so much. That's a
victory.
That's a very gracious super chat. Now, I'm going to keep giving you what you paid for because of that. I'm going to keep this thing going. And what I want to just iterate on here is they've changed history via desecrating what the symbols and sacred geometry of objects are. And one way you can look at that is with the UFO ship and the mosque. Now, if you think I'm tripping, I got something else for you that's going to let you know that I'm very thorough with my receipts and all of that. So let me give you this real quick. 1 second. I just made this thing, and I'm going to show you something about. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh, okay. I already opened it up. No wonder. I got it open over here somewhere. Hold on. Show you something about the mosque. Thought I opened it up. Oh, man, maybe I didn't, huh? Okay, so let me go back and grab this then. Because basically, the word mosque means to fly. And I want to show y'all that, hold on a second. The word mosque, if you look up the etymology, it means to fly. Let me pull up my collage. I thought I opened it. Let me get it for you. Here it is. So the work, I did the work for y'all. You can look at it here. You can also go to etymology and type in mosque. And the word mosque is the diminutive of the word mosca. Remember, we call them a mosquito. Mosquitoes fly, and mosquitoes got this big needle on the top of them. Now, if you look at a mosque, right? A mosque means to fly, and it got this big needle on the top of it, like a mosquito. So think about this, right? Why did a mosque sound like mosquito? Because a mosquito is sucking your blood out of you, but the mosque is literally sucking your soul out of your body. So you see the similar with the words there? Mosque, mosquito. See, they both are named based upon they are aviational creatures that siphon something. I said creature. The mosque is a building, but you get what I'm saying. It acts like a mosquito because a mosquito is something that can take flight, but it also is something that can siphon. And the church is the same thing. It's something that can take flight by siphoning the soul from the body. It's able to act as a vehicle or a rocket so to speak. You see the similarities? So Moscow mean to fly. And the ancient spiritual systems were centered around the idea that one can access the heavens through proper lifestyle and meditation. The ancient sanctuaries were places where people went to achieve out-of-body experiences and travel to heavens. You can see that right here. I'm showing you the hieroglyphs of people leaving the earth like Enoch. And basically, the mosque was a spiritual representation or a ritual form of the earth, which is why they said, let the will be done in heaven as it is on earth. That means the sky shapes like a dome in heaven. So on the ground, we made structures to do what the sky was doing. And these became temples and mosques. We built these based upon what the firmament is doing. And the firmament is the heaven. So when they say, let the will be done in heaven as it is on earth, the building of these temples and mosques was keeping that paradoxical statement in manifestation. It's a ritual of mirroring the above with the below. And when you do that, it's like a wormhole opens up. The church is like becomes this. Think about this. Let me show you why this is so spiritually deep, right? Because if you look at the Hebrew cosmos, right, the earth is a big cathedral with a hole in the middle, which is the way out. What they did, they built the miniature form of this, and it helped them make it out because it made it think about this. The earth is so big, you don't feel it as a ship, as a dome, as a place you can ascend out of. They basically made like a miniature form to kind of enclose. It's like you going in your closet to meditate. It's a ritual that aids. And because what happens is this. The church becomes this other end of a wormhole that connects to Polaris. You see, and it makes it easier because all of the people in the church together create. If you try to have an out-of-body experience, it can be challenging, which is why power was in numbers. When enough saints came together, we opened up a portal in the middle of our circle. And that's basically what they're trying to show you here in Mecca. But they replaced the portal with a black cube. Because with the archons, when enough of them come together, they create the right technology that's going to make them gods. But when enough of us come together, we literally blow a hole through the ether. The end goal of all technology is making it up out of here. So when all of the archons come together, they create brain-computer interfaces, which is it allows them to travel through simulations and layers. Man-made simulations do brain-computer interfaces. Likewise, we get to travel to natural heavens and ethers. They can't leave out of the earth, but their concept of traveling to different worlds is them going into different computers with different simulations. They're basically mimicking what the spiritual beings are doing on a cosmic level, but they're doing it with technology. So, like I was saying, though, when we was coming into these spaces, we were literally leaving the earth. Like the temples and the mosques are literally, think about what the temple is. It's your head, man. It's your brain, your skull, the layers of your brain, and all of the lines running to the middle hole. That's your neural highways. That's what Neuralink is based upon. So guess what happens? When a person with a soul gets Neuralink, guess what they do? They block their light. Think about this. I'm showing you the inside of a human brain. And the light that's inside of your brain is the gateway that's letting you out of this body. Think about what I'm telling you now. In the middle of your brain, there's an opening that allowing your soul to leave the earth. But if you put Neuralink over that, that's called capitalism. You just cap your way out. You condemn now when you get the mark of the beast. Think about what I'm saying. There's a light inside of you, and that light inside of you is the light from the other side, which is your greater version shining into this body. And it's hovering over this body just for a little while to see this version of itself, to explore this version and take what it need from it and leave what it don't. And once your soul finish extracting what it need out of this version of you, it's going to leave and go to another version and do the same thing. But when it leave this version, this little body going to drop down and die. And it basically served its purpose. It's going to, you see what I'm saying? So basically, though, in the middle of our brain, the light that's there is the light of the other side coming from our higher version. Once we put the cube in or the chip, we block that up. It's like a damming. You damned or you condemned. Your light can't go out now, just like the water at Lake Mead. And they can use that dam to turn that blocked water into energy. So the dam ain't just stopping the water from flowing. It's harnessing the energy of the water while it obstructs the water's flow. And that's what these vampires are doing to your soul once you chip up with Neuralink. That's like a spiritual damming device that this is the last place. Your soul is ascending. But once you put the dam up there, that water gonna stop and it ain't gonna go no further. It's trapped at this level. But don't you know there's many other higher realms to go? This is like a manhole cover with the Neuralink. When you put that over there, Enoch can't make it out. Your soul can't leave the body when you put the Neuralink chip on. Because what happens is your soul ascends up the base of the spine, and that little hole right there that's supposed to be open for your soul to get out the body, it's now your soul runs into this computer device that intercepts it and recycles it into another body. And you can't stop this. You trapped forever. And this little black cube, they show you this in the movie Ghostbusters, sucking up the spirit, sucking up the ghost. Let me show you. The black box in Ghostbusters. They'll show you that thing sucking the ghost up inside of it. That's the genie in the lamp. You are a precious jewel to these people. You don't know what you're worth and what you are. But, excuse me, in Ghostbusters, let me see. They'll show you the genie getting sucked in the lamp. The ghost getting sucked in the... I want to find one to show you what I'm talking about. Here it is right here. The genie getting sucked in the lamp right there. Them sucking the ghost up. But that's the cube. It's harvest time right now. We at the end of an age. At the end of every age, the world becomes very technological. We rely on machines. That makes us vulnerable to become transhumans. And so this is the time where the dark side do the most of their recruiting, which is why the Bible say a lot of people ain't gonna make it during these dark times. But when the pendulum shift after a couple more 100,000 years, then them souls will be released, but they'll be tormented. They will be in a state that even though the portal open, they may not go through it because they basically mutate. The longer you hear, the more you mutate to a capitalistic, greedy, egotistical prick like the rest of the people. It's a disease, a spiritual frequency-based type disease. And it's hard to break these habits, these cycles of rebirth. But we know that they are real because we have deja vu, which suggests that the ancestors was right about their nature of reality. The past, present, and future already happened. You've already been here multiple times making the same mistakes. And you can only be free from Saturn's trick of repetition by realizing, dang, maybe it feels like I've done this before and made these same mistakes, which is why when you wake up, it's so easy to transform yourself. Because it feel like, man, this is something I should have done like yesterday. You know what I'm saying? versus something I'm doing in real time. It feels like something I already achieved and I'm just walking into that path. And that's what it is. The more you open up your pineal gland, the more light from your greater version can shine into this flesh, and the more it can transform you to that higher version. What's making you the false version of yourself is blocking your light from shining through the body. Once we open up our third eye, our pineal gland, the light from our higher version will immerse this body, and its will be done. You will be your greater version. And that's why they don't want nobody opening their mind or being who they are or getting into none of this. And they also want to cap it off. That's capitalism. They want to cap that light off, block that stargate, and trap souls and harvest them here for light, for money, for power, and all that. So I'm giving y'all a bunch of Gnostic, deep, advanced teachings, but I'm also giving you basic stuff to prove how we're not on a globe based upon the foundation of world religions, all right? So at this time, I'm 2 hours in, and I promised people that they would be able to join the call. So we're going to take a quick little break real quick and play one song. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to open up the floodgates and let the callers come on. So click that link. I'm going to drop it again. I'm excited to hear from callers. And you can come up, take your time. You can ask questions. And you can also bring smoke. But here we go. We're going to play a song from yours truly. And then we'll honor my promise of dropping that link, which I'm about to drop it right now. Enjoy the music.
Yeah, yeah. This is not a spoof, I got proof. When you the truth, all of these haters be hella mad at you. I be in the booth full of goose, avoiding chickens doing what the fuck I'm supposed to do. You trying to stop my plan, know that you's a fan, throwing rocks and hiding your hands. All you got is fam, heard that from my grams when she was watching Silence of the Lambs. Swear I tell you no lies, as days go by, I be wiping more tears from my eyes. Had to swallow my pride to brighten my skies. I'm seeing all these wolves in disguise. They be hating on me every day. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Cause they know that I'm the truth and I let this bitch loose. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. And I be twisting up that backwoods, rolling through them backwoods, yeah. My haters can't move forward cause they got this shit backwards, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Life is one big road with yeah, yeah. This is not a spoof, I got proof. When you the truth, all of these haters be hella mad at you. I be in the booth full of goose, avoiding chickens doing what the fuck I'm supposed to do. You trying to stop my plan, know that you's a fan, throwing rocks and hiding your hands. All you got is fam, heard that from my grams when she was watching Silence of the Lambs. Swear I tell you no lies, as days go by, I be wiping more tears from my eyes. Had to swallow my pride to brighten my skies. I'm seeing all these wolves in disguise. They be hating on me every day. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Cause they know that I'm the truth and I let this bitch loose. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. And I be twisting up that backwoods, rolling through them backwoods, yeah. My haters can't move forward cause they got this shit backwards, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Life is one big road with lots of signs. When you ride through the ruts, don't complicate your mind. Flee from hate, mischief, and jealousy. Don't bury your thoughts, put your vision to reality. Now if you not a fluke and you the truth, put your hands in the air like you raising the roof. Ever since a youth, I've been hater proof. All my dogs woof, it's cloudy in the booth. You don't stand a chance, you know that you's a stand. Wanna see me stuck inside a can. All all you got is fam. Heard that from my grams when she was cooking cornbread and yams. Swear I tell you no lies, as days go by, I be wiping more tears from my eyes. Had to swallow my pride to brighten my skies. I'm seeing all these wolves in disguise, they be hating on me every day. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Cause they know that I'm the truth and I let this bitch loose, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. And I be twisting up that backwoods, rolling through them backwoods, yeah. My haters can't move forward cause they got this shit backwards, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Sánchez cocinando.
From the old school, fuck Pro Tools, this cakewalk, no new shit. Just MJG and 8 Ball, so ruthless. Niggas better be easy. You niggas fried and y'all chickens, I'm so greasy. Can't leave rap alone, the game need me. Lil nigga rapping these numbers, you ain't cheesy. Now that'll get you up out of here and you ain't easy. And that'll have you saying goodbye and you ain't breezy. Most these MCs be toast, they so cheesy. These hoes sleazy, grind pipes like Luigi. Wet, they need a squeegee. I go back like Beatties. Bet you ever need me, don't call me nigga, just beat me. Now that's old school. We ain't making no new friends, that's old news. And don't be sleeping on my flows, cause they throw too. Y'all lyrics microwave dinners, I ain't gon' hold you. I'm in the kitchen with mittens, whipping that soul food. Yeah, yeah, whipping that soul food. I'm in the kitchen with mittens, whipping that soul food. Hey, 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 whoa, whoa, hey. Look, look, we play by no rules. Little niggas walk the blocks, but we run the town. Chicks spitting game, giving niggas the run around. And youngin' got 100 rounds to gun him down. He'll hunt him down and make him hear that thunder sound. Yeah, make him see that lightning strike. He refused to run, but lil' nigga don't like to fight. Living day to day and trying to survive night to night. Black slave rocking British knights from the old school. He ain't making no new friends, that's old news. And don't be sleeping on my flows, cause they throw too. Y'all lyrics microwave dinners, I ain't gon' hold you. I'm in the kitchen with mittens, whipping that soul food. Yeah, yeah, whipping that soul food.
Welcome to the show. First caller, Ubulu, you want to unmute your mic? Y'all be ready when we call in, because I got a bunch of people in the waiting room, too, that wants to call in. So I'm going to be rotating them in if y'all don't give a response. So don't think I'm just tripping on you. So shout out to the next person. We got a person in here called iPhone. Remember what my rules are. I got them on the screen. Camera on is one of them. Appreciate the y'all respect. What's good, my brother? Welcome to the show. I don't know what to call you, but salutes. Talk to me. Actually, this is what we'll do, because I believe this brother's video is freezing him up. Let me do something real quick, because his camera just froze up. I'm going to bring him out and bring him in. G Dot, you're next on the mic. Can G Dot hear me right now?
Yeah.
Can you turn your camera on? Thank you for joining.
Cool.
There we go, man. So
Yeah.
talk to me, my brother. You got the flow. Welcome.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, so I've been listening to your stuff for a while. Why do we need to do it all in one lifetime? You know, the sort of ascension or whatever, how you refer to it.
Yeah.
Why does it need to be done in one lifetime?
It doesn't need to be done in one lifetime, and it cannot be done in one lifetime. So how it works is this. When you were born, you was at a certain level in your spiritual progression as far as battering who you are, working out the immoral parts of yourself. And I think we've been to this earth several times before G Dot, but I think what's going to allow us to leave the earth is when we come to this earth enough times to purge. It's called purgatory. Once we purge enough of this immorality out of ourselves, we'll be light enough to ascend. It's like we have spiritual anchoring points on our soul. That's the 7 deadly sins. You ain't going to become perfect now. But what's going to happen is you just want to get light enough to make it to the next level. It's a step process. Heaven is a stairway. So you don't got to leave kindergarten and go to college. You just got to be smart enough to make it to first grade. And when you get to first grade, you don't got to make it to the 12th grade. You just got to be smart enough to go from first to second. This is how heaven is. And what I'm telling you, when we die, G Dot, we ain't going to be perfect. We still going to be pieces of crap. But if you were better than what you was before you was born, you get to raise up to a new, better level than that one versus not becoming better and just running in circles, staying on one level. But becoming a better version is you ridding yourself from a lot of the, what I call spiritual weights that's keeping you from ascending, you know. And you may have to, some people may have to come a couple of times because it's like this. I'm carving a sculpture. It's about not adding on, but taking away. If you give me a piece of wood and you say carve it into a sculpture, I don't add on to it. This sculpture, this masterpiece is an art of taking away. And basically our soul is an art in progress, but it's a sculpture. And we're not adding anything because we already are infinite beings with everything we need to be gods. It's just that that's buried up under our programming, indoctrination, the false persona. And that's the sculpting process where we begin to trim off everything that's not us and only leave what need to be left to make this art piece. And so that's what the earth is where we go to shed those trimmings at, or to be born over and over till we happy with what we're sculpted, you know, so to speak.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree with all of that. It's just, say whatever, someone couldn't do it within this lifetime, then they then have to forget everything that they've learned.
Nah, that ain't how it go. That is not how it go. You never lose none of the knowledge you learned. So people that don't make, just say if Sanchez reincarnate, they're going to be saying in my next lifetime, man, this little boy is very smart about cosmology, syncretism. Basically, they're going to call you gifted. You know how just say a person spend their whole life getting good at the piano, but they didn't master themselves. They'll be born again, but in their next life, they will be a fire piano without even practicing. They'll be born as a child and they will say, well, he just a musical prodigy. He was born with the gift of learning the piano. He didn't even have to go to school. But the truth is that in his previous lifetime, he mastered the piano. He just didn't master enough to free himself from the earth. So in his next incarnation, he didn't have to learn piano again. You see what I'm saying? Everything you learn, you keep learning enough until you get enough knowledge to move forward past this place. It's just like first grade. If I don't pass first grade, G Dot, I don't lose none of the knowledge that I learned from that year that I failed. I'm going to take even though I failed first grade and I got to repeat it, when I come back to first grade, I'm just going to be that much smarter because a lot of stuff I'm going to already know. My second time around in first grade, it should be easier. If you keep failing the first grade, that's just stupid because, bro, you ain't learning nothing neither time. And there's some souls on this earth that keep failing the first grade. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, so just like on your point with the piano thing, so let's say I knew how to play the piano in the last life. I don't know how to play the piano now. So how does that sort of work in?
Let me ask you something,
Yeah.
because I don't know who you are for real. So in order for me to answer this, I
Right.
gotta make it toward you. So what are
Okay.
some things, G Dot, that just came natural for you as a child? They was like, man, he's really good at that. Like he naturally good at that. Those are the things that you mastered from your previous lifetime. That's my theory. So every person can think of something that in their childhood they just was naturally gifted at.
Okay. Right, right. I see what you mean.
And really, in the universe, you can't get nothing if you didn't give nothing. So ain't nobody cheating the universe, and the universe just saying, I'm gonna make him good at basketball, but I'm gonna make him suck. The truth, according to the ancestors, everyone have spiritual gifts inside of them that they got to unlock when they discover who they are and who they want to be. You will start to unlock gifts in the spirit, past, present, and future, gifts that traverse across lifetimes and multiple reincarnations. You'll start to find stuff in you. I didn't know I was good at sacred geometry. I didn't know I was good at syncretism. You see, I found out, and I don't think that it just come this natural to me because the universe gave me a gift and then give you one. I just think there's certain work we put in our previous lifetimes that we benefit from in the next one. And depending on what you did, that's your gift and that's my gift. But the universe ain't being favorite. It ain't picking favorites and giving some people better gifts than other ones or not or doing. I believe it's all our choices and what we've done either in previous lives or in future ones. It's all connected.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess my question is, so you know how all of us sort of had to learn um this side of, so you're comparing learning a skill like being good at basketball to like understanding what this realm is, or this sort of existence, the experience, what the aim is. So the aim is to ascend, but that's not the same as like a skill maybe that you brought over. I guess my question is, why do we have to learn what this realm is, what the purpose of it is? I'm assuming the purpose is to ascend. Why do we have to go through that process of learning what this purpose is? So let's say I reincarnate
I
here
want to
again.
answer you real quick.
Yeah,
So you don't, because I got a good answer for you.
yeah.
Do a caterpillar have to know the purpose of a cocoon in order for it to transform to a butterfly?
Oh, so you're saying I didn't need to learn what the purpose of this place is
I
in order
I
to
I,
ascend?
I didn't say nothing. I just
Oh,
asked you a
okay.
question.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I guess it doesn't know.
Right. So what I'm saying is caterpillars that don't know the purposes of cocoons, they don't spin them. You do know that not every caterpillar becomes a butterfly, right? Some caterpillars spin cocoons, other ones don't. And nature can't even tell you why the caterpillars that don't spin a cocoon don't spin them. But I got my own theory. I think it's the same reason why humans reincarnate and don't become spirits when they die, because they don't realize that there's something else. I think that the caterpillars who don't turn into butterflies, they don't know that they're butterflies. They just think they're just a caterpillar and that's all there is. I think transformation comes with first knowing thyself, knowing who you are and what you are. Because if I'm a caterpillar and I think I'm a caterpillar, I'm never going to become a butterfly. And if I'm a human and I think I'm just a flesh and blood human, I'm never going to become a god. So this knowledge of knowing what we are, if I don't know that I'm an airplane, how can I fly straight? If I don't know that I'm a fish, how do I know to swim? Knowing what you are will actually tell you what to do. A bird gonna fly. a gun gonna shoot. The what is directly the who is directly related to the what. So if you don't know who you are, you don't even know what your purpose is and what you supposed to be doing. So this knowledge of knowing who we are to even know where we need to go when we breathe our last breath, it goes back to what I was saying. All this stuff is tied together. The knowledge of what the earth is, it's the knowledge of what I am. Because if the earth is a dream and I don't know that, then I wouldn't know that I'm a dreamer. If the earth is a dream and I'm walking around a dream that I'm having and somebody asking me in a dream, what's the purpose of knowing what the earth is? Well, you can't wake up from a dream if you don't know you're sleeping.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's hard for you to grasp.
No, I mean, I get you. I get you. It just takes me a bit of time to process, I guess.
Well, I mean, it is the knowledge of the ancients, and all of their knowledge is very profound. So I expect that. It's definitely something we haven't grown up being exposed to these kind of concepts. But when you go to digesting them, like you said you're gonna do, they digest pretty well. They do give you the boo-boo face at first, though, like what you just had. But that's because this is the kind of medicine. It tastes bad at first, the truth or hurt, but then you go to feeling better gradually with each day. Like, give me some more of it. Yeah, but you do get the boo-boo face at first, though.
No, yeah, I fully agree with like a lot of the stuff you say. It's just, just processing it. I guess it just takes a bit more time. It's not that I don't agree, but yeah, no, I think that was most of the questions I had.
You had some good questions, G. Dot. I'm gonna drop a bomb for sure. Thank you for all the callers coming on. If y'all want to stick around for the round table, then don't leave the waiting room, because I'll bring you back at the end for the round table. Those can get fired too. Thank you, G. Dot. Hope to see you on the next one. Let's check out what's going on out here. We got a new member, man. Let's clap it up for real. Yeah. Welcome to the family, Super Futuristic. Thank you for joining. And let me give a shout out to my sister Shantae G for that super chat. Let me also give a shout out to my sister Tracy K for that super chat. I appreciate y'all love. And let me give a shout out to Sen Nana. He said, ooh wee, giving thanks. Love you, brother. Love you too, man. I appreciate all of y'all's support as always. Don't take it for granted. Let me give a shout out to, and we bringing on another caller. Let me give a shout out to my brother Key Norfolk. Thank you, my brother, for the super chat. Let me give a shout out to Neezy the Great. Salutes, bro. Today's show was necessary. Keep your foot on the gas. I will do. I appreciate you. And let me welcome Treasure 1183 to the family. Thank you for becoming a member of this channel. I appreciate y'all. Let me go ahead and holler at my brother Adam Gehringer. Excuse me, Adam Gehringer. What's good, my brother? Peace and love, and welcome back, man. Talk to him. What's on your mind? You got something for us? I don't know if your mic is unmuted or not, but Adam Gehringer. Adam Gehringer. We'll get you back on the rotation. We ain't going nowhere. The people supporting the show, so we'll kick it and stick around a minute. Ricky Manor, can I get a mic check from you? You a podcaster, so I know your tech game is up on point.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You don't got to cam up if you don't want to, because I already know who you are and all that. So
yeah, I'm under the weather. I'm under the weather right now. I'm looking like crap, man.
Yeah, you good, man. You already know it. But yeah, you got the flow, though. Talk to him. Take your time, brother. Thank you for coming back and holler at your boy, man.
Hey, thank you, man. It's always enlightening to hear your take on things. And it's weird because I don't see too many people like you speaking on this topic that's like, getting the views that you deserve. As a matter of fact, you deserve a lot more views. one thing that I wanted to talk about from what I heard you were saying about the black cube. You remember, since we were talking about our government, right?
Mm-hmm.
They always refer to this golden age, not like when you start talking about the Saturnian cult, they talk about the golden age, or call Saturn the second sun. Well, they always talked about the cube on Saturn. The cube, which is a hexagon, right? So the Saturnian cults that are here on Earth, well, I can't say too much on YouTube, but you know, if you know, you know. Those are the ones who are controlling capitalism as we speak. You feel me?
I'm
And,
100 with you. I like this. Go ahead. Hell yeah.
and so when we start talking about the Saturnian cults and whatnot, and capitalism, we got to start thinking that we're not in this world. Like, a lot of people make the mistake of that they're in this world, that they're on this earth. It's easy to sell a round earth theory to someone who believes that they're a part of this world, but it's not so hard. It's not so easy to sell it to someone like you and me, who sees the world as within us. We're not a part of this world. The world is within us. Everything that we think of when we start talking about this planet, the construct and whatnot, the world is within us.
Big
and
facts.
The frequency. And so basically right now what I'm seeing is a transfer over from our reality, our reality going from analog to digital. And I've been seeing that over the years, especially when doing certain things and, venturing in certain avenues of meditation, right? I noticed that things look more pixelated now. Versus how it used to look, where things were more dusty. Now they're pixelated. Everything looks like Legos in a certain sense when you start breaking everything down. What do they call that? A reflection of crystalline, what is it? It's a crystalline pattern from a higher dimension. So that higher dimension is Saturn. But look at what Saturn represents too. That's a whole topic. That's a whole discussion for a video right there.
And see, when you say that the higher dimension is Saturn, I'm going to show them 7, show them some. See, this brother is going into real biblical cosmology for you Christians, because the highest ether is Saturn, is what he's saying. Like, in other words, the first lie that was told was Satan or Saturn. That was the first simulation or veil when we left the throne or left the highest heaven. So you can see right beneath the throne of God is Satan or Saturn, which he was telling you, like, that right there was the first version of us that rebelled, basically. And they'll tell you, even in astrology, Ricky, man, Saturn is one of them planets that affect you, like testing your life and stuff.
Right. Well, I'm a Capricorn, so when I started studying my zodiac sign, I had to get down into it and really started digging. Like, wait a minute, how did the ancients know about Saturn? To the point where they knew even what Saturn looked like, to the point where there are books out now where they declared Saturn to be the second sun at one point in time. So, and then you look at the frequency of Saturn. Saturn, like I said, when we start talking about crystalline patterns, that frequency is influencing us here on Earth. That's a projection. You see what I'm saying?
That's fact. What they said our people used to worship Saturn, but guess what? Here's the thing. Our people used to worship inside of Saturn, and Saturn, again, is this mosque. If you look at the planet Saturn, right? Let me just show them something real quick. It's because we're in Saturn right now, which is the Earth, is what I'm saying. And when people, they used to say that Saturn used to be the sun. You remember that? They said before the sun, and this is why they say that. I'm finna show the newbies why people say Saturn used to be our sun. And it's gonna be some knowledge that you wanna keep with you. So here is the god Saturn in the original solar system. Hold on a second though. I'm gonna have to pull this up from my side now, because they ain't got this image up here no more. It's hard to find. They taking a lot of stuff off. But here go to God Saturn right here, what I'm looking for right here. Check it out. Now look, right. So in an ancient world, If you look around this God waist, Ricky, you see the planets right there, Earth and all
Yep.
the planets going around it. You see the
Uh-huh.
planet. In the ancient Christian universe, they didn't have the sun in the middle of their universe. They had a white god named Saturn in the middle, and he got the whole zodiac around him. You see that zodiac wheel?
Yep. Santa
So,
Claus, North Pole.
right, Santa, Saturn, North Pole, right? Because in the ancient Christian universe, the North Pole was personified by a deity. And that's why people say, man, in the middle of our solar system, it used to be the planet Saturn. No, it used to be the god Saturn, and it wasn't even no planet called Saturn. It was different then. Just put it this way: instead of me saying it wasn't a planet called Saturn, no one looked at Saturn like a planet. It is what I'm saying. They looked at Saturn like a god in the middle of the universe. And that's why people say, well, Saturn used to be in our middle of our solar system before the sun. But ain't no other planet came and replaced it. What's stopping the sun from moving like Saturn did?
Right. Yeah, because the Phoenicians, which is now what Palestine in that area, they worship the god called El. And when we start talking about the term Israel, that's Isis, Ra, and El for Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
So basically everything, and then if you take Latin or even Spanish, everything is God's, everything is property of God. That's why you say El, like if I were to say a man, God's man, El hombre, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
God's child, El Niño. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
God's son, El Hijo. You see what I'm saying? So basically, when you start talking about that and you start talking about the languages, El, which is the, but basically in Spanish or even in these Latin languages, you're invoking Saturn's name on top of everything. You see what I'm saying? So now when you start talking about the ancient god El, or what the Phoenicians labeled as El, they don't want to talk about that, because that's not meant for the pulpit. But they learned us in seminary.
Facts. These are facts.
And my the craziest part that I'm trying to wrap my head around even now is how we have this information out here easily available to us, but people still refuse to actually look this up for what it is. I mean, we see Saturn everywhere. We see Saturn at church. We see Saturn in the courthouse. We see Saturn at school. What does that sound like to you? The Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? When Morpheus was giving my man the red pill, oh, the Matrix is real. You feel it when you pay your taxes when you go to church. So yeah, L is also law. This is why L is also knowledge. This is why when people graduate school, a college or high school, you see the little black cubes they wear on their heads.
Yeah.
So these are things that people really need to just start. I would say just dig into it. Don't take it from me. The knowledge is out there.
Yeah. Facts. Don't even take my word for it. You could do your own research. I'm gonna share.
What do you? I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you good.
What did you think about the artist who painted the what is it? The Starry Night. So I forget his name. Vincent. I think he tapped into something.
No, I don't think you might need to put me on to that.
Yeah, because he painted the he painted the firmament in one of his paintings called Starry Night. Look up the Starry Night painting. Okay. He painted the firmament, and I think he was on to something.
And I want to share some with y'all right here. This is what they give us, like what our solar system is. But I always like to show y'all this right here and compare it to this right here. See, here go the ancient Gnostic understanding of the universe. And you got the geocentric flat earth circle at the bottom. And then in the middle of the flat earth, you got this volcano, this sort of veil opening that is a beam point to let you go through the stargates and access the higher realms through. Now, this whole little tower right here is the spinal cord, though, and what they call the Kundalini rising. These the spinal disc, where consciousness got to ascend up. Because, Ricky, what I wanted to point out was the macro body, you know, and the macro body is something I don't think people really understand. Let me share some with people real quick. Because the Vedic got this concept, you'll see this all around. Here is your, what they call in 5%, your God body. But the God body is basically, there's a giant version of Sanchez in macrocosm. And that big ass giant me that looked just like me here, but it's my greatest version. It's my version that's outside this earth. The more outer we get, the more consciousness expands and get bigger. So God is a sleeping giant. And according to the Hindu, here go the body of God right here. And inside your God body, it's the whole universe. Look, so this man right here, right? This is his God body, right? But inside of his God body, it's a bunch of little bitty versions of him living out their existence, starting at the bottom of his God body, working their way all the way through the layers of his God body to God come back and seats himself at the top of the throne of his God body right here. So right now, we inside of our own sleeping God body, like what Neo was in the Matrix. When he was in the Matrix, he was in his own dream in that little pod. So we got this big giant ass body in heaven that's sleep, and it ain't gonna wake up till our consciousness rise up into its brain. And the many reincarnations that you going through in the universe is your consciousness ascending up your own God body, just like you trying to make it out of a dream, right? If you sleep, right, and you ask me in a dream, how do you make it out? I'm gonna tell you to wake up.
Right.
And guess what? In a dream, you can be in a dream, in a dream, in a dream, in a dream. So God fell into like 7 REM states of spiritual sleep, which lead to the Hindus saying we got to have 7 reincarnations before we fully wake up. And I've done this before. It's called dual dreaming. You wake out of one dream into another one. So your soul is doing that on a macro level. And when it finally wake out the last dream, that's when God have been ascended to its own. See, you're sleeping God in a higher heaven, but the light that was in God's head has left and went inside of your human head, and you calling it the pineal gland. Let me show you. See, this is God's consciousness right here. This is when we left Eden. When we left Eden, we left our true throne that was at the top of our God body right here. And when we left Eden, like I told y'all, we separated into many multiple forms of ourselves based upon shatter point theory. When you fall, you split, you separate, you shatter, things break into pieces. And as God fell from this unified God body, and think about this when I'm showing you, Ricky Manor. When we become a God and we wake up this God body, all of the knowledge of all of our incarnations will be inside of us. Look at this.
Which is how the elite stay in control right now, because they know the secret and not the average human being does.
Yeah, man. That's why they call him the all-knowing. But think about this, Ricky. Our consciousness starts at the bottom in the feet. And if you think of God consciousness started in the feet of his God body, it separates into 2, it splits. Like your body, it go from a torso, 1 spinal cord, and it breaks off into 2 feet. This what happened to our soul, and it broke off into an angel and the devil, and it was born into duality. Now, when the energy works itself up the sole of the foot and meet at the waistline, those 2 energies gonna become one. The Hindu said that's called Zen. That's when the energies balance out and the scale ain't tilted to either side. And when it's like that, the energy can point straight up. Because think about this. Think of you trying to launch something from the earth directly vertical up and not in an angle. it can't be tilted to the left or the right. It got to really be upright, as they call virtuous in the Bible. So
Right.
that's what Zen was to the Hindu when it ain't about the angel or the devil winning a war. It was that they was coming together and merging into your true version, because with knowledge, you can learn by bumping your head, and you can learn just by getting it right on the first time. That's what the angel and devil is. Basically, we're going to become one with ourselves, whether we learn by evil. Evil and good can be a teacher, is what I'm saying. And both
Right.
paths is going to lead to that merging point. But I'm going to end right here because I don't want to be too long-winded, right? But, you know, I'm already being long-winded as hell. But you ever saw them Asian guys, right? In the mob and shit. They tack their whole body up like this. The Yakuzas and shit. See, a lot of these societies that do the whole, I think that's some kind of, this me reaching here, but I think the whole full body tattoo is them trying to kind of mimic this cherubim body, because the Bible spoke of these beings like this one here, said that they got this like, you can see, they're translucent. You can see basically in heaven, you ain't got to ask a person who they are, because you can see everything they went through on their body. And it's like people who get tattoos, you don't got to really ask them who they are, because every tattoo is a symbol that show you something they went through in their life. So the concept of tatting your body up with your life story, it's a God concept that these people mimicking from the gods, if you see what I'm saying.
Yes,
Yeah,
I was talking about that when we brought up J6 on one of my podcasts, and I was like, has anybody ever looked at the rotunda, the painting in the rotunda, while we're sitting here talking about what's sinful? This whole country was started under something that the Bible actually spoke against. These men assumed the position of God. If you just look at that painting of the rotunda, they want to make George Washington God Almighty, and the way that everything was set up in that. I mean, think about it. From the time, it's no mistake, it's no coincidence that we have a capital between the Virgin and the Mary, Maryland and Virginia. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. That's
So,
facts.
and this all goes back to the Roman Empire. You feel me? So basically what we are is an extension of the Roman Empire. And if we start digging into the Roman Empire, then we'll start seeing all of this stuff and it'll come back full circle. But like I said, not a lot of people are ready to tackle that. Like you said at the beginning of the broadcast or with the other guy on the line, you get the crazy face when you first see it, because you've been believing a certain way your entire life and it kind of hurts at first. But then you start seeing that, you know, we have God within us, that we are the God within instead of being the God without. And the best way I could break it off to somebody who's having a problem with adjusting to that is, if you're looking for the God within, then you will find within power. You will find within understanding. You will find within wisdom. When you're looking for the God without, you're looking for a God without answers. You're looking for a God without logic. You're looking for, you see where I'm going with this playing words?
Most
So,
definitely.
So basically we got to start seeking the God within. And even the Bible tells us, and the church says that God is within, the church is within, but people still make the mistake of looking without.
And so, and the thing about the God within, I ain't gonna lie, man, when I started just giving up with the world, like I was always a bright child that felt like the world failed me, because not to sound egotistical, but dude, I was a straight, they wanted to skip me. I was like a little genius, and I was in all kind of stuff coming up in school, and I always felt like the world failed me, because I felt like my whole thing was, man, I really wanted to be like a positive. I saw problems in the world, and I was like, when I grow up, I'm gonna be one of the kids that fits this stuff. You think like how people think of Elon or the tech gurus today, that's the saviors of the world, right? And you'll realize coming up with, in order to do that, you got to learn all of this knowledge to be smart. And then when you go to learning the knowledge, what you learn is that the world is evil. They don't want no smart guys. You need to play dumb if you want to keep your life. And what happened,
Right.
you see what I'm saying? And it does something to you as a child becoming an adult to where it's like, damn, I really thought they wanted the world saved. But you realize when you try to solve these problems, you'll come up missing because they really don't want these problems solved. They create these problems to control you with. But they got to act like they want the problem solved because they'll look suspicious if they don't.
Exactly.
Soon as you try to solve them, you gone though.
Right.
And that's something when a child realized that and realized, look, I know the truth, but I got to keep it to myself because I'm going to get ridiculed. They're going to make hit pieces on me. I might even end up having to protect my life. And it's crazy, man, because they know it's going to be a few people that wake up and get smart, and they got the media. They got a strong, bro, I met the very world that I said as a child I wanted to save. I actually have experienced how the powers that control this world really don't want that to happen, even though they said every day, how are we going to solve the world's problems, you know?
Have you ever noticed whenever you crossed a black preacher and called him out on his erroneous take, how quickly they will turn from this holy man to something that is totally the opposite? I've done that to several preachers where they cussed me out, like literally cussed me out when I, pretty much started using the word and went back into what they were saying and was pretty much calling their BS out. Because the thing is, the church is out there to keep us in that elementary school style thinking. You see what I'm saying? You don't evolve when you're sitting in a church. And especially in the black community, you got people believing that every animal in the freaking world went into a ship. And they will look at you with a straight face and tell you, yeah, the Bible said so. So yeah, he got a pair of every animal and put it on a ship. And I'm just sitting there looking at them like, and you're the same person that I hired to get out of a freaking 20-year case.
Facts. A doctor that's doing surgery on you, believing in fairy tales, literally. And that's what I was saying, like, that's the difference between a Christian and a Gnostic. Like, it's one book, man. Christians believe the Bible, Gnostics decode the Bible and prove all things, and they decipher and read between the lines and get the truth out, like what I'm doing right here. And that's because all of the truth that's in these religious texts, these religions ain't nothing but a coded way that we started writing the church, the truth when the church started attacking Gnostics. I keep telling people that Gnostics, this knowledge of knowing Gnostic knowledge, have always been under attack. When the church started attacking, they keep telling y'all the church went on crusades and witch hunts. Who was the church attacking? The Gnostics, man. They was getting rid of the people that was teaching people how to get off the earth and about the layers of reality, the secrets of the earth. And they was bringing in a new capitalistic dynastic age of dumbed down societies and consumers and stuff that we in today. So it took them a long time to get rid of a bunch of Gnostics that, and there's still some here now.
The Native Americans are. The Native Americans are Gnostics. And I saw that with there's a show. I don't know if you watch much TV, but I've been sick the last couple of days, and I've been watching a show called 1923, and it was showing where these people from the church were attacking the natives and telling the natives, "Yeah, why don't you just learn our way? Why don't you speak our language?" And that preacher pretty much nearly beat the life out of that Native American for questioning his religion and saying, but you don't live like this. So how can you preach from a religion that you don't believe in by your actions? And, pretty much the real demon in him came out and tried to take the life of that man. And I thought to myself, well, wait a minute. A lot of people around the world, they had a certain knowledge of the world, on the spiritual realm. And you notice they burnt it out. They went and burnt out the library at Alexandria. So now they're saying they don't know how to build pyramids, which they do. They're trying to say that we had no knowledge of outer space before the Dark Ages, and I'm like, we always had knowledge of it, but the thing is, the elites had to assume those powers.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
I definitely do. You know, you made me think about something earlier too. You was like, people believe that they brought all of those animals inside the ark. That's crazy because the ark is the brain. That's our mind. Like when Noah in the ark represents your soul inside of the brain. Let me pull up Noah in the ark. It's right here. It's Noah in the ark right here. This little spaceship. And watch this. Noah in the ark. And them putting the alien right there is because if you look at the pineal gland, it looked like an alien. Look at it. If you ever watched that movie Alien vs. Predator, they didn't make that up. They get that. Let me show you something, man. Because they demonize all this stuff. I swear.
Oh, they tell on themselves in Hollywood.
Yeah, like people will look at stuff like this and they'll say, well, that come from the originality of some creator. That's a lie. Is a lot of it, in my opinion, I can be wrong, but I think it's an underlying story. I think what they're calling the alien here is our pineal gland. It's shaped just like that thing. And then it got these layers that it can do. But they do this all the time. But my whole thing is this. The alien inside the ship is really the mind inside the body right here, or Jonah in the whale.
Uh-huh.
And the reason I talked about them bringing all the animals in the ark is because when you dream, you don't take your dog, your cat, your wife, and no animals there. It's in your mind. Reality is in our mind or in the ark. And Noah in the ark is basically the story of how the whole universe is in the center of our brain. There's nothing outside of us, for real.
Right. Everything is within. There's nothing without.
Yeah.
Or like my man David Icke says, how did he put it when they said it takes light from Jupiter 48 minutes to get here or 38 minutes to get here? He says, no, the light from Jupiter gets here when you acknowledge that it's there.
Now, look, David Icke do be coming with some jewels sometime, though. He do.
Yeah.
You gotta take what you from everybody and leave what you and just make and like you said, eat the fish, spit out the bone. That's what I do. Cause I ain't gonna lie, man. Even Alex Jones come with some facts sometime.
Well, David Icke is a friend of mine, and like, you know, at first I was like, what is this man talking about? But I took what I learned from him, and then I studied under Jordan Maxwell in Los Angeles, and I took their knowledge.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yes. Jordan Maxwell was a freaking genius, man. I wish that man was still around nowadays. I learned so much from him in that 2 weeks I spent with him. It was unreal. But I was sitting here like taking the knowledge that they taught me, put it and applied it. Now, David Icke, I believe he's a little bit out there because you got to think about it. This man, you put a freaking V8 motor inside of a freaking go-kart, it's going to go fast. It's going to lose control every now and again. You see what I'm saying? That's David Icke in a nutshell. But
yeah, guess what? Let me tell you something about David Icke that shocked the hell out of me. Bro, David Icke made a video where I forgot about this, but he was so right. He was like, man, I was the first person telling people that aliens ain't coming from space. They've been here with us all along, and they look like us, and they're from underground. And I was like, you know what? What's that David Icke teaching that? I think he might be, he ain't lying. Because I'm going to tell you right now, and this on his channel, I saw that video. I said, man, I thought I was the first one kind of bringing that out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, I don't know if I couldn't confirm if he was capping or not, but he made that claim. If that's true, I'm like, yo, well, salutes to him for that because, yeah. You know,
yeah,
that's
him and Jordan Maxwell. You know, when them two got together, man, and I started seeing the work they were producing together, it was like freaking fire and brimstone, man. I was like, wow. It was mind blowing to say the least. But with David Icke, yeah, he was preaching that back in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? If you look at some of the
Yeah.
older from David Icke, he was preaching that stuff back in the 90s. And then when you look at what they call the classic grays, those don't look like, land creatures. Those look like, marine life. The eyes, the nose, they don't look like something that walks the surface.
Yeah.
And so people, somebody said in the chat room that he said that the royals of the UK are lizards. So I'm not going to touch on that one.
Hey, well, listen, let me touch on that one. The lizard phase was something that the whole conscious community went through, so David get a pass for that, because even I went through that phase. Like, if you in a conscious community, everybody went through the whole shape-shifting, look at the news reporter, they lizards phase. Don't even cap, y'all. Don't even cap. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that don't really count to me for real.
Yeah, I didn't want to touch on that one, though, because I heard people losing their channels and stuff talking about the lizards and referring to groups of people as lizards. And I was like, oh, yeah.
And that's why I'm telling you, over here, ain't nobody no lizards. That was a dumb pseudo concept tinfoil hat. And by the way, this is a comedy show. If they was lizards, that'll be kind of funny.
You remember that show from the 1980s called V? Where the lizard people came to Earth and, they disguised themselves as humans. I kind of think that's where everything started up with the whole conspiracy of lizard people. And that was like the 80s.
Hey, man, salutes to my brother Ricky. Man, I'm going to let some people come join me and you. But if they can just say whatever they want to say whenever they come. Now, Shan Ra, this what we're going to do for you, man. This what we're going to do for Shan Ra. And at any point, if my chat don't agree with what I'm doing, put a 1. If y'all agree with what I'm doing, put flat power. And here's what I'm going to do. Any globe birthers trying to debate me from the chat room, I'm going to give you the link. If you don't hit the link in 2 minutes, I'm going to give you a timeout, man. Because here's what I'm telling you. Flat earthers don't go to Globe Earthers channel and be in the chat room trolling, it ain't round. We just teach that it's flat on our own channel to our own people, bro. We not messing with y'all, but y'all messing with us and stalking us. So whenever I find myself around my people having a good time with my flat earth brothers and sisters, and some globalists just walk up in the party like, it ain't flat, no. I'm going to tell that globalist like this, bro, either step outside and fight me, or we calling the police on your ass. You trolling, man. But you just gonna ruin the party. Like, come on. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you really want smoke, I ain't no coward. Hit the link. If you want to tell me how it ain't flat, come on up, because you round me and my buddies and we chilling. And you just walked up on me like, but it ain't flat, like you big and bad. You see what I'm saying, bro, Ricky?
Yep.
I'm just saying. And I'm telling you, okay, big and bad, sir, screw my little party with my flat earth friends. You want to fight me about how it ain't flat? Then step in the ring. Otherwise, I'm going to have you escorted off the premises.
Have you ever noticed too, like I got I've been an astronomer since I was a kid, right? And one of the things that I've noticed is, like, unless you have a filter or software, you can't bring image to those colors, the colors that you see of the cosmos. Jupiter looks like a black and white ball. I don't see no red dot on it. You feel me? So they say that, the light can't travel that far, and I'm calling BS, because then why do I need software to enhance it with an image? So those objects we see above us, those are all illuminary.
And I want to say salutes to everybody, including Ricky, and welcome to the round table. I decided to go on open up the round table, man, because it was a lot of people in the joint waiting room or whatever. Salutes to everybody though that made it on. Whenever anybody want the mic, just unmute and go ahead.
Right.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Sorry to cut you off, Ricky. What's up, man? Glad that you're an astronomer. That's cool. I wasn't ready to the first time to come on and all that. Last time that I was in here getting on, we had like
You cool.
800 something people in the trap. Not the trap, but the chat.
They still in there like going on 900. Yeah.
Man, and hopefully we're gonna break 1,000 and get over that. Man, the onslaught that's going on, bro. You are attacking everybody, and I'm gonna say I love seeing it. I love seeing it. Going after Duffy, and FTE and all of that, bro. I love seeing it.
I'm not done either. I'm not
and that's
done.
the
Guess
cool
what?
thing.
I'm about to go. I'm about to get a lot of people telling me I need to check out Professor Dave's stuff on Godfrey, his latest stuff. I'm gonna do another one on that. I'm not gonna see the days of me just saying I'm gonna ignore these guys. The whole thing about the hit piece, Adam, is that once we got flat earthers that's on their side with the hit pieces, flat earthers got to step up and fight this stuff now, man. And I be thinking, folks, it's ops as you ain't punching back now.
Man, bro, it's hard to decipher like who is and who ain't out here in these YouTube streets, man. I mean, like we just be out here thugging and like you either are or you ain't. And like this kind of is the platform to be on because like it's the one where it just feels right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, bro,
you know why, bro? Because I never changed up on y'all, and you know I'm never not.
Bro, because it's funny. Like, as many like I think you were playing some old clips from FTE, and then Jeranism was there, and you played an old clip from Jeranism when you were talking with him. Bro, he was giving us the whole plot line to freaking FTE, the final experiment. He was giving us the whole plot line then, but like we didn't notice it then, because like, we was, like good people turning the other cheek, just letting somebody speak their mind and everything. Whole time, dude been snaking us. Dude was snaking the whole time. And I'm telling you right now, the whole
really
thing
hurt us too.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, like, shoot, like back, I think it was the beginning of 2024. Like when I was telling you, I thought Jeranism was a snake.
Sure was.
He was, man. He was.
You was right, bro. You was right. I got the guess. You're right.
But bro,
a couple
like
more folks was telling me, you know what I'm saying, to watch out for them, and I ain't gonna even cap. I was defending them real toughly on y'all, man.
No, and you know what, man? That's cool because like we're out here thinking like people are people, and they can do whatever. But like definitely in our situation with what we're trying to prove and everything, it's kind of like, why would you do that? Like my thing is like why Jeranism did every experiment other than over the water. Like why would you do that? Why would you do that? Especially when D Marble did a 10-mile experiment over a lake. And the only thing that we got to do now is just get to some water, get on a freaking jet ski, and just ride out.
And you know what's crazy? Speaking and like, let me you think about this, Adam, and then go to the jet ski ride now, so you don't forget. When you say D Marble turned out to be another real one too, when you look back at everything now too. But yeah, go ahead,
bro. And I'm just gonna be straight up honest with this. I think the reason why we don't see anything out of D Marble no more. Mm-hmm. Is out of straight up fear. I think
I
that
don't blame him.
Dude,
listen, I'm friends with him on Facebook. Ever since the final experiment, I've been checking his page, and guess what? D Marble's still that guy. He just ain't dealing with flat earth. He still do little jills to wake people up, but he just a regular guy. He kind of doing the dating thing too. He doing his thing, man. Shout out to bro, man. He kind of give me the vibes like, you know what, man, they can have that stuff. I know it's flat. I'm through trying to prove it to everybody.
I got a question
for you guys. And that's what I'm saying too. Go ahead, man.
Have y'all noticed that Elon Musk is now talking about interdimensional travel at the same time he's talking about traveling to Mars?
Can I tell you why? Because I'm about to do. See, brother, damn it, Ricky. When my Stargate AI joint dropped, in a few days. That's on the 28th. I'm going. It was some kind of way I wanted to put that on a thumbnail or title on the Elon thing, because I actually found out that after I scheduled that. But to the people, but it goes into what I was going to talk about, because check it out, Ricky. We got to talk about this now. The whole interdimensional travel is what I've been predicting and telling people for over 5 years. Guess what I said? I said, look, we going to space, but it ain't going to be what y'all think. Space is going to be Neuralink, brain-computer interfaces, and us traveling within man-made computer simulations on Earth. And that's, to me, what the interdimensional travel, when they're talking interdimensional travel, these ain't the real netters. This ain't the real astral plane. I believe this is the bottom half of the Hindu cosmos. You know, all of them underworlds, them alternate simulations below the earth. Those are right. Those are a bunch of man-made Earth-like worlds like this one, and those worlds are even worse than this one. If you think this world bad, going beneath this earth is like playing this same capitalistic game in different alternate realities, to where it get so bad that the lower you go. Dante and his Inferno, when he was talking about it, and people need to start realizing that Dante is a prophet, just like Nostradamus, just like Mother Shipman and all the rest of them. I don't get why people be sleeping on Dante. It trips me out. And guess what Dante said in those last underworlds in that Inferno? This game of Hunger Games and capitalism mutates into worlds where people are just basically eating each other, and they don't even resemble humans. They're like mutated transhuman cyborgs that's just preying on each other in this capitalistic game, because it's not sustainable. The reason our government's gonna fall is the reason Babylon fell and all of the rest of them, because the system we got is a vampiric system where it ain't sustainable. It's the strong preying on the weak and and when think about this, y'all, it's common sense, right? If you look at a pyramid of power, the whole world is built on the back of the weak. Now, everybody know if you build your foundation on something weak, it's only gonna stand before a little while. You building on a weak foundation, and if you look at the pyramid of power and the government system we in, it's built on the back of the debt slaves or the weak people. What they do, they take from the old people like Social Security. They pull from the medical programs to heal the sick, which is what Trump doing, because it's a parasitical system where the only way they can get rich is to the predator mindset is a lion. As much as we want to see a lion as a strong creature, it ain't. Elephant is the king of the jungle. Let me say it again. Elephants run the jungle. And guess what I'm going to tell you now? A lion only hunts for baby gazelles and sick ones. Them lions never targeting the strongest doggone gazelle. They know they'll get they behind handed to them. They'll get slung off of them. Like, man, listen, if that pride of lions go to the biggest bad gazelle, they better be trained. Now think about that. You got a bunch of lions on that one wildebeest, and you think the lion the king? They like hyenas.
Dude, right? Like it's like everybody finds their place within the system. Like the lion is kind of like the pimp of the system, because you see all the lionesses around him. Like sometimes he ain't really got to put into work. The lionesses go out and do that, but sometimes he does have to put in the work because he gets challenged and stuff like that. And then, then there's the gorilla, where not the males that are born in the gorilla pack, they can't even make eye contact with that dude, or else they'll get messed up, and the whole system works off of that. And then the elephants, like they don't even forget anything. Like, did y'all hear about the story where the elephant went to that dude and stomped on his grave? Like, Like that literally
Bro,
happened. Like he
I'm gonna tell,
remembered
hey,
the
and you know that the oldest animal deity was monkeys and elephants, and their brains resembles human brain. Bro, elephants are so smart. It's crazy how much they think like humans. And so but think about it, Adam, and I ain't trying to stop your flow, because when we say who the king of the jungle, you gotta ask, what are we grading by? And today we grading by vicious, ferocity, hunting. But back there was a time where they did it off of who's the smartest. Animals like the owls, the elephants were gods before, like, you had state birds, country birds like eagles and stuff. Birds of prey. But yeah,
dude, right? Because like the animal kingdom is separated because all of them have their true aspects of what makes them them, but they do fall prey to stupid stuff all the time. But they always learn from it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like gazelles and stuff, like they don't really learn. They be trying to cross the river, and then the gators get them, and then sometimes like. Komodo dragons are freaking, they'll bite you, and they know that they got you because they're Komodo dragons. You know what I'm saying? They're lizards, they're beasts. Like, and the parallels of nature actually apply to us as well, because humans act no different than animals sometimes. Like sometimes humans have dog mentality, and all you trying to be is a dove. You know what I'm saying? Like, you find the one in life, and then you go off in life and just have happily ever after and stuff. Like, yeah, bro, but like sometimes that might be a pipe dream. So understanding nature actually helps humans get better, because sometimes people act like severe dogs. And that's the reason why there is religion, because they tried to capitalize off that. Like, look at Muslims and stuff like that. So of course they hide their women's faces and stuff like that, and they have a whole system that works off of them not questioning the man. But yet over here in America, you got women that can actually like oppose men and stuff like that. So it's and like all I'm trying to say is that everything is relatable to nature, because it's all in how you see yourself. So like if you do see yourself like a dove, then there is somebody out there for you in the midst of everything that's going on. So I mean, like not to go too long on that, because that's not the stuff that I wanted to talk about. Like what I actually came up here to talk about was FTE FTE, and him talking about Foucault's pendulum. That's actually why I wanted to come in on tonight. And see, dude, FTE thinks, I don't even know his real name, but he thinks that just because he says Foucault's pendulum in an English voice, that he's smart. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this dude literally thinks he's smart. That means that every tire swing, every crane with a wrecking ball at the bottom of it, or every crane with any weight on it, or every ceiling,
it'll be doing the same.
it would, yeah, right? Or every ceiling fan in your house.
When I presented that to him in the epic debate, right? Did you see what he responded with?
No, I missed it, bro.
So look, I re-uploaded the debate. I even put up pictures of the cranes and stuff. And I said, listen, if Foucault's pendulum is doing that, why ain't these cranes and all of that stuff doing that? He said, why would you expect a crane to do it? Because there's nothing to set it like in motion. And I was like, that goes back to prove my point, what I was telling him, that man have to set Foucault's pendulum in motion with his hands. If the earth, think about this now. If I put a pendulum on a merry-go-round that's going around 1,000 miles per hour, however many miles per hour would be equivalent to the merry-go-round size versus the earth. And I want to prove that the merry-go-round is turning by observing the pendulum. Why would I have to put it on the thing that's moving and also move it myself if I'm trying to prove that the thing I'm putting it on is the thing that's moving it and not me?
Because he can't prove that, man. Every single pendulum that is hanging or dangling. Like you could literally take a string, tape it to the ceiling, and pick up something and put it on the bottom of that string and just look at it, and it's not going to do anything. One, because the
Right.
earth ain't moving. One, because the earth ain't moving. But the second that you take your finger and push it a little bit, what happens? Oh, it starts to go back and forth. The same way that, yeah, the same way that all pendulums work, and the same way that Foucault's pendulum, you know, that, yeah, yeah, he could. I mean, shit, man. Just,
Dang.
I'm sorry. Just because he says it in an English voice doesn't mean that you're smart. Or just bringing up an experiment in general doesn't make you smart. It's actually proving why it works. And the thing is like how much human interaction has to be done in this experiment. But yet he wants to bring up Coriolis, bro. Nobody is taking a sniper shot and applying the rotation of the earth in their sniper shot. How many, bro, if you picked up a gun and you wanted to shoot a nickel and you put it at the edge of your yard, are you taking Coriolis into effect?
Right.
Like at what,
Not
25
at all.
yards?
I'm an expert marksman.
You know what I'm saying? You're an expert marksman. How many times did you put in the rotation of the earth to make that shot? Freaking zero.
Right.
Zero.
Zero. And
All
yeah.
all you did was breathe out and make sure your heartbeat wasn't clicking when you clicked that when you clicked the trigger, man, and then you shot and you shot the target. That's the only thing you were focusing on was your breathing pattern. You know, hopefully the wind
Yeah.
was down and stuff like that, and then bam, you hit the target, and then it is what it is. But ain't nobody taking in the rotation of the earth to freaking make a shot. You know what I'm saying? So it's just
Nah,
like,
he
bro,
cooking. He telling the truth.
And when
Because
you
think all Foucault pendulum is, you can really reduplicate Foucault's pendulum in your house. Like, why can't you? And you can. A crane is reduplicating it, like he said. A small one is that a string with a rock or something on the ceiling. And even if we want to say, okay, they make the excuse that you gotta set it in motion yourself, and then it'll start going with the earth rotation, right? Do that in your wall on a ceiling or whatever with the string. Even push it, like they say. Eventually, that thing will stop and be still. Because the earth ain't moving in its level. But while your joint on the ceiling be still, Foucault pendulum gonna still be going.
right, you know, if that was the case too, you would
Yeah.
have these subsonic jets. You know, you remember the Concords? Those things would be actually taken in account of how fast the Earth is moving when it's flying from London to the United States.
Yeah. Facts. Bro, I was debating Chat GPT the other day, and I won a debate to the point where I'm going to upload it. Chat GPT told me on one of them, I'm sorry, you was right about that. Whoever made Chat GPT correct itself. Hey, I ain't bullshit. I'm going to upload all this. Look, let me give some shout outs real quick, though. Shout out to Wise Humble One. Shout out to my sister Diva. I appreciate y'all so much for being channel members. Let me give a shout out to Enigmatic Son, to Lost Queen. Let me give a shout out to Rocinante, to Zekio, Top Dog, Joshua Tellington, Mario G, Quessy Beats, what's good? Shout out to Roper Overbearing, Peabody Grind. Shout out to Will Star, Shalamp. Shout out to Davis McMillan, Timber Notch, and to Ryan Toons, to Jelly J. I want to show some love to all of my channel members. Hold on. Hold on one second. Hold on one second to my channel members. Let me give a shout out to N-Os. Hope I'm pronouncing it right. Y'all correct me. Shout out to Adam McMahon for the super chat. Foucault's pendulum. You got to put a J, not a D. Hey, shout out to Flat Out Fudge, Mr. T. Shout out to Warren. Man, we deep, boy. We deep. Shout out to Warren. Shout out to Gloria Moses, JG, WSM. Shout out to H-Cam, Fela B, Miss Galore, Theotis Garth, Maxine Lamoth. Shout out to my brother Baba. What's good, bro? Shout out to Nile Valley Wellness. Shout out to Bass Rockstar TV, Zay Flow, Leonard Robinson, Ella J. Shout out to you. Shout out to Day, Coffee Magic. Man, where these members coming from? We got an army. That's what I'm talking about. For real. Hey, look, shout out to Terry Lovelady, Karina, Micah Curtis. Who else I'm missing? Yeah, it was a bunch of new members I saw that I didn't shout out. And that was a bunch of them. Yo, shout out to Treasure once again. And everyone I missed, I hope I didn't miss nobody. But salutes to the members, for real though. Appreciate y'all so much. And the reason you looking at this image right here, before I go to if you're on the panel right now, stand by. I'm about to come to you in a minute. I'm gonna go to Inversity Net, so stand by. But let me just say this: it's two things I gotta go over right quick. The image you looking at now is called lens flare. So you got a true light source, which is called the Most High God. Jesus will crown of thorns, or in Egyptian, this is called Atenism. Let me show you some. See, the Egyptians knew the secrets of the universe, the Big Bang theory, or whatever. It ain't a theory. But this right here, you got to look at this symbol. The secrets is in this one symbol. Because this represent the Big Bang right here. Your understanding of the Big Bang is a lie. Because let me share some with you. The Big Bang is an explosion of light that created wood, water, and solid elements. And this what they give you right here. They give you this ball of light, and from that ball of light, you get trees, water, solid stuff. That don't make no sense. You can't reduplicate how light can become wood right now. Do it. I'll wait. So when a flat earther say that the universe is holographic, ain't nothing physical, is light projecting itself into trees, water, and all that. Y'all laugh at it. But yet, this the nonsense they give y'all. That light can expand and a bunch of solid rocks and all that start coming out. That's funny. Now, check this out. The only way you can make light become the elements is through holography. Now, when you talk about an expanding universe, here is what the ancient Gnostics taught. Flat Earth Gnosticism. Look at this right here. If you look at this, everybody, people will think this some religious cult type crap when really this is science. Look at it. You can reduplicate Gnosticism. What is Gnosticism based upon? Knowing, knowledge. GNO is where we get KNO, which is the root word of know. They used to spell it GNO, gnosis. These were the people that knew the secrets of it all. They weren't believers, they was knowers. I don't believe nothing about reality. I know the creator. I know what the earth is. And if you know the creator, you know the creation. It go hand in hand. And if you don't know the creation, you don't know the creator. That's when people say, what matter is the shape of the earth? You don't really love God saying that. Because think about this, right? There's a creator to this beautiful earth that we enjoy. And you saying what matter of me learning about the earth and all that, think about it. The only way we connect with the creator is through the creation. So a person talking like that, they serving a false creator. They think they already know God when they serving a false God that the papacy and church gave them. You can't know the true creator without being fascinated with the creation. And the people that's really fascinated with the creation is going to show, because they're going to wake up every day asking questions about the sky, the water, what's under the ground. I wonder what the stars are. You see what we do every day? That proves to the one that created this creation, these are the children that's really seeking me, that really love me. You don't see God. The only thing you see of God is them flowers outside, that sun in the sky, them stars out there. And if you ain't fascinated with none of that enough to where you're a quote unquote tinfoil hatter, then that's why the Bible say most people gonna fall astray. It's a test. Ain't no way you really saying you love the creator, but you won't have a tinfoil hat on every day and aha moments about the creation, like how we do. And when you really serious about, I love the creator so much, the only thing I got to investigate the creator and the nature of the creator with is the world outside. So if people that's seeking a creator, they gonna really be going outside, connecting with nature, doing experiments to prove, like the Bible said, prove all things, and everybody else gonna follow indoctrination straight to hell. Now check out what the Gnostics said. The Gnostics said this was the universe, and what they was giving you right here was science that I'm showing here to show you the nature of the Big Bang, though. You know, that's all. But let's pass the mic around. We got Inversity. We got a couple of people on the call. We don't want to keep them waiting no more. And when the second thing I wanted to ask y'all was, do y'all want Brenda on, which is, in my opinion, a flat earth troll? So, yeah, it may be amusing for y'all, but, you know, we're going to be walking backwards. It's up to y'all. So drop a one.
That's a negative.
Right.
Negative.
You don't really
Negative,
want no
man.
Brenda on for. I don't personally. But if
It's not the stream for that. All
Yeah.
he or she
and you
is-
know what? And you're right.
is gonna
Matter of
do-
fact, cancel the vote. We just not gonna do Brenda tonight. But salutes. Yeah, we got more people to talk to besides Brenda. Go ahead, Versity.
Negative.
Versity, you still want it? Your mic was unmuted. Salutes. Yo, I don't know if
Blessing.
There you go.
Greetings.
There you go.
You hear me?
Yep, there you go. Talk to him.
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me unmute the mic.
You already unmuted. We can hear you. Go ahead. Turn your YouTube video off and just talk to me through the mic and headphones. The YouTube video messing you up. You getting double echo. And then while you get that straight, anybody else that's joining that's ready with your equipment set up, ready to go, let's get a mic check. We got how many people? We got 10 participants. Any participant ready with the mic and they tech ready to go?
We got Abulu.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well,
Okay, it sound like
what's
Trip,
good,
Trip
what's good,
ready.
What's good?
Yeah, go ahead, Trip. You
Yeah,
got
what's good, my boy?
what's good. Thank you for joining.
What's good, bro? Sanchez. I've been on the Fat Panel a few times over the years. I don't join too much, but I'm an avid listener. I just got a few questions because obviously I haven't seen your streams in a while. I haven't seen it, but I've been following you since you were the first person who helped show me about the visual torus field about 5-6 years ago when you were doing the videos about the torus field, being able to visually see it with that special device that guy made who takes photos, the guy that does the camera stuff. So anyway, I'm just saying that to show you how long I've been following you. I just wanted, it's an honest question because obviously I have a lot of beliefs that are similar to you, and some of the beliefs are like I believe a lot of the Bible. I believe that the Bible is a literal book as well. I don't believe every single thing in the Bible because I do know some things have been changed a little bit, taken out. But I do remember when you used to say about the mother goddess and stuff like that, and you used to like I know that I know your background. You grew up in the church family and stuff like that. But at that point when I was following you, you were not against the Bible because you used to use it to prove flat Earth to people, but you were more so against just the Christianity. And I've seen in your last few videos that I wouldn't say you're turning towards it, but because as I said, you always use the Bible to prove your arguments. But it seems like you're much more leaning towards just that side of things. So it was just an honest question. What made you, not even switch, because it's not a switch, but what kind of knowledge did you come across to make you start leaning towards that?
Okay, I look at it like this, right? When I came on the YouTube, I was very deep. So I knew that the word black was a term I shouldn't be using to refer to my people. You know, I knew that. But, and I used to, at some point, right, you can go around life correcting everybody when they use the word black. And a lot of people was doing that to me on my shows, and I would be annoyed by it because anytime you bring up the word black, you can be like, man, you know, us black people, but we not black people because black are social statuses, boom, boom, boom. And it'll be like, but every time I say the word black, I don't want to be like, just what if I went around the world where people say, what nationality are you? And I'd be like, I don't know, man. And they'd be like, well, ain't you a black man? Nope, because black is social statuses. It'll reach a point where you can do that, and I was doing that. There are a lot of people that do that, and they right. But it'll get tiring. It'll be to a point where you'll just be like, yeah, I'm a black man. Okay, yeah, I'm black. What's up? Now, I know the truth that the word black is not a good word to be referring to myself, but I get tired of every day. I gotta keep going through this with people just to explain about this specific group of people that I'm identifying with. Like, you see, I don't know if that makes sense to you. So eventually I stopped doing it. I just started saying, you know, and now I say the word black, even though I don't agree that we black people. I do it so I can make my point without being so, every time I say it, I gotta give a lecture that how we ain't black people and social statuses and the straw man and Moorish law. That'll make it tedious to talk. So new people hearing me say black may not know the truth because of the compromise I'm making. Just like new people that's coming in hearing me say I'm a Christian, they gonna think I'm some dumbed down individual. Just like a Moor hearing me say I'm a black man may think I don't know about the status correction and the status laws. But I'm just trying to be convenient. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that deep how people making it for real.
No, thank you, bro. I just had it's just a question. Thank you, though, my bro.
Yeah, because I have to keep explaining Gnosticism and Sanchez, why you use the Bible if you ain't a Christian? It's so much explaining that I'm like, okay, I'm just a Christian, man. Fuck it.
No, but the thing is, I'll say about that is that the real people who have real knowledge, like, and I'm not trying to separate
And
no
if
one,
they
but
stick around, right, they'll see what I teach as they stick around. That's how I look at it, you know. But yeah.
yeah, no. But what I was gonna say about it is that the real people that know about the Bible, they know that, or should I say, that have knowledge in general, deep esoteric knowledge. They know that the Bible was taken from certain tablets anyway. So it's not, what I'm trying to say is it's not an original source itself. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So I wouldn't even get too attached to that, like, personally. But I feel like I resonate with truth. That's how I feel like I find truth. I feel like it's spiritual and it resonates with you, within you. And I feel like a lot of the stuff you've been saying recently has been, I think personally, bang on the money. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not just saying that. Like I said, I've been following you for a long time. I've been on my own spiritual journey for many years.
And just real quick,
Go on,
man,
no, sorry,
because
bro.
oh no, matter of fact, land your plane. I remember what I'm saying.
No,
Yeah.
bro, I was just gonna say that, like, you've helped me. I've been on my own journey with knowledge as well, but there's certain teachers that I would consider teachers that I follow along the journey, and I would consider you as one of them because, as well as
Appreciate it.
I may
I'm
have
humble.
known some stuff already, you definitely make me see it from a different way, angle. Some things you definitely straight up teach me on certain things, like the tourist field thing was the biggest one for me because how important that is to everyday life. Like, even people stepping within your aura and your porous field and you feeling energy and being able to, like, grab vibes off of people. It's crazy. So thank you again, and I yield the floor. But I'm here. I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
yeah. And the reason I want to bring this up, this is important because a lot of people been asking me, so Sanchez, you a Christian now when you brought me out the church? And it's like, bro, if I brought you out the church, you should be happy, because if you listen to what I'm saying today, guess what I keep banging on? The church. I keep saying that the Christians that are church members and following the church are going to go to hell with the papacy and all that, with the New World Order. And that's why I said, when I say I'm
And that's the
Christian,
stuff I've been saying.
right.
Bang on.
And that's why I said, look, when I say I'm a Christian, another synonym for the word Christian besides a church member is a person that's Christ-like or striving to be Christ-like. So technically, a Gnostic can be a Christian if that Gnostic is trying to be Christ-like, but a Christian can't be a Gnostic if they ain't trying to decipher the Bible versus just believe it literally. That makes sense to y'all?
That's absolutely correct, because think about it. Like, if we were like what we're doing right now, this whole chat, everything, everybody in the live chat room right now and everybody on the call, we would be considered the Gnostics of the past, which means that we wouldn't go to regular everyday church. That means that we would be sitting outside waiting for the moon. We would be sitting outside waiting for the moon to come out. And then we'd know that when the moon reaches past this star and this constellation, and by the time that we got to our destination, everybody would be there. That means that everybody, like you, and then everybody else that's in the chat, we would all be there because we know the zodiac. We're paying attention to the stars. And then, like, once we finally get there, we're at the conduit of reality. The conduit of reality is actually what Sanchez is doing. Without Sanchez, where the crap would we be right now? Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, you would walk miles across the desert. You would cross multiple rivers. You would take your family with you and everything, because like you're telling them, like, hey man, this is the way, the truth, and the light, man. We got to go get this stuff. We got to go get this stuff and hear this stuff, because it's not the regular stuff that you're hearing when you go to that everyday mosque, when you go to that everyday church. It's not the same thing. And the reason why that we do it is because we're focused on absolute truth, and that's shared without everybody. It's just absolute truth. And the thing is even in us being about the truth, if we're wrong and somebody questions it, then if we're wrong and somebody questions it and we are actually wrong, then they're the new upholders of truth. And all we're concerned about is the truth. And that's all that anybody wants to get in their reality, is just nothing but straight facts, straight truth, just dealing with life as it is in general. I mean, like what are we doing right now? You know what I mean? Like we're all sitting in a live chat room right now, and the whole basis of the theme is we all know about flat earth. Like, think about that for a second. Like, we're all sitting here talking about all these other things that pertain to flat earth, the whole undoing of reality, because we know with flat earth, it's the undoing of everything. Because think about it. There's no more stupid bullcrap movies. You know what I mean? Like, there's no more Star Wars. There's no more dinosaurs. There's no more just any other crap that's out there. Like, nobody is fixated on that. The only thing that they care about is truth.
You know what's so deep about this? People say, so if the earth is flat around, how would it matter to my life anyway? Let me tell y'all something. We spend trillions of dollars, and I ain't even tripping on this, bro. Trillions of dollars on planetary defense programs. And the planetary defense programs, let me show you what they look like, because I don't like to just talk. I like to show and prove, because we finna go deep now. Because Adam, you made me think of this right here real quick, man. Like,
do it, man.
Money. I'm gonna pull this up. Well, actually, let me just do it straight through here real quick, because what it is planetary defense lasers. So they tell you that we got these satellites in space that's orbiting around the Earth, just in case a rocket coming to crash into Earth, we can blow it and shatter it up, and where NASA can basically save all life on earth. They the saviors, right? And then they tell you that anybody that come saying that they the savior and all that is a false prophet. Because think about this, Christians. It tell you that, and guess what Christians say? Because just hear me out. Christians will say, in the end of days, there's going to be a big cataclysm on earth. Wormwood going to crash into the earth and wipe out doggone near all the life before Jesus come back. Now, guess what? Wormwood is going to be microwave advanced Tesla technology, and they're going to fake it like it's something landed into the earth with blue beam. But that's neither here nor there. Check this out. See, the whole thing right here that we looking at, let's just say God is ending the earth and the Christians are right. God launching a comet at the earth, boom, because God coming back, so he gonna throw a rock before he return, right? Let's say that, right? God major league picture, and he's so straight, boom, hit the earth, bam, knocked it out, stone in the earth, right? So NASA is fighting against God, and all of the Christians that get behind NASA and say, oh, let's try to defend the planet. My question is, who are y'all Christians defending the planet from? The same God you saying need to come back and the same God you praying to. And you said that when this God come back, it's going to be following a bunch of apocalyptic events. But when those apocalyptic events actually unfold, you're going to be running to your government telling them to stop it. So you Christians going to get with the government and fight against the coming of your God. Now, y'all see how hypocritical they are?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, me being a political commentator, I call MAGA people out all the time, even though I am Team MAGA. I still call people out all the time, like, wait a minute here. You traded in Christianity for patriotism. Patriotism is not your religion. They'll deny that. I have to drag them kicking and screaming, but they'll have to come to full circle. Yeah, you adopted patriotism as your religion. Because look at it like this. Nobody's asking a question, why is Elon Musk working with Donald Trump and he has a defense contract? That's a conflict of interest. Nobody's calling that out, though.
Yeah. And that's facts, Ricky. And we got to talk more about this whole Elon Trump broligarchy, because it's not an oligarchy, it's a broligarchy for sure. I'm going to do a whole nother stream on that. And hold on, I'm finna turn the mic over to y'all right now. Let me give a shout out to Josh Waring, to Fela B, and let me give a shout out to Gerald Osmagart, and to my brother Michael, and to making sure I get all the members in. Don H. Thank y'all all for being members of the channel. Yeah, take the mic for sure.
I want to give a shout out to for Ricky for even saying that. Like, and the thing is, man, is that, like, yes, we're all different colors and everything, but I'm not, here to, float your ego or anything, but we are smarter than everybody else because we don't see race and color in the same way. That's the reason why, like, for this presidency, you're probably looking on capitalizing all the things that Trump has going on, because in the past 4 years, there was literally nothing to capitalize on. I mean, like, all it was just a democratic overthrow. But the thing is like, we're separate from that. But the thing is can we play the system? Yes, we can, because we're on the outside of it. But at the same time, like I'm not sitting here trying to cap for Trump or anything like that. But like, even with the new child support law that they got going on, I'm going to capitalize off that, because I mean, I got to. I'm totally going to do that. But do I actually trust Trump?
I've seen him do some good stuff still.
But no, hold on. Hear me out. Even though I'm going to benefit from this, do I actually trust Trump and the whole thing that's going on? No, I do not. Because, like, where else have we seen this in history? Like, if you were to compare the Jews to the Democrats, and then Hitler to conservatives, what do we have going on right now? We have the same situation. Do you see what I'm saying? So like, it's not as bad as it was back then, but it's almost the same parallel as what you're getting, because yes, a lot of people are tired of the sick crap going on, you know, like with people confused about two genders and stuff like. And from us coming from a scientific standpoint, there's only day and night, positive and negative, black and white. So of course we're going to be against all the dumb crap that goes on. Like, I mean, this is just from like man to man, you know, like just telling you like what we stand for and stuff like that. Nobody's going for any, you know, color-coded unicorn bull crap that's out there, because we know in our hearts and our minds that like that's not the way that true reality is. And then yes, no, go ahead, man.
Question. Do you believe in the Bible? Are you a Christian?
Actually, bro, I grew up a Christian, but the thing is I figured out that the Bible is actually about me. All the stories, all of that pertains to Jesus and stuff, that pertains to me in my walk in life, because that's what Jesus did. And as I aspire to be like Jesus and become the Christ and become the 33 vertebrae in the spine, become
That's what
the
I'm talking about.
Christ.
Yep.
As I aspire to do that stuff, that's how I become the Christ in reality. That's the reason why I'm telling you the thing.
Can I say one thing to that? This is important. That's why I always say, Adam, they hate when you say what Jesus said. See, when you walk up to a Christian and you say, hey, man, ye are gods, they'll say, you ain't God. That's blasphemy. But I didn't say that. The God you say you worshiping told me that. See, people don't realize they put Jesus to death for teaching that he was a God. That's what Gnostics was teaching. He was Jesus. The real Jesus was another Gnostic that was put to death for teaching the truth. And the fake Jesus is that monster that y'all see up there in the papacy. That's the human sacrifice to make everybody be able to sin.
Yeah, he's the one that's not getting anything done. He's the one that is the golden calf, that is the Moloch, that everything gets sacrificed to. That is the one that nothing ever happens with, and all you do is throw your newborns into the golden calf. That is complete sacrificial state of mind to the system. The thing is that what we're trying to do is get away from that. Like the whole book to me is actually about you. It's about you. It's about,
and
it's about you.
That's why Jesus said, ye are. Listen, this is deep, because watch this. I don't mean to cut you off, but I see the chat room saying like a lot of people, they don't get it and stuff. Let me show them something real quick. And you can build on this too. I ain't cutting you off. I'm playing volleyball with you, so you can keep. So the only thing I was saying was, if you look at what's going on in the Vatican, people think they worshiping the real Christ, but they worshiping that serpent, the Antichrist. The Bible says the synagogue of Satan. He said it ain't the true Christ. He said their real God is money. Now let me show y'all what God that is real quick though, because y'all need to know this. Watch this. If you look at in America, right, when you see these people with this flag right here, when they say we're a Christian country, that's why I say I'm not a Christian, because the Christians are the papacy that's with the USA under this Jewish flag. That is Zionism. That's why the Christians are agreeing with war on the earth. How are they agreeing with it? Because they saying they God can't come back until all these wars break out and stuff. And that means that they serve the God of war, the God of Zionism, the God that they call Moloch. All of these Christians, let me show you something real quick. That's why I said, when the Christians' God literally come back, they gonna work with the government to fight against their God. Watch this. Y'all think I'm making this up. Watch this. If you look up this God, Moloch, the golden calf, look at what's on his chest. You will see that symbol That's the Christ that y'all worship, and that's the God of Moses. That's why Moses had the serpent staff and the golden calf. Moses represent who did Moses learn from? The Egyptians. The Egyptians had the golden calf Hathor, and they had the serpent Canopus. So check this out. Here go this 6-pointed star right here. The people who controlling the money and the banks, they learned this system from Egypt. They are the descendants of Moses. That's why in order for you to participate in their brotherhoods, you got to go up under one of the Abrahamic faiths, because Abraham and Moses represent when the church took over and the Pharisees and Sadducees corrupted all of this knowledge. But hold on, I'm finna cook for y'all right real quick. Let me give a shout out to Versity. New member Versity, man, and salutes to that, for real. I appreciate that for real. Check this out, though. I'm gonna give y'all the mic right here. Look, check this out. Look at the golden calf. I'm finna go to here real quick. If you look at this thing's hands, you'll see the piercings on it. I keep telling them that. Like if you pull up the golden calf, let me pull it back up because I think God Malak. If you look at this thing's hands, you will see how Christ get piercings on his hands. Look at the 2 holes on the hand. Now, you see his hands with the 2 piercings in them right there. Now, the crazy thing about them 2 piercings, this image is in honor of this pharaoh that I keep telling y'all about right here. His name, Pharaoh Aten. And if you look at this pharaoh right here, him holding them 2 pillars in his hand, this represent the god at the North Pole, Saturn, Satan. And this god ain't good or bad. This is God just represent the crossroads or a split. Think about what I'm telling you real quick. And if y'all really want me to go deep, let me know, or I can just wrap it up and we can, pass the mic around. But, I can really go in on this.
Teach.
Man.
For real, dude. Jump in the deep end.
Keep cooking.
Check this out. Here it is right here. Morpheus is a god. That's the word Morpheus mean what? When you're a mighty morphin Power Ranger, like why would they call them the mighty morphin Power Rangers? Because they was able to shapeshift from a human to a superhuman or morph. And we have the ability to morph into better versions of ourselves. Like I said, you used to be a sperm and you morphed into a human. What we call in death and rebirth or all this death stuff, that's just morphing. You're a continuum of energy that's ever changing. The law of the universe, the only thing stay the same is change. The question is, are you going to change for the good or the worse? And that's what this God is giving you the choice of. You don't have to be good. That's what we call free will. So this God ain't really good or bad. This God is offering you the option to be bad, but it ain't going to force you to be bad. But in order for this God to really know that, in order for you to really know that to choose bad, you got to be acquainted with bad. And that's going to feel like the world is tempting you. But that's like saying, look, I'm on a fast. I don't want to eat. But if I'm offering you the ability to eat or not eat, and I say, okay, you really fasting, huh? You really think you got the discipline to not eat? That's easy to say. Let me put you around some food. Now, people may say I'm the devil because I'm saying eat this steak, but I can be your homeboy saying, hey, ain't you supposed to be on a diet? And one day I may want to trick you, the devil, trickster, and tempt you and say, hey, man, let's go out to eat. And you be like, no, I ain't going out to eat, like how the devil was tempting Jesus. That don't really make me a bad person. I'm trying to trick you to make sure you really bout what you said you was bout. And that's what this earth is really doing, because as angels, as baby gods, we're good by default. You automatically exist as a good version. That's the default version, your good self, like an innocent baby. But basically what's going on in the base reality, You got fallen angels, and you got angels that haven't failed yet. And the angels that haven't failed yet, they're good just like the angels that fell. But the angels that fell and came back are at the top of the hierarchy. And the baby angels that never been to the earth, they don't know why these angels get so much respect. And here is the answer. Because the baby angels never been tempted by bad. They just only know good by default. They was born in heaven. So a baby angel looks up at an OG angel and say, what make you think you know it all, like a child talking back to the elders? And the changer that say what make me the all-knowing is because I know the good side and the bad side, and your little bitty butt just know the good side. So that's what give me this rank. Yes, both of us good in heaven, but I'm above you because you never been tempted. In other words, you good because that's all you know, but you're not really good, and we don't know if you would really be good if you was tempted with evil. So the baby souls, they're like seeds. The big souls drop them down in the ground to see if they can transform into a tree. And so once you was dropped down here into this earth realm, you had this hard shell. They call it a torus field around your true self. And just like a seed that's germinating in water so it can sprout from the shell, this earth realm is like a baptismal, watery, ethereal plane that's here to strip away our false version. And the reason we joined up for this is because when we were baby gods in heaven, it's easy to say, okay, everybody good. But the people that never been to earth, we don't really know if you really about that life because you never really been tempted by the Satan. So it's a hierarchy even in the base reality. So the babies are saying, send me down to the earth because I'm going to prove to you that even if you surround me by evil, I'm going to still choose good. And that's the test that we all signed up for. This God ain't bad. All you knew was good. So people can say, well, he good because that's all he know. But if you give him like how God was tempting Job, but if you put him down in the earth realm in the school, I bet you he'll choose evil forever. And this place is going to really see what you're made of. All you do is just add water and your Pokemon will become an angel or a demon. So they drop you down here in a little ball called a torus field. You're a Pokemon. Let me show you. Let me show you something real quick to give you the images with what I'm saying. You're inside of this little ball, just like a tree is in a seed casing. And you being a fallen angel is like a gardener dropping a seed into darkness in the ground so that it can rise up above the surface as a tree. When it get above the surface, it ain't going to be a seed, it's going to be a tree. Now, if you drop a seed pod in water, it'll germinate, it'll sprout. And the sprouting that's coming from the seed pod is the lotus flower that you see growing from Krishna's belly. It's transformation, is what the lotus represent. It also represent Jack's beanstalk growing up from the earth realm to the heavens. And this is also the green serpent, the kundalini, rising up out of the body. So when you look at the seed becoming a tree, you looking at the human body becoming a soul, or the green kundalini energy coming up out the dead body that just breathed its last breath. This is life. Nature is basically doing the same pattern in micro and macro. And if you study anything around you about how it dies and recreates itself, you'll be revealing the secrets of your journey in the universe. That's what makes me a syncretist. You all can do this too. But check this out, right? This right here is like this seed casing around the true self. And in order for you to really unlock what's in you, you got to drop this down into water and let it sprout. Germination. Who know what I'm talking about? You don't just drop a seed in the dirt. You put the seed in water first. Let me show you.
Yeah, man, that's how you sprout. That's how you sprout new. That's how
Right.
you sprout new seeds.
Don't, yeah, use the code word. So like all of us are fallen angels that was dropped in this ethereal, like watery realm. Like the ether is like doing to us what this water is doing to them seed casings. And basically the whole thing about when I say not all caterpillars become butterflies, what if I told you not every seed you drop in that water or germinate because it's like defects, and every now and then you'll get a seed that'll take forever to open up. That's like a person that gotta spend so much time in the underworld. And this is the baptismal process. So in church, when they dip you down in the water and bring you back up, originally this was talking about in macrocosmic what our soul is going through, because we were little bitty gods that said, look, what we fell from the top of this mountain right here. See, we never been underwater before. That mean to be under pressure, to be tempted like Christ. If you look at this mountain that I'm showing you right here at the bottom with all of these worlds stacked up, we come from the very top world, this mountain right here. And my thing is this: the babies that's born on top of this mountain in the base reality, they never been wet before. They don't know what the ethereal layers and what it's like to be submerged under this water. So this is like you got these gods in the higher realm that's telling the baby gods, listen, in order for you to activate your God power, we got to put you in the waters and bring you back up again. And if you rise back up out of all the simulations, you worthy of godhood. You found the truth through the lies. You went through the initiation process that all of us went through. Because all the gods fall on top of the mountain. Therefore, they don't know how to climb, right? We know how to fly around this top peak and land back on it when you're a baby. But just like a baby that got to lead a nest, it's in reverse. See, a baby bird start with wings. A baby bird don't start with wings. It had to grow them and develop them, feathers, and all that, and learn how to fly. Now check this out. A baby spirit or God starts with wings and it knows how to fly, but it don't know how to climb. So the babies in this higher realm, they can fly and land back on a mountain and never go down into these underworlds. Now check this out. There are a lot of birds, right? They got to dive under the water to get the fish. So the mature birds, if it weren't for them, the birds would starve, because the deep divers, sometimes them schools of fish can be real deep. And mama, daddy got to know the baby birds can fly, but they can't dive. See, they learned how to fly, but can you dive? Now check this out. We're like baby birds that everybody learned how to fly. That's easy. But now we're learning how to dive. And what happens is, in order for them to teach you how to dive in the base reality, you got to go through this initiation process. And I can show y'all several artwork from the ancient world of them literally putting baby souls inside the simulation. We're mistranslating these images and we think they sacrificing these babies to gods when they plugging them into the matrix so they can find their godhood and learn how to climb out. So check this out, right? Pressure is density. The more layers on top of you, the harder it is stacked up on you. And for you to become a god, you got to do like Drake said, start from the bottom, and now we're here at the top. See, what I don't like is, on this earth, everybody like to say, I got it out the mud. I started from the bottom and made it way to the top. We pride ourselves in that. You need to learn to have that same mentality on a spiritual level, and you'll quit thinking that the earth is so bad, right? The thing is you're so good. That's the problem. That's why it's so hard. My thing is this right here. The baby souls, all they know is good. So nobody really know if they was given the choice to do bad, would they make that or not? And that's what this God is doing. He's saying, look, you think you good? Let's test yourself. All you know is good. Once I teach you how to be bad, and now you know bad and good, let's see which choice you make then. So, but in order for a baby God to make the choice, it got to learn bad. And that's what we here to do, to be born into wickedness and indoctrination and see with the veil on, can we still fight like the Karate Kid? That's what I'm telling you, because let me just go back here and I'm going to make my point and I'm going to pass the mic. When you get dropped in these lower realms, let me go back here. The lower you go, the more pressure it is on top of you, just like in the ocean. But this is spiritual stuff. When they drop the babies down into the underworld, they're going to be tempted. Temptation feel like pressure. Think of a married man that's in the room with a beautiful woman. His wife ain't around. Think of a man that's trying to shake this addiction. He see it and smell it and but he gotta say no. When they said Jesus wrestled with the flesh, that's what the Buddhas and monks doing. Because you can't make it out the world until the world make it out of you. But everyone going up this mountain at their own rate. So a person can say, hey, this lifetime, I'm going to work on this, and this. Next lifetime, I'm going to master that, and that. Some people may say, you know what, this one lifetime, I'm going to just do it all. And them the kids in school that get skipped ahead. But long as everybody make it out, you're good, right? So there are going to be people go before you and behind you. But that's the climb up this mountain. Some people go from one level all the way to 3-4 ones up higher than that because they master themselves so much under pressure in that lower realm. The light within them so strong. It's like trying to hold a strong bubble at the bottom of the ocean. You can't hold that bubble up under the water too long. And it's going to go shooting up to the bubbles with the most, energy or whatever, the biggest bubbles. Like the biggest bubbles represent the minds that expand the most. When you expand your consciousness, you become one of them them big bubbles. They shoot up, quick, but however you want to look at it. If you say, well, that's wrong, Sanchez, the smallest ones shoot up quick. Well, when the consciousness is getting rid of all of the access, compressing the light into a little bitty ball like the Big Bang, and it can be one of them little bubbles that boom. So, however you look at that, you get my point, but it's about pressure, density, and this is what baptism was about, because these babies are like seeds, and they got to crack through that casing because they don't really know who they are. They think they good, but they never knew bad. So you can think that, hey, I'm a good God up here in heaven. No, you're not. You just a baby. You don't know if you're a God or not. God is just the default form. But until God get tested in the earth realm and take on a body, he don't know if he's really God or good, which is what the word God is, good. Right? And the people automatically born in the good realm, but that ain't good enough. Because if you're programmed to do good like a robot and you ain't choosing good, then that creates a hierarchy in heaven and a situation to where you got a group of people at the bottom of that hierarchy in heaven saying, hey, how do I build like y'all with one of these high-ranking gods up here? And they say, well, you got to go down and climb the mountain. You got to really work on yourself like we did. And when you make it back up here, then we'll put the badge on you. You made it. Now you one of us. You ain't a baby no more. You see what I'm saying?
So do you believe in reincarnation to a certain extent then?
Yeah.
Bro,
oh, yeah,
yes.
for sure. Yeah, bro.
No, I do. I'm just asking the question.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because
Yeah.
man, energy, like as facts and reality go, like think about this. When they tell you like energy cannot be created or destroyed, Like, what does that tell you, like, personally?
No, I already know. I already know.
Yo, Sanchez, man, I'm loving this channel, man. This is some good, deep information you putting out, man. And a lot in it is resonate with me a lot, bro. I hope you guys hearing me and all right.
And I hear you, and it resonated with me. You know, I don't know, and I want to say this to you, Angel Red Ice, and thank you to everybody that's joining. I got let me see who we got
Yeah, no
on right
problem.
now, because I'm not looking at. Demi, salutes to you, family, and to everyone on the call, Adam, Versity, Triple, Bulu. Yeah, this is what we do, man. You know, it's been a
Peace.
while. This is Sunday church. Church in the South go for hours. So, you know, I'm feeling the spirit. So I'm just pouring out all my Gnostic. This is what happens when, like, my this whole thing about the third eye, right? When you understand reality a certain way, that's one step. The real step is learning how to express it and articulate it in a form to make yourself a mirror to the point to where exactly what I'm seeing in my mind, I got a form on a way to make you see it in yours. That's a gift that's the real language of the universe and real communication. And I found out that the only way you can do that with the pineal gland, with the mind, is with symbolism, sacred geometry, etymology, parable, like how I did with the seed pod. That's why Jesus spoke in parable. He told you one thing to represent another so that it'll hit you, because you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But yeah,
man.
you know what I'm
I
saying?
gotta ask you though, because I try to teach people what you teach, right? And like a lot of people I talk to is Christians, but the main thing that they bring up to me when I tell them about what you talk about with flat Earth and all that is they bring up
Yeah.
Matthew 7:15-20.
Okay.
And you know what that say, right? It say, "Be careful of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves."
And you know, these people will be a
Talk about
member
the
at,
priest.
it'll be a person telling you some stuff like that, right, my brother? And they'll be
Yeah.
a member at TD Jakes Church, Eddie Long Church, Creflo Dollar Church, and they'll be rebuking you because you telling them to meditate and stop eating meat.
Mm.
You know? So,
But they don't really read into it because it say you will recognize them by their fruits, and grapes gathered from thorn bush or figs from thistles. So that's like you can see by the actions, like who's that like really telling the truth and stuff. And when you look at the actions by the church compared to, like what you teach, flat Earth and all that, it's really showing. It's really telling. you know. Go ahead, man.
because think about this, right? If I wanted to make millions of dollars, I know myself. I'm very articulate. I ain't an ugly guy. Bro, I can put me a suit on. I can get out there and lead a church, man. I grew up in the Bible Belt. I know how to preach. I know how to open up that Bible and get your grandma saying, "You better say that, boy." I know all that. But I know for a fact if I really wanted to be rich, I could have been a pastor, bro. Like, that's something I can still, at any given moment, I can pull a Jeranism and I can bring my life to Christ, go with the papacy, go join a big church and say I used to be a cult following flat earther. Now I'm back to Christ. And I can be a big time pastor. But listen, I'm just telling y'all, I know it. So my thing is this right here, bro. That's something right there that'll never happen, because I come from the church and my first chip on my shoulder wasn't me versus NASA. It was me versus the church, if anybody know me.
Mm.
My very first videos, I was teaching about the Council of Nicaea. I was teaching about how Constantine them fooled us with the false Christ. But at the time, I didn't know how deep the false Christ was, and that it goes all the way to the serpent, NASA, and Hebrew mean deceive, the space program, all this stuff I'm breaking down now. That's
Yeah.
because, yeah, man, that I learned when I left the church that I'm going to have to learn this Bible by myself, because all these pastors sold out with 5013Cs. They church in the state. And you
Growing
can't
up in
tell,
the church, man.
yeah. And you can't tell nobody in the church, hey, man, our pastor, because listen, in the South, every church got their own little rules and they got their own like little doctrine. And it's so many different denominations. And so every little church think they got the truth and everybody else going to hell. And it's so many of them, and everybody think they right.
Yeah. It's funny, man. I've been to black church, white churches. You know, they all teach the same message. It just, you know, they teach it differently. But it's funny how you say they all think they got the truth and they all going to the heaven. But you know, it's a lot of false things going on, man. A lot of false things. Talk about it.
Yeah. I've been to so many churches coming up, and all of the pastors do the same thing. They will state out their doctrine and say, if you ain't doing that, you on your way to hell. It's crazy because your pastor be like, if you ain't saved, speaking in tongue, baptized in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, you butt on your way to hell. And then another pastor, they don't speak in tongues at his church. So he'll be like, if you ain't saved and profess Jesus Christ of your Lord and Savior, then you're going to hell. And every church will have a different thing that if you didn't do it this way, and the way that we saying it only, in our little cult, you going to hell. And you got to choose. I hope I picked the right one. You know?
Hey,
Well,
imagine the, you know, I guess the new forefront of like what we're doing as compared to what we came from. Like Sanchez, like you're from the South. I'm from the South. You know, like we kind of grew up in that same pattern. Like I've been in black churches, white churches, any churches. I played a bunch of gigs. I played a bunch of music in a bunch of churches. You know what I'm saying? And you came up, you know, learning the pattern of what's been given to you, and just straight listening and deriving from reality what's going on around you. Like I guess for me it was when I started noticing like messed up crap in the church is when there was like 3 people in the church with cancer, right?
Oh,
But then
okay, yeah, you got it. Go ahead. Yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
but
Keep
then
going.
and you're not gonna be surprised by this. You're not gonna be surprised by this. The pastor and his wife went to have a wedding in Hawaii with everybody's money that had been put in the church from donating
Oh
to the
yeah,
people
I've saw that a
from
lot.
from donating to the people that had cancer in the church. The people that had cancer never saw that money, and they went off and did their thing in Hawaii. So like we know the play. Like
Yep.
like we know the play. They stand up there, they may sing songs, they may do all of that stuff, but like not touch anyone genuinely. They're just built off the foundation of what was in the past and what they can get away with. What we got
Not the
going on is
future.
something completely different.
yeah.
And you know, this is the reason why everybody falls away from church. That falls away from, because like when you see stuff like that, like, and you're coming up and you're only like 13, 14 years old, you know, like when you see stuff like that, like it has a dramatic effect on you. Like, okay, like, you know, I love God, but you know, I don't love him that much to where like, you know, all the money from all the people with cancer just goes to a vacation trip in
But that's what
Hawaii
I
and
was
get.
saying. So, let me quickly
Well,
just put this
that's what
in.
I'm telling you.
With the,
See, here's the thing though, and I'll leave the flow. When the pastor say you giving your money to God, subconsciously the church know that you giving it to the pastor's family. And what the church is agreeing upon is that God is using the pastor and his family to do the greater good for the church and the community, which while we will buy into that financially, we know the pastor using our money to buy his bills, his cars, and we will even tell you in our church, we want our pastor looking good. See, the South is a different kind of ball game. That's why it's called a Bible Belt. You got poor folks in the South that's living vicariously through their pastor. So when the pastors show up in the bands and the watch on, they feel like they showing up in the bands with the rollie on and the $5,000 robe on, because guess what they get to say when everybody be like, who is that in the Rolls Royce? That's my pastor. That feel good to say, yeah, that's my pastor right there with all that money and that big car. You know, it's a very kid like my daddy pulling up with the big suit on. You know, that's the mentality of folks in the South when it comes to their pastor and the church, which is why people can go up there and say, bring me my money, and have them making it rain. You ain't seen how the prosperity pastors talk to their congregations, and you don't see a lot of them churches in the North and all that. That's in the craziness in the South and Texas, Joel Osteen, Creflo. These are big time Bible Belt churches, bro. People are they fanatics about they like how Trump fans is to Trump. That's how they is about their pastor, even worse.
That's what I was gonna say to about the last guy who mentioned he mentioned the scripture talking about false prophets. And I just had to quickly put in there, bro, they're talking about the pastors of today and the priests of today. That's who they're talking about. The false prophets are like these. Adam and Bro Sanders just broke down two perfect examples, and I'm sure we all know hundreds of examples recently and in the past where pastors, priests, deacons, whatever you want to call them, the leaders of the church, they've just been taking advantage of hope. They sell hope to
You know what the
to a
pastors
certain
say?
type of people.
The pastors in the South will tell their congregation, how y'all, you know, want pastor to do good if he don't look good. People talking about pastor in a Benz, pastor in a nice suit. God didn't want me to come and do the glory of God broke. If you want to be broke, and the church will go crazy. Let me tell you something about the South. The South is very much about keeping up with the Joneses, 22-inch rims, a bunch of gold in your mouth. All the South is about competing with your neighbor. If he get 20-inch rims, I gotta go get the 22s. When I get the 22s, he getting the 24s. You know, and niggas will ride around with the music up loud so you can look at me in my car too. And niggas in the South created stunting and flossing. It's very show off. All that, and everybody broke though. Keep in mind though, the southern states are some of the poorest ones, but why though? Because we spend the most. It ain't that we ain't got it. All of our wealth is in our, man, you pull up to the projects and see some of the nicest cars you ever saw in your life where I'm from. Real talk. You're talking about you go to the rich people neighborhood and you don't see cars like this. Straight up, you see Saabs and Volkswagens in Mountain Brook.
But you know that same talking point you talking about, Sanchez? Because I went to a church in Savannah, Georgia, for the first time last year, and they made that same point about you saying, "Oh, when you go in the church and you see all these people having these types of thoughts, and you can't think straight because everybody is saying, I gotta have this on me when I go to church. I gotta look nice and all this stuff." He's saying
listen,
that's not what the church is. That's not what the church is trying to teach you, though. That the church is about the word, not coming for anybody else.
Bro, I know you know something about this church culture because you know it was brothers showing up every Sunday. Y'all think I'm capping. I'm talking a cheap suit is $2,500.
Mm-hmm.
You talking about you switching your suits every Sunday and something new. I didn't say every month, every Sunday. Now, if you ain't got it like that, you get you a couple of suits and you mismatch them mugs. You know, that's the old girl you mismatch. But I'm just showing you that the level of like vanity in the South. People it won't even be I'm showing up to really fellowship with Christ. It's to a point now, the church a big fashion show. I'm showing up to see the new suits, new ties. I'm showing up every week. I mean, I'm telling you, this may sound crazy to y'all, but if you weren't raised in the church, you couldn't tap into this kind of mentality. It turns into something different other than just pray. Yeah, it turns into looking good in my suit now. Yeah.
How ironic is that the church teaches, well, religion teaches about not being vain and to stay away from vanity, and look at that.
I ain't gonna cap to you, bro. The number one stunners is the church, bro. I ain't even capping. Like the rappers and they fans ain't no. You know how all the rappers wear top notch clothes and stuff, and they show up to concerts, and they fans got to try to look like they got money. Now the fans are broke, but see the rappers are talking heads for the corporations like Nike, Rolex, and all that. So they there to make the poor people keep spending to look like they rich, right? Now the thing is this, all of the doggone rappers fans show up looking like they got money, but everybody know they broke and the rapper rich. But check this out. For that one night, they got on a $1,000 outfit. They done balled out, right? It ain't just a ticket, but that was how it is in church. You go to these big church concerts to see the big bishop coming in town. You ain't wearing your cheap suit. I'm telling y'all that when I was in the church, it was no different than being a rap fan, going to the concerts and all of that. And everybody hyped for the show, the concert. And I'm wearing my best suit. And we're going to be getting crunk. Instead of saying we getting crunk, we going to say we going to be in the spirit, right? But we still going to be trenched out, foaming at the mouth, hopping over pulpits, looking just like the rappers at their concerts with the mosh pits. It get crazy in the church. Man, I saw old ladies turn over whole pool. I bet you if I told everybody right now, tell me some of your craziest stories in the church when people get in the Holy Ghost. Man, you will hear all kind of stuff on this panel tonight. Tell me I'm lying, bro.
No, dude, you're not wrong. Like I would be doing a gig, right? Like I'm the drummer, right? So I'm backing like the music and everything, the whole hype of the situation. And then the dude comes up and literally tries to convince everybody to stand around this person who's in a wheelchair and try to get that dude to get up and walk.
Yeah, that kind of crap.
Bro.
That kind of crap. Oh, man, bro, that is cringe, too.
Oh, bro, have you guys seen African churches?
Ooh, they worse. That's how come up the
hey, listen,
oh, bro, yeah.
Bro,
Hold on, let me give
none of you guys have
real quick, because I want you to go in, but let me give a shout out to Leonard Robertson again. Thank you for the super chat from Mobile, Alabama, Flat Power. Yeah, tell us about Africa churches, bro. Facts.
I've never been to one myself, bro, but obviously I'm half African. My mum's West African, Sierra Leonean, and I got my other half is Jamaican. But I've seen so many times on the internet viral videos of these, like, how you're saying it's bad in the South. It sounds like it's similar in the African churches, and you guys go and check some of the videos and tell me, because it's been so bad. I've seen videos of like a pastor with a guy in a casket. I'm not lying, and they convince the audience or the crowd that the prayer and the blessing is going to revive him, and the guy gets up acting as if he's alive.
And you know what?
Theatrical. They do the biggest theatrics in church.
You're right.
These African
hey,
people.
bro, let me tell you something. Hey, bro,
I
did a story. I'm gonna give it to you. I just want to let you know. I did a story. I reviewed that story that you talking about. The one, and it turned out to be a hoax too. Yeah, but go ahead. It turned out to be
it's all a hoax. Every single one of all the viral ones. It's crazy that obviously we're not a part of that world, so we're looking at it from outsiders, and we're like, how are people falling for this? But it's crazy how the actual local people actually believe in this stuff, and I feel like I kind of know why. Obviously, third world country conditions, like these pastors sell hope, and another reason is why I don't know, like what the chat believe in this terms of this stuff, but
you know
I know
what,
what's real.
Hey, let me say this
a lot
too.
of West Africa is into a lot of no, just because sometimes I don't like to force what my beliefs are onto people, so I like to word it a specific way. But I know what I know though, and I know about believing and knowing, and I know about this part. But a lot of Africa, and not just Africa, but a lot of Africa that is rooted in spirituality and voodooism and stuff like that. So they actually do see magic and stuff like what we might consider, who, if you don't believe in magic, miracles. They see stuff like that happen on a regular basis. So I feel like that, along with the selling hope and stuff, is how the pastors get away with that level of treachery. That level of treachery is like, it's almost like slap yourself for believing that kind of, come on, someone coming out of a casket. And it's just crazy, some of the stuff that these people believe in. But I do believe that what I'm trying to say is I do understand why they may believe it.
And
Well, the good
let me
part is,
say,
man, is like,
okay.
no,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, bro.
Well, look, and just to the people who wanted to know what print on demand mean, because I know some of y'all probably been trying to get some gear and you probably saw that. But just to the people who want to know, it just basically mean with a lot of the products or gear that you see content creators selling, they don't start manufacturing that stuff until you actually purchase it. So the stuff don't really exist when you buy it. Like for example, with the Teespring, that's a company that got a bunch of blank T-shirts and blank products sitting up and they own printers. When you buy one of my T-shirts, they take one of those blank shirts and they print my logo on it and put the design on it and send it to you. So it ain't like it's a bunch of Bro Sanchez TV shirts just sitting up in a factory. It's a blank T-shirt waiting on you to buy it, and then they gonna print that on there as y'all buy it. So just to the people who want to know what print on demand mean, salutes to y'all for y'all gear purchases too. That's mad love.
I just have a question. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love, sister.
So what do y'all think about exorcisms? I mean, do y'all believe in that? Especially in the African churches, they do a lot of, exorcism from witches and stuff like that. So what do y'all intake on exorcism in the church?
No, yes, Miss Demi, exorcism can actually happen if all parties involved actually believe that they are full of demons instead of their own accountability. Like, the reason why like we're here and stuff is because we're far beyond everything that has already came before. Like when people need to get exercise and stuff, that's because like you can actually see that that person deeply needs help, and the only thing that can get that out is an exorcism. So a bunch of people coming together to exercise what it is that's in that person to come out. So when you want somebody to actually go through exorcism, think about all the people that actually need an exorcism. Like think about that. Like personally, my ex. You know what I mean? Like personally, my ex. Like this is the reason why I started studying narcissism and everything like that. Like there is no changing this person. They cannot change. They are damned souls. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I will disagree with you on that. And before I push back at that, salutes to you. Let me bring up to y'all while I put this image up on the screen. Earlier, I was talking about the false Christ. And the false Christ, right? I made this collage right here to show you that Aten is Satan. When you put an S in front of it, that's this Pharaoh. Now, here is Aten right here. Let me just show you something. You see, the first form of like the Jack and the Beanstalk concept, it come from this Pharaoh. Now, you see this Pharaoh in the tree right there, right? This Pharaoh inside that tree right there. Let me show you another way to look at it. How many of y'all saw Stranger Things? Drop a one in the chat, on the chat room. If you saw it, just say I saw it. I want to know who saw this. It's some Stranger Things. They gave away a lot of game in this, man. They really did, bro. Because the one thing that I took from this was the whole secrets of the Vesica Pisces. See, Jesus was a time traveler. Jesus knew how to open up a wormhole and travel in between the dimensions with technology. So when we see Jesus and different other images of other beings coming through this little portal that they call in the Vesica Pisces, let me zoom in on it so we can focus on just what I'm talking about. This right here is the Stranger Things portal. Don't let nobody fool you. When you see the Vesica Pisces with Jesus coming through that portal, that would be no different than a person coming through. That's the Pharaoh right there. Jesus had the technology the Egyptians had, and that was the technology that was able to create stargates. It's possible to open up a wormhole in New York, connect it to a wormhole in Los Angeles, and you can walk through it and you can travel from coast to coast in 1 second. That's the future that's going to be before us in the near future here. But this was the technology that the ancestors had. It may sound crazy to y'all, like some sci-fi stuff, but yeah, the ancestors was very advanced, and this kind of technology is just now coming back to the earth. What's keeping this hidden is the nature of reality. We don't know that we're in a holographic universe. All you got to do is create a light projection point that's brighter than the light of creation. And when I say the light of creation, I'm talking about this hollow spirit simulation that's not very bright. This world is a dim world or a dumb world. The brightest worlds are at the top. Because of that, you can pierce through all of these veils. It's to say that light can pierce through darkness. Let me say that again. Light can cut through darkness like a knife cutting through butter. So we're in darkness right now, and opening up a stargate or slicing your way. Jesus is the ripper or the reaper, and the ripper is what all of us are. That's when you get the ability to rip through the veil and you become this interdimensional being. You're experiencing reality on a different level. When that happens, you're going to be part of a spiritual secret society. That means, think about this, what I mean by that. Let's say all of us become lucid dreamers. We create this witch coven to where all of us know how to get out of our body and travel to these different alternative worlds. And every time we get there, we meet up like, bro, you landed? Hey, I'm over here. I'm here. Boom, boom, boom. So we're a bunch of friends, right, that met in this world. But now we meeting up in each other's dreams, and I'm telling my homeboy, hey, when I go to bed tonight, meet me over here with all the rest of the homies. We gonna be in universe number 334881. All of the homies meeting up in that universe in our other bodies. And we gonna get together in that universe for a party or whatever. In other words, life didn't stop when we went to sleep. We dreamed on and continued life in the astral plane. That's what the dreaming and all that was. And it was certain techniques we had to enhance that, to induce that, and induce these trance-like states. That Jesus was a Gnostic that knew these secrets, just like Moses splitting the water. Is him splitting the water is another way of showing the Vesica Pisces of the Stargate technology that it's lost during certain times, and then it come back to the earth, and then we lose the knowledge again, and then it comes back. But basically, our reality is a false reality, and the light of it ain't that. The light of our reality isn't bright. Let me show you what I mean, because once I start speaking, I have to bring up other points to make that point. But check this out. Our world is like one of these little reflections right here. It ain't real. It's holographic. It's just a little lens flare glare, a little lens glare, one of these little bubbles. The only thing that's real is the light source back here, the most high bright light. That's Polaris. That's your pineal gland. This your spinal cord, the Babel Tower, with God at the top knocking it down. See, this is the all-seeing eye right here at the top of the step pyramid. And that's your pineal gland at the top of your spinal cord. Now watch this. The closer you get to the true world, the brighter these little refracted reflections get. So the lowest, you got to imagine that the lowest of these reflections gonna get bigger and dimmer. It's an expanding universe. They telling you the truth. And as it expands, just like light triangulating, it gets wider, but it gets less brighter. Let me give a shout out to D-Dub Exclusive. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the family, for real. Hey, thank y'all for these memberships. I can't thank y'all enough, for real. I really appreciate y'all, for real. So check this out, right? Our world is an underworld, and basically this image right here, I want y'all to pull this up and study it for yourself. It's called lens flare. This is how our universe was created. This is how the true light became many false realities. Listen, this is what I'm gonna do, y'all. I got an edited documentary coming up. It's going to be the Bible versus NASA. All of the points about how we enclosed in a, basically, long time ago, I made a stream called The Waters Above and Waters Below. And that was a young me trying to teach about the firmament dome. Well, this is a 40-year-old me that know a hell of a lot more today. And right now I'm working on a documentary about a new one about the waters above, waters below, and the firmament dome. And in this one, it's going to be even doper because I'm kind of debating NASA and proving that we're enclosed in a dome with points that's going to blow y'all away. Science to show you the Bible is true. So be on the lookout for that. That'll be uploaded here, probably part 1 within a week. That'll be very soon. So this right here, this image though is deep because if you look at the ancient Christian concept of the universe, or ain't no such thing as an ancient Christian, the term would be a Gnostic, which is why when people say, Sanchez, are you a Christian? Well, I'm an old antique Christian. Well, basically, I'm a Christian, but the Christianity I subscribed to was before they was calling it Christianity. That's Gnosticism. So the people you referring to as Christians, yeah, I'm one of them, but I'm one of them before they got corrupted, before the church came along and indoctrinated them and did the revisions and the different versions and the doctrines and the papacy and all that, right? So yeah, technically I'm one of them, but I'm an old one. That's just like when people say, are you a Kemetic? No, just because I teach about Nut and Gab don't make me like Jabari. You see what I'm saying? Like everything about Sanchez, I'm the antique version of everything because I teach ancestral knowledge. So it don't matter what your religion is. I'm one of you too, but I'm the oldest version of it. And that the oldest version of all these religions, everybody was teaching flat earth and the same teaching, which is why I always bring it back with the syncretism. So I'm everything. Any religion in the world, any spiritual system in the world, from Satanism to Gnosticism, technically, if you know the truth, that's what all of these secret societies and cults are. But what you calling a religion is an ignorant initiation into a secret society that you don't know the secret to. You part of their cult. You just don't know the secret. That's like being in the military and you're a foot soldier and you don't know what the hell you fighting for. But the people at the top know what you really fighting for, but you don't. And that's crazy because them people will fight the hardest. They'll be quick to die because I'm doing it for patriotism. No, you're doing it for corporations and Walmart and doggone Amazon. You wouldn't want to die then if you knew the truth, huh? If a soldier knew that they was dying in the name of Amazon and Facebook and Twitter, they probably wouldn't give their life up so proudly. But they got to tell them, you're doing it for your country, man. You're doing it for democracy. You're doing it for the free world. All of these vague terms that really don't mean nothing.
Fact.
They
If
used
no
to
one,
say
no one wants to take the floor, I'll take the floor. What the sister said about exorcism, because I have a take on it, so I don't mind putting my 2 cents in. But what I believe, or what I know, no disrespect to anyone that doesn't believe or know, but what I know is that there are other, whether you call them, there's different words for them: spirits, entities, ghosts, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, but there definitely is spirits. Let's just go with the word spirits or entities. Entities is better, that live and exist right beside us in a realm that coexists with our realm, but it's just on a different bandwidth of frequency that we can't see, that we don't have access to. Now, this is a fact, yeah? And this is one of the reasons why cats were revered in ancient Egypt. Now, I bought a black cat to test this out partly, and because I got attached to cats with my ex when she had a litter anyway. But yeah, my cat sits there and will blatantly stare and follow and track movement in the room, that she's blatantly following something. It's not a speck of dust. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Is a lot of people try to say, oh, they're just probably following a speck. She's not following a speck of dust. She's clearly seeing something that I can't see. Now, obviously, we all know the human body can only perceive a certain amount on the bandwidth of reality. If you want to put reality on a spectrum, when I say bandwidth, I mean like a spectrum. We know that the human body can only perceive a certain amount, and we know that that spectrum is near enough infinite. So if we can only perceive a certain amount, it's only logical to say that, yeah, there are things in existence right beside us, most likely, that we just can't see or interact with because it's not part of our reality. What makes our reality reality? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Which is what makes your reality a reality? The way you perceive things, the way you like take things in through the light. Do you know what I'm trying to say? That's what makes your reality reality. So I say all of that to say, when it comes to the exorcism, something that I've recently come up with my own little theory, because I used to think, right, how come some people are affected by exorcists, by spirits, and they can take them over or stuff like that.
Now, when you go into spirits and exorcisms and all that, that is Catholicism and that is paganism. And I'm gonna be honest with you, there's really no universal laws and science behind that.
Anti-theism.
No, I was just giving my 2 cents on the sister asked a question about what we think about. I was just adding this is my 2 cents
about exorcisms and all that, right?
Yeah. I was just giving my 2 cents on what I believe how these things occur and stuff like that. Nothing to do with the Catholic Church or anything like that, because I have my own beliefs and I'm nothing to do with the Catholic Church. Let me ask you a quick
question real quick. Do you believe in evil beings that we can't see, that are non-human, that are like on another reality, not the earth one? Put it this way, like little green men, little dragons that's going around making people be evil from the inside out, or kind of, influence them in some, that kind of mythological creature.
Not necessarily like that. Not necessarily in that description. Not necessarily in that description, but I do believe that entities, like, I don't know what they look like because I've never seen them, but whatever they may look like, I do believe that entities exist beyond our realm of perception. 100%.
Do you believe?
It's not even a belief. I don't believe it. I know it. I know it. It's not a belief.
Check it out, though. What you got to realize, sir, I'm with you. But when you talk about there are beings that exist beyond our perception, right? I'm going to go off and make this very simple, right? There are beings that are hidden right in front of your eyes. So I don't want to really make it to nothing so deep to where I got to say, well, beyond your perception, which is true, though. Because you ain't perceiving it. It's beyond what you can perceive, but it makes it seem like there's some kind of spiritual being when they're not. They're just physical, and we're spiritual beings. But so let me show you what I mean by that so I could break it down to you. The beings that exist that's invisible, that's among us causing chaos, but we can't see them. Here's why we can't see them. Look at this. They're humanoids. They sweat. Look, they imagine a family, a bloodline of humans on the earth right now, y'all. They look like all of us and everything. You'll think they human, but they're not. If you cut their head open, they don't got a pineal gland. They got a doggone chip in their head. And they around here and you think that they one of you. So this is what we calling the demons, because what I'm telling y'all, read the collage. Read it. They are the damn men. How did they get them or dumb? They did what Cypher did in the Matrix. He said, plug me back in and delete my memory. I don't want to know the truth. He dimmed his light. Dimming is dumbing. Dumbing down is dimming down, which is why if you smart, they say you bright. So if you dumb, you ain't bright. That means you're dumb. Your dumb man is demon. Most of the world is dumb as hell. They dumb down and they will fight you to keep this matrix going. They will fight you if you disagree with Trump or Biden. That's what you call a listen. Let me holler at you, bro. In the Matrix, that's why they said all the people who ain't woke is an agent. It can be your grandma. It can be your auntie with a MAGA hat on, with a Biden hat on, with a NASA shirt on, saying, my son dumb as hell. That boy think the earth flat. These are the dim men, the people who are dumbed down, dimming down, demon. No inner light, because the inner light questions everything and prove all things. That's the light of the Gnostics. The Gnostics are the sentients, the ones who activate the third eye, which is why they said when you have an aha moment, a light come on in your head. And you wake up when the light come on. People in darkness stay asleep. They ain't activated their third eye. In other words, their jack is waiting to pop out the box. All of us essentially got a dark cube in our head when we're not thinking outside the box. We going by default with the world programming and indoctrination and the sheeple. The moment you activate your third eye, this little black cube blows the hell up and it's replaced with this light and your jack just popped out the box. You just opened up your Christmas gift. Look at this like a little Christmas gift box. When you open up your mind, your light shine. People who light ain't shining, they ain't open their gift up yet. They still got a box up there. When you think outside the box, bro, you open up the box, and guess what happened when you open up the box? You create a cross with it, like Jesus. And that means when you open your mind, you're going to get crucified in this matrix, because everybody that's thinking outside the box, people laughing at you, you're a tinfoil hatter. The Gnostics are the people that we call woke culture, tinfoil hatters. You know, the friend that keep telling you to don't cut the trees down, meditate, they doing some of the food, all of that stuff. That person would have been called a Gnostic. Them the people they wage war on back in the day, and look at what's happening to flat earthers today. Y'all better wake up, man. This ain't a joke, bro. This thing gonna get so crazy. By the year 2050, if you still around here saying the earth flat, you're a real one. Because it's finna really get to where these people really tired of you now. Now they spending millions on hit pieces and all this stuff. And if that don't work, they only gonna get desperate and more drastic with it. Stop sleeping and think that you part of a game. A lot of y'all don't know what you signed up for. You might want to quit saying the earth flat if you ain't no soldier.
Dude, for real. Dude, for real.
Peace, bro.
No, go ahead, Key Norfolk.
Hey, salutes to the panel, man. Salutes to you, bro. I won't be long, man. I just wanted to speak on when the brother was talking about the exorcisms and things like that. A lot of people don't, give credit to their, how should I say it, psychological and their physical parts too. That's the spiritual part. So if you're not giving the power to, you giving the power to an entity that you saying this possession is an entity in another place, then you taking yourself out of the equation. So at all times you got the psychological capacity to overcome. That's why it's important to have the ear to hear these things and not perceive these things as literal. And I also wanted to say, when the person, I don't know who it was, excuse me for forgetting you, because I had a lot to say, but I don't want to be rude, man. Those people who seem like they damned, like as the dude said, I've been dealing with that with several people. You
That's
gotta
me,
meet
bro. That's
people.
me. That's
Yeah,
me.
you gotta meet
Go ahead.
people where they're at. You know what I'm saying? Because appreciate
For
you, bro.
joining, bro. For
Because
sure.
if they don't think nothing wrong, then they don't see nothing for them to fix. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people not reaching them in the correct way. So just try to reach them from where they at. You know, stoop
Yeah,
to their
for
level,
sure.
man, and salute to everybody. Yes, sir.
And that's why I told people I am a Christian, man. I'm a Christian. That's my way of saying, instead of me being way up here, separating myself from the word Christian, because I think just because they don't know what I know, I'm not one of them. But they think about this. A Christian may not be as deep as me, but if, like, when it comes to this flat earth thing, all of the Christian flat earthers are defending the biblical flat earth stuff. So I didn't want to be the flat earther that's like, well, I'm not one of them. Screw those flat earth Christians. I'm over here flat power, but I'm still using the same Bible to prove to you it's flat whenever there's a theological debate. So if there's a globe earth pastor like Pastor Duffy that try to debate me, and I got all of the flat earth community, most of them is Christians. And then when you realize that the globe earth pastors are waging war on flat earth, I ain't got time to say I ain't a Christian right now. Like, I gotta get with the flat earth biblical Christian people and fight against Duffy and all of the doggone globe earth people who trying to say that the Bible don't teach flat earth. So now in my effort to get behind the Bible and biblical cosmology and defend this thing, I got to put the team uniform on. That's biblical flat earth Christian team. And I don't mind doing that. Before I let the globe earth pastors lie like the Bible ain't saying it's flat. And I ain't got time to debate with Christian flat earthers, because my debate was y'all don't really prove that the earth flat. You believe it's flat because the Bible said it. And it's okay to be proving all things. You can prove it's flat. You don't got to believe it's flat because it's in the Bible, right? You just turning flat earth to like a belief system. But I can put that on a back burner for right now while the whole stuff is being under attack. You see what I'm saying, guys?
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I'm with you all the way on that. Like, especially with what you got going on right now, bro, keep doing that. Keep doing that to the fullest, like 100 with that. Keep doing that, because it's the only way that you're going to wake people up, because it's not just about it. Is like I said, I guess the last time that the eclipse happened, it was shortly after the eclipse happened, where we were talking about Jeranism and everything. And that he was a snake and stuff like that. But like, bro, like I'm not made of a whole lot, but I went into my grandpa's shed, and he was a welder, and I took one of the welding icons that go on the eyes, like for when you start welding, like once you strike that arc and you start welding and welding metal together. I took that arc outside, and it was the most beautiful day. It was the most beautiful day. It was like 74 degrees. The sun was out, the wind was blowing. There was an eclipse going on, and then at the same time, like I took that welding eye and I looked at the eclipse as it was happening. Now, this was not the same eclipse that you would have got 7 years ago prior to that, which was a full total solar eclipse. And like, yeah, if anybody's ever watched or anything like that, y'all know that I saw that at the top of a landfill, and I had a globalist right next to me saying, like, I was like, bro, this is so beautiful, because the sky was turning neon purple, neon green as this object was going across the sun, right? And this dude was like, well, no, I asked the dude, I said, man, this is amazing. I wonder what's going across the sun. And he said the moon. And I'm looking at him like, bro, you're an idiot, because one, you don't know what I know, and two, there's no moon going across the sky going in front of the sun to make this eclipse happen. So like you don't even know what's happening right now. Like the sun is eclipsing itself. And that's what you don't understand,
facts.
or that's what you
Yeah,
don't understand, or
that's
like
facts.
and trying to explain that to people, you will look crazy.
Well, look, let me
You
show you.
will.
Let me show you how you do it to not look crazy. I'm gonna cut my camera on for it. So think about this, right? During an eclipse. Matter of fact, let's get the board. Let's get the board. Real quick, give me like 3 minutes real quick, because this how you explain it without looking crazy. Check this out. So during an eclipse, right? I only got a purple one, so we got to go with purple right now. Check it out. During an eclipse, you got the sun right here. Now they telling you, well, y'all can't see that at all. Now you can see it. Right. You got the sun right here. They telling you that the moon is coming in from over here to come eclipse the sun right here. But you never see that. Very simple. You never see that.
Exactly.
What happens is when we go outside, we should be looking over here. Everyone on Earth should be looking over here at the moon. We shouldn't be looking at the sun, because if the sun is being eclipsed by the moon, then the moon is the thing that's doing the eclipsing, which means it's the point of focus. That's stupid. We should go out there looking at the moon over here and following it all the way from here till it get to here, to here, to here, and then start blocking the sun out here. That never happens. You know what happens, and you know where I'm going, Adam. But what happens is we go outside. Everybody just automatically go out there and start looking at the sun. They don't even look for the moon, y'all, because subconsciously they know that that shit can't be the moon. Think about it. They never question themselves. We come outside, everybody looking at the sun, and all of a sudden, some from inside the sun start eclipsing it. Nothing comes from over here, right? The moon ain't trying. Now, what they telling us is that the moon is invisible during the eclipse, and the only time we can see the moon during the eclipse is during the eclipse. Other than that, it's invisible in the atmosphere. Does that make sense? Or does this make sense? Watch what I'm about to show you now. Screen share. Because the eclipse is obviously coming from inside the sun. If it was an outer object coming to eclipse the sun, we would be tracking that object before it even get to the sun. And I did a stream that went viral where we was tracking the moon before the eclipse one day. And yeah, just let's say the earth ain't no sphere. But let me share some with y'all real quick, man. To show you what I think about eclipses, since we bringing them up and all that. Damn. All right, here we go. Here we go. So check this out right here. I gotta be redundant because new people are coming to the channel. So this is what I think about eclipses. I think we're in this underworld, right? And like being in this underworld is like being up under this sewer underground. And that the sun and moon are like the portals out of here. And that every now and then somebody roll the wheel. Maybe let's say, put it this way, right? Let's say we lived underground in this manhole and we never came out to the surface, but we got these two coverings over us that's moving manhole coverings. That's a wormhole, sun and moon. And every now and then the city come out and change the top. So just like in your neighborhood, every couple of years, the city will change all the manhole coverings because they need to be replaced. Now, let's say that's an eclipse. Let's say the sun and moon are these gate openings that's allowing souls to enter and exit. This is just hypothetical. And there are gateways in and out of the earth. And just like manhole coverings, that's allowing people from an underworld to make it up and down from the under the ground to the surface. It's like a sewage system, Mario traveling through the pipes, the wormholes, right? And every now and then these stargates, let's just say the lids are replaced. And we say, well, that's an eclipse where it's more like a rolling stone. If you think of what Jesus, let me show you something about Jesus. Because during an eclipse, the ancestors said everything is being recreated on a spiritual level. You know what I'm saying? So let me show you what I mean. The concept of a rolling stone or the MasterCard logo. When they open up, that's an eclipse. This happened, Earth renew itself and shed one layer and enter a new phase of time. And we just went through this with all of these great eclipses. And what is that? What did the Pope say? The Pope say we opening up these portals, right? Ever since the Pope talked about opening them portals, shit been crazy. Shit's been crazy in the world. What did I tell y'all? I said the Pope opening them portals mean dramatic changes coming real quick. They about to initiate a bunch of new more phases to get us closer to this whole space thing. World War III gonna lead to humans being chipped up. But they opening up these portals really on a spiritual level, which is to say they're bringing back ancient abomination technology onto the earth that's going to reduplicate the same situations that they did in the past to all of the fallen empires like Rome, the Egyptians, the Babylonians. And that's why Trump is basically, it's prophecy in the Bible, because the people that wrote the Bible were time travelers. And when they start to travel time, what they found out was time was a ripple effect. Now, what is a ripple effect? Everything repeat itself. What do we say? This is how the ancestors knew that time wasn't a line. Time was a cycle and a loop that keep looping back around like the end of a CD album. And the concept of a timeline is some space programming crazy stuff. Our ancestors taught time is a ripple effect. Every age is a ripple, and it looked just like the last one. That's why the ancient souls that's been on this earth studying the patterns of time, they said it, time just keep repeating itself and history keep repeating itself every generation. Ain't nothing new under the sun. The people that said ain't nothing new under the sun, they realize time is being distributed in repetitive cycles, which is why they call those repetitive cycles or cycles as circles the god Saturn. So when you look at a ripple effect, you're studying the god Saturn, the god of repetition, showing you how you made one decision that created an infinite chain reaction of lies. And that was when we fell from Eden. When we fell from Eden and we landed into this creation realm, into duality, it was a big splash, boom. Remember in diving, right? In the sport of diving, the objective is not to make a lot of ripples, because that's Saturn, that's Satan, the ripples. If you can dive in the water and not disturb it, that's what we learning as gods. Now, the technology that is able to dive in the water and not disturb it is Vamana technology. That's how spirits move. That's how ascended masters move. Once you master your light body, you'll have a free energy machine like a spaceship. It's imagine a submarine that can move through the water with zero resistance of the water as a medium and no drag effect. based upon its design that well. Every other submarine got to fuel itself based on the water it's pushing through being a drag effect to drain its energy. So you got to refuel it. Don't you know you will get rid of fuel once you get rid of drag? Everything about the fuel industry is based on the ether and the fact we're moving through a medium that's working against us. So our ancestors figured out how to invent perfectly aerodynamic technology that can move through a medium with zero resistance, meaning they didn't need fuel for their devices. And they created some of the, you can't even fathom, I'm just talking about it now. But this technology is spiritual. You know, it's able to move through the water without disturbing it. That's what we're trying to master here. Creating the ripples is when, see, the whole thing about learning how to swim, if you moving all crazy because you scared to sink under the water, you're going to sink under the water. The moment you become one with the water and quit splashing and making all them waves, acting all crazy, you'll keep your head above the surface. That's learning how to swim versus learning how to splash and make waves in the water. Because when you see little children who don't know how to swim, they just make a bunch of waves and get nowhere. And everybody else be like, chill out, man, you splashing water everywhere and that ain't even swimming. And the good swimmers is moving so fast through the water and they ain't making no disturbance. They like a little fish up under there, you know? And that's what I'm saying. They using little energy to cover more distance versus the person splashing in one spot. Oh, I can't. And that's life. Not knowing what this world is and what we're experiencing here. People will blame the waves in their water. They think God's sending it at them, the devil's sending it at them. And their lack of learning how to swim, they're making big waves in their own swimming pool, trying to keep their head above the water. But it seems like every time they fight, is more waves coming. That's how people live their life. They work hard and there's more drama, and it's a reflection of how you're responding to reality from the inside out. You'll see another person breezing through life all, golden locks, and you think God favoring them. But the universe responding to the inside out. Quit splashing, making waves in your water. Learn how to swim. See, the people who breeze through life, it looked easy, but you weren't there all the days that they were splashing in the water trying to learn how to swim. You just see a person moving through the ocean all pretty and good, little pretty fish, and you over here flapping your fins hard as hell, barely moving through the water because the ocean got its own push and pull motion. And it's always working against the fish because the fish trying to go left or right, this way, that way, but the ocean water doing its own motion. And if you ain't careful in life, you'll think life working against you when you just don't know how to swim. and the people that learn how to swim and learn how to be wise and slow down in life, and they realize quality over quantity, long thought out decision-making skills, doing less to achieve more, playing chess versus checkers, you will think that God just blessing them when it's the way that that person is negotiating reality. And what you do to the water gonna do to you. Think of a swimmer. The best ones disturb the water the less, and the water allow them to move with least resistance through it. And that's just to say, being you is more easiest, the path of least resistance. See, splashing and making waves in the water is you trying to be something you ain't. That's hard to do and it gets you nowhere. And it just bring more waves into your life, the splash and keep your head under. The moment you be yourself, that's like a fish that's saying, I don't got to learn how to swim. I'm a damn fish. Show me a fish that learned how to swim. They come out swimming. See, you got to learn how to splash and flap and make all that noise. When somebody say, be still, just move. You used to be a sperm cell. It comes to you, not you just swimming. Boom. I learned how to swim so easy because I remember being a sperm. Psych. I'm just playing. But let me quit blabbering. The point that you need to make is time is a ripple effect. Every generation that came before us is like a ripple born from the center. They already know what's going to happen in our world because they went through it. Just like your grandma saying, boy, I'm telling you right now. You like, how you know, grandma? Because every mistake you making as a child, your grandma was a child. On a spiritual level, there are spiritual beings that been to the earth plenty times. They know how to travel the past, present, future, and these were prophets that came to the earth to warn us what was going to happen from beginning to end, and that's who wrote these Bibles and all that. They knew time was a ripple effect and that it was a repetitive pattern. It ain't that they was prophets. If you study some long enough, you'll pick up on a pattern, right? If I say purple, red, yellow, blue, purple, red, yellow, blue, eventually you'll say, okay, I get it. Purple, red, yellow, blue. You'll pick up on a pattern, and that's time. So it ain't like they were some magical prophets or nothing. They understood what the earth was, what time was, and because of that, they was able to tell you what's going to happen.
Dude, yes. And in between all of that, like how many kids you got? You know what I'm saying? Like me, I got 4. I got 2 boys, 2 girls. Like, and the boys are older than the girls. You know, the girls are like 3 and 2 and stuff like that, and the boys are like 13 and 11. You know what I'm saying? Like their lives are different from the way that we lived our lives in the 90s, in the 2000s coming up. Like it's just completely different. And with that right there, like knowing that we're different in that fact right there and that they're going to school, we may have the truth of everything of materialism. And I think that's like what it actually is just the truth of materialism. There's just the want of this world, you know, because every parent like faces that like, oh my God, like how do I help my children and stuff like that. The only thing that you can do is just be there. Just be there for them, so that way they don't grow up and then be like, oh my God, Dad, why the hell weren't you there for me? Like why weren't you there for me or in any aspect or in anything? That's the reason why you need to be there, whether you're the mother or the father of children or just one child indifference. You see what I'm saying? Like the thing is like you have to be there because it is an awakening. You can't go back because of how much that you know. You've learned so much in your life expanse, even from being in this chat room, even from listening to Bro Sanchez, listening to me, listening to anybody that like comes on, anything that questions reality, because that's just who we are, because that's what Gnostics do. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
that's facts.
Bro, it's like,
and one thing too, why I brought this up, see, in Gnostics too, what I'm telling you, syncretism, etymology, you come into a Gnostic bill and you like, what the hell am I walking? Because everything is parabolic. Everything is sacred geometry, etymology, where the world is telling us one thing, but as a Gnostic, I know that the world is a layering program. And if you want to learn how to program and code computer coding, you don't look at the layered icon, you look at the coding behind it. So the people that's learning how to see beyond the veil, we tapping back into the coding mindset of the creators that we were when we agreed to build this simulation. And enough of us together can create a portal, like I said, in the ancient church and come together like we doing now to find a way out because knowledge is power. Basically, the way out is basically memory. So think about what I'm about to tell you now. Imagine a place you've been to before, but you forgot you've been there. You forgot you've been to this place. And the moment I take you back to this place, you say, hey, man, I was here before when I was 13 years old. I remember it. And the moment you remember that you've been to this place and it come back to you, I don't got to tell you how to get around. I was just about to be your tour guide. And now you like, shut up, man. I know my way around. I forgot that I was here before. And that is like when we go back to heaven. It ain't, we thinking that this spiritual realm is some mysterious place out the body, when really that's what the earth is. That's why we bumping our heads here. This is the experiment. But outside of this earth is like, oh yeah, man, back home again. That's what death is beyond this veil. Now, let me show you something about this chakra layering system that I got up on the screen. This became the god Saturn. They show you images of the god Saturn, and I brought him up earlier. Let's pull him up again. And you see a god with the solar system around him. That's because the original spiritual systems taught that the chakras around our body are the planets in the sky that's in orbit, which is why they taught that the entire you're in the middle of your own universe. Every star in the sky is orbiting around you. The word aura is related to the word orbit. And the same, and what I'm telling you, these chakras that we got, they ain't just being still. All of these chakras is like circling around our body, and it's creating what's called the auric field. So let me show you something. The auric field is created by the orbiting of your chakras. Let me share some with you real quick. Let's pull this up. So it's like this right here. You see all of these lines that's making this bubble? Each one of these lines that's making this bubble is a elliptical orbit of a planet. Venus, Mercury, Mars, and let's say it's 7 planets. All of them going around you in the middle, like this bubble here. And you calling that the auric field around your body. But the auric field is created by the orbiting field of the chakras, which are the 7 wandering stars. As they circle around you like that, it makes a field around you, and everyone is projecting their own sky. It's like being online in a gaming community. We all got our own video game in our house, your own TV and console, but we connecting in one place online. So everyone's life is their own, but the world is what we share, like a shared experience for online gaming sort of place where we can all connect. I don't got to be online. I can play this game without y'all. I can log off and still be in my own little world by myself without y'all, like dreaming. And then I will have to wake up and tell you about what happened in my dream. But if that happened in the world outside, I don't got to wake up and tell you about it. You saw the news just like me. So we got a world inside, a world outside. Think of a mirrorverse, but think of this. The path of the pole in the middle of this bubble is a reflection of the lines on the outside of the bubble. The energy is flowing in and out, and as within, so without. So as the energy flow one way through the thing, it's reversed as it flows around the thing. And even though it may seem like different energy, it's the same thing, is all connected. And the energy flowing through the thing is what we call the Kundalini serpent on the spinal cord. And the energy flowing around the thing is what you call the auric field that's surrounding your body. And that gives you the 0 and 1, which is the binary code behind the programming of what's making the human avatar, just like any other simulation. It's a code behind it. But check this out. You look at this right here. There's a God. That God, now this God is called Saturn. You look at this God. You see he's surrounded with rings. You see planets orbiting this God, and people may say, I wonder what that means. And a lot of people in the church will tell you, because they've been bamboozled by the papacy, is that we should be worshiping Satan, which is the false Christ. Let me show him to you real quick. Here we go right here. His name is Aten. That's what you call Jesus Christ. Look at him on that tree. Jesus on that tree right there is the serpent or Buddha. That's the God of the earth realm who sleep. Buddha inside that tree sleep. He's in a simulation just like Neo in his pod. Now the God down here, his name is Ahura Mazda. The H is silent. So the word is really aura. You see it? You see that? Ahura is aura. Take the H off of Ahura and you get the word aura. Y'all see that? That's some good syncretism. Now look, the next word is Mazda. Guess what the word Mazda means? A maze. You know, like a labyrinth, a maze. So you got aura and maze. I put it together and guess what I figured out? Our aura is us trying to make it out of our own ripple effect. Like I told you, when a diver dives in the water, he's blinded by his own splash pattern, so he can't see the real world. He's in a veil until the bubbles clear. Our ripple effect, this little ripple effect that's around us, is not permanent. It's the devil. It's not infinite. Just like all ripple effects, they fade away and the water settle. And that means every human eventually is going to break through every layer of this ripple effect from the inside out. It may take some longer than others, but think about this. If all of us drop a rock in the water, everybody's ripple effect ain't going to settle at the same time because we different individuals. We learn differently. You get what I'm saying? Your ripple effect is your fingerprint. So this little ripple in your auric vibration is translated to the fingerprint on your hand, your DNA. It's your vibration. So check this out, right? This image right here is showing you why Ahura Mazda is called aura maze. It's because your aura is a maze. It's a labyrinth. Look at this ripple effect around your body. Let me show you what this is, right? Let me show you something. If you think of a rat in a maze and what does the rat gotta do? The rat gotta make it to the center, which is the North Pole of the maze. Or it may start at the center, which is to say we started at Eden. But the whole concept is basically your brain is a neurological maze. Let me pull up Pan's Labyrinth. This is what the ripple effect is. Watch this real quick. Hold on. Here it is right here. So this is what our brain is. And in the middle of our brain is the way out of the labyrinth. Now the word labor, it's the word labor. As long as we here, we're an energy source for the archons. Now watch this. And all of your actions will be translated to fuel to power the simulation, which is why you need to get out. Because they finna recreate the earth and all the souls that's here after this new digital technocracy, they're finding new technological ways to harvest the light of sentient beings here. So I don't know what that's going to be like for people with souls, but it ain't going to be good. Now check this out. Here is the soul inside the brain. And what you have is a labyrinth here. All of our energy left the center of this thing and it saturated the entire wheel as it expanded outward like fungus in the middle of a petri dish. This was the exodus to Eden. It was your sine wave, the real you at the North Pole, expanding outward into many different versions of yourself in the solar system. So in order for you to go back home, you got to extract all of your energy from the outside in because we left from the inside out. All of our energy saturated the outermost parts of these Saturn worlds. And as we come back in, think of the opposite of a great flood. This thing gonna start drying up, right? From the outside in because it got wet from the inside out. So if you ever dry a towel, the middle of the towel will take the longest to dry because for some reason the outskirts of the towel absorb the air quicker. Now I don't know the exact science to that, but that's the way it go. And that's the way you can look at expansions in a petri dish with germs and all of that. I've been studying this a long time. Our exodus from Eden created a labyrinth around our true self. And now the only way we can go back home is what they taught about Ahura Mazda. See, Saturn represents a soul that found its way back to the middle of the universe, and now it's busting up out of the solar system like Enoch, like Christ. Saturn is what all of us trying to be. That's why he looked like what? A witch hat. Think of a witch hat. The people that wear the witch hat know the secrets. Saturn is the sacred geometry of a witch hat. It's showing you the secrets of peeking your eyes on the other side outside the sky. So earlier, I showed you an image of Enoch busting out the sky, and I've been showing you this one. You see Saturn with the sky wheel around him, with the solar system around him, and he's peeking beyond the veil. That's why I told you this God ain't no bad thing. It represent when all of us raise up. We will be like Saturn, seeing beyond the stars, beyond this fake labyrinth, because when you see him busting out of that solar system, that's when the central version of you is going to bust out of this labyrinth. It's like we started on the outside, which is the bottom. This is like looking at a pyramid from the top down view. The middle represent the highest point, and the outside represent the base of a pyramid that's going down. So when we fell, we didn't just fall from the center, we fell down from the center and spread it outward. And that's why I told you we saturated this entire wheel, which is to say that the light of the soul saturated all of the many versions of the self. That's 7 brains. Think about this, right? Let me pull this up so you can see what I'm saying. You got 7 skulls that they time out they looking for. Everybody's searching for the crystal skulls. Guess what? The crystal skulls is the chakra layers. You got 7 heads, man. They call it Leviathan, a 7-headed dragon. Here they go right here. They call it the 5 kashas, but it's really 7. It's really 7. Now check it out. This is Leviathan, 7-headed dragon. It's the 7 versions of you. So you got 7 brains, right? And 7 heads and 7 different universes. But guess what? You only got 1 soul. So because of that, that soul started in the outermost version, which is the lowest version. And now it's got to climb the mountain to the, think of this big red one. You see this big red one back there? That's the lowest one. That's the devil. It's at the bottom of all of them. It's buried up under all the rest of them. And that's the earth realm, the root chakra. When your consciousness die in that body, your spirit gonna pass to the next body. And when you die in that world, it's going to pass to this one and this one and this one. Finally, it's going to get to this front little guy. And that's the man who up out of here in that little hole. Because the reason it's shrinking as we go up is because it's a very narrow path. So when you see Enoch going through that little portal in the sky, your body can't fit through that. That's why they say it's a narrow path to heaven. You got to get rid of your ego, shrink your ego, shrink your pride. You got to shrink a lot of the stuff that's making your Taurus feel this big ass bubble that's full of the wrong stuff. When you fill this thing full of the right stuff, it'll actually work on your side. But what happens is when you fill it with the weight of the world, it can't fit through this thing like Enoch. It's too big. It's gonna ascend up and just block the very hole that should have been its gateway. And that's like what I'm saying about that cube of Saturn. What that play out is a person with the chip in their head. Them getting the chip in their head is a spiritual ritual that's showing you as a result of their ignorance, pride, ego, everything the world programmed them to be. It inflated them to a point where they soul can ascend and make it out the Stargate because they so fat they will block their own the light that's leading them out. And how that manifests is people taking the chip in the end days. And that mean they can't ascend, they're blocking the light. So for one thing happening on a spiritual level, another thing happening on a physical to represent that. Now, Enoch is what I'm telling you, man. He making it through that labyrinth right there. That's the smaller version. See, the smaller version is like Mount Meru. It's the smallest little, it's like the tip of a pyramid is small, like a needle tip. And the lower you go, it get wide. So the Most High ain't big, it's small. But the reason I say that the Most High is a sleeping giant is because think like Men in Black. You got this little bitty small guy in this big old body, like Voltron, seated in this machine that he can control. And that's what our path to ascension is. It's basically our real body hasn't been activated because these chakras, like when I show y'all pictures like this, let me show you what I'm showing you. Thank y'all for taking this little time to let me do this because sometime I go into lectures and don't even know that I was going to go this deep and it take a minute. But this is what I want to show you here. It goes back to this. The Vedics and everybody else taught that we're inside of our own God body, like I was showing earlier. Let me go back to that, though. I had it up, but anyway, y'all get the point right here. This is the God body. This ain't your earth body. See, what I want y'all to realize is one of these little bubbles inside of this lady represent like the earth you in right now. But you thinking your body is this, when you look at these chakras and stuff, you're looking at this, right? Like, man, this is me with my chakras and my spinal cord. You looking at it wrong. Look at it this way instead. Look at it like this. That this entire body with the chakras on it is a God in the heaven, you in the middle of the North Pole at the tree of life sleep. And look at this root chakra right here, right? That's the earth realm. And that the body that you in right now is inside of this body. Y'all see what I'm saying? Because this is your God body here. It's showing you that basically this right here, right? You're a God that's waiting to wake up. But the Kundalini got to rise from the base of the spine. And that's to say that all of these chakras is a universe you got to break out to rise up to the seat of your throne in your God body. And until you do that, your God body going to lay deactivated, sleep. It's a bunch of gods at the North Pole. They woke up, but they looking over the sleeping gods and they're rooting for you to wake up out of your dream, out of your psychological nightmare. And it's within your own self. So this earth realm is just one chakra that you in within your God body. And once you die in this chakra, you move up to this one. And then when you die in this one, you move up here and then here and here. And once you get to this, the Most High, your God body in heaven wakes up and you get up like a big old giant, like, hey, how long I've been asleep as a God? And they go and all of your lifetimes are revealed to you. You get debriefed. They detach it from the simulation and you automatically know, damn, man, just like this. Think about this right now. Y'all listening to me speak right now. But tonight when you go to sleep, right, if you start dreaming, you're going to forget about all this in your dream. You gonna forget Sanchez even exists. You gonna forget flat power and all that when you dream. In your dream, you're in a whole nother world, and that version of you got its own memories. And that version of you ain't subscribed to Bro Sanchez TV. Sometime when you dream, you in another version of yourself that didn't learn none of this flat earth stuff. And when you in that dream, you forget about that you even knew any of this stuff, man. And you don't even care about it. You worried about that life that's in the dream. Now, when you wake up, it all come back to you. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm Bro Sanchez. I create content on YouTube, ancestral knowledge. But shit, I just came from a dream where I could have been a gangster rapper or a whole nother version of myself. And couldn't nobody walk up to me in that dream and say, ain't you Bro Sanchez? I'm going to be like, man, who are you talking about? Some dummy come to me talking about some Bro Sanchez. The hell is flat power? I don't know none of that. That version of me didn't learn that there. That's what I'm telling you is that you got to wake up all of these different versions of you. And once you wake up the bottom version, it sets off a chain reaction like a domino effect where this one falls to that one like passing a baton. So you only got to wake up once. And once that one version wake up, it's like a fire that start waking up. It's like a fire that's set. And you start to carry this knowledge into your next incarnations. And basically, even though there's a bunch of different versions of you, what make them all the same is this truth. So in every universe, I become this flat earther that's teaching against the powers that be. Whereas in each universe, in one of them, I was a rapper. In one of them, I was a military soldier. In one of them, I was a bachelor. You live in a different lie in every universe. But there's one truth that's going to wake you up in all of the universes, and that's the knowledge of who you are, what the earth is. And that's why all of your different versions going to sync together with this one truth, because what divided them was many lies. You separated. One version of you became a lawyer. One version became a doctor in that universe. One version became a gangster in that universe. But when all of them become an awakened soul in each universe, when your doctor version learned the truth about the universe, when that lawyer version over there in that universe learned the truth about the flat earth, this is the one truth that connect all of the worlds. This memory of what the earth is why you gonna learn how to go in a dream and remember who you was in every world, and everybody else ain't gonna have that ability. Imagine being able to be multiversal, being able to go in all of these alternate realities and be the same you, versus dreaming and forgetting about it and waking up like, man, I didn't know I was dreaming, because they wiping your memory out when you cross over into the astral plane. When we dreaming, we literally escaping and we going into alternate realities. And some of us are lucky enough to wake up in lucid dream without waking up in our other body. And it's a very privileged experience. I am very privileged to be able to experience that. I've lucid dreamed. I remembered who I was in this world and the dream world. And buddy, it's a good thing. If you able to do this for all 7 of these realities, that's what God is. A 7-headed dragon that knows. Imagine like when your consciousness is basically, the mind of God is 7 different memory cells. And for God to activate its mind, it got to go into each one of these human bodies, which is like a memory cell on a battery. Like let's just say you got this unit that can hold memory, but it's made out of 7 cells, right? Let's say that's like 7 gigabyte. And we trying to load up this character, right? In a computer program, we stick the memory stick in. It's 7 gigabytes to load him up. It take a minute to load him because it's so much data to make up his personality and all that. So in heaven, you're a God that they're summoning up. You're like this. Think about what happens in heaven as gods. When gods go to sleep, they plug us into these simulations. You can be asleep for millions of years and don't even know it as a god. But when they wake you up, you remember you're a god, like a dream. When you wake up from a dream, you remember who you were. You remember the dude that was sleeping in the bed. The moment he wake up from the dream, he know who he was in the real world. But in a dream, he didn't even know he existed. He didn't even know he was dreaming. So same thing, God is in the root chakra, and that's Jesus going to the earth realm. So you're a God that ain't even opened your real eyes yet. You're inside of your own God body. What your reason for going through these incarnations is to gather the data that you're gonna need to activate who you really are. So how does it feel like to be a video game character that's being uploaded into the game? It feel like what we going through now. Check me out, right? Let's say you got a video game, but instead of the game coming with characters built in it, everybody got to upload their own character from a memory stick. And that's what I'm telling you now. You're a God in heaven that's they're saying, look, put in a Bro Sanchez memory stick, summon that God up into manifestation. Let's raise that God up. And that's like an avatar in the game. They saying, you know what this world need? Put this code in and you can unlock another player. And all of the babies are unlocked players coming into the game. They always existed, but the gamer don't allow them to be unlocked to certain levels when it's needed. Like, so everyone coming at their time for a reason when the earth needs you in the game, like tagging in or substitution. But what I'm showing you here is that your body is not your God body. And when you looking at pictures like this, you're not looking at your physical body per se. You looking at your sleeping giant that's in the middle of the North Pole at that tree. But inside of that big neo body that's sleep, you're dreaming in 7 different layers. Like psychologists will tell you, the deeper you fall into deep sleep or REM sleep, you can dual dream and go dreams within a dream. So basically, right, when God went to sleep, in order for us to rest, we got to delete our memory. Because I don't know about y'all, but the hardest thing with me is to go to sleep at night because there's so many thoughts running through my head when I shut my eyes. And my girl be knocked out. And you realize in order for you to sleep, you really got to forget. And I learned how to sleep better by just letting my day go and forget about it. Because I will go to sleep still thinking about what I got to do tomorrow, plan it. Before you know it, I done laid there with my eyes closed for 3 hours and ain't even went to sleep, and it's about to be another day because I'm playing this mental game. I'm still woke in my mind. So you got to shut your mind off, and you find out that sleep is equivalent to forgetting, which is why when people is sleep, we tell them wake up in this world. And when we tell them to wake up, we tell them remember who you are as a God. We fell into a deep sleep. But like I said, we fell into these chakra portals within our God body. And these are the 7 universes we got to be born out of, or Venus, Mercury, Jupiter. It's the 7 different false versions of the self that you have to master. So you, like, again, you when they say you put on a full armor of God, think of it this way, right? This how I look at the chakras, right? Y'all gonna like this one. You ever seen somebody button up a shirt? So in order for you to be God, you got to put on your God uniform, the armor of God. And if you ain't wearing this uniform, you can't go into heaven, like a military base or some crap. So you start from the bottom button and you start buttoning up each of these buttons as you go up. And what that is, that's uniting duality. Each half of the shirt is like duality. But when you become Zen and sync this stuff at the spinal cord, these chakras is like a spiritual button-up shirt. And you're dressing up in your formal attire to go to the ball, which is the highest heaven. You can't go up there if you ain't dressed right, and formal attire is one of those bougie parties. So in order for you to go to heaven, you got to button up your bun-up shirt, right? Look good. And buttoning it up is starting from the bottom with this root chakra. Boom, that one, you go to that one, go to that one, go to that one. Boom, now you ready to go party. Once you get this thing on, now you can leave the earth. And that's what they call the kundalini rising up from the base of the spine. But it's not necessarily your physical body with your soul leaving up the spinal cord. That's one truth. That's true. But on a macro level, let's say in this world right here, you got a whole body inside of this bubble with a spinal cord, a brain, and all of that, just in this little root bubble. And when your kundalini rise in this little root world, it rises up from your little spinal cord in this bubble to your little brain. And it busts out of this bubble and it go to this bubble. And when your kundalini busts out of this bottom bubble to ascend up to this next world, it looked like a sperm going in an egg. Remember, your kundalini is like a little sperm creature. It hits the next chakra. And when it hit that next chakra, they say the sperm just hit the egg. Let me show you what I mean. This is playing out as above, so below. As within, so without. And so these are souls ascending up to their next chakra layer to be in their next body, to seek themselves in that particular brain. Because you got a body that's already up here with legs, a brain, a spinal cord. So when you lose this one, it ain't no big deal. You got a better one up here. They're trying to make better bodies on the earth so that people will never ascend beyond this point. That's transhumanism. But here we go. We move up here, and in this body, you do it again. Boom, you're passing the ghost. And once the soul gets up here in the top of the crown in its God body, your journey's over. You now a 7-headed Leviathan, God knowing. Basically, you are a creature that knows all of its incarnations. And now you're able to go in and out of the game. And when I say you're going to be part of a secret society, that welcome to, as a God is lonely. Imagine this, right? Imagine being able to dream and know that you dreaming. Here's what's going to suck about that, because I already went through this. The moment you get out your body and you get to the astral plane, and you start exploring these alternative realities, it's going to be fun. You got your God powers, but you know what's going to hurt you? You're going to be visiting your mama, your brother, in these other worlds. Imagine being in a dream, right? Your mama there, your brother there, everybody from this world is in your dream, but yet you're lucid dreaming. You know that you're from two different worlds and they don't. And you're walking up to people in the dream and you're like, hey, man, I'm from another world and I'm really dreaming. Life is a dream. This is a dream. And they looking at you like, boy, you losing your mind. So, yeah, you're going to have this gift of lucid dreaming, being multidimensional. But with every gift come a curse. When you realize just because you got a gift don't mean everybody else open up their gift. So now you become this multidimensional spiritual being that remembers all of its lifetimes, and you coming back to the earth and you checking on your loved ones and stuff, you coming in the flesh. But yet you learn quickly, I can't talk about what I am because people ain't going to take me serious. You're going to find different ways to lead people out of here. And that's when you're going to get into symbolism. That's when you're going to get on your people going to start thinking you part of the Illuminati and shit. You're going to be part of a secret society yourself. Just think about this. If 10 of us right now go to sleep and take we take, them mushrooms or whatever, right? Pizza toppings. Them other kind of pizza toppings. Now check it out. And we go to an alternate reality and we meet up in that world. And we like, oh shit, it worked. Yo, we dreaming. We in another world. Yo, what up, hey, you made it. And so we all there, right? You think you just gonna go around that world and tell everybody we're astral travelers? They gonna laugh at you. They gonna look at you stupid like, these people are loony. They're loony. That's why it's secretive. When you finally become a witch, you're gonna realize why the good witches and bad witches don't reveal themselves to humans. They work in secretive ways. They will do movies. They'll do album covers. You will have them being musicians, poets, and they will come here and leave subtle symbols for the people that's looking for the way out. Everyone that ain't looking for it ain't gonna see it. It ain't for everybody. And you learn you can free more people that way just by targeting it toward the ones who seeking it. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Question.
Yeah.
So where will one get some basic fundamental, where will one start to get those basic fundamental instructions to take this journey? Supposedly.
Right here, right now. This the best place. Because what make the earth realm a good testing ground for gods? Think about what a god is, right? A god ain't no any kind of creature. A god is a being that is almighty. It will stand up in the face of the devil and any monster or evil and be brave and fight it. Like, really think about what a god is. And for a god to get like that, that god had to go through a lot of stuff to be this Jesus-like fearless creature that'll stand up all of the gods of Olympia, And that is a person that has been through a lot of life cycles and reincarnations. That's all it is.
So you're saying experience.
Yeah, because what does this earth do to a person? It make them resilient. Think about when you go to the ghetto, you meet some of the strongest people on earth because the system is built on their backs. They doing the most exercise. And think about this. They say in all oligarchies, they never last long because the people rise up. And you know why? There's a law of nature that if you build a system on the back of the pole, you just making them stronger. And once they get stronger and rise above it, that you in trouble. See, and they say it this way. They say in oligarchies, because everything is given to rich children, the poor children over time just outcompete them and take the system back anyway, because when you give some to people, they don't work hard for it versus a person that had to get it from the bottom. Look at what happened with the system now. They got to reset the whole system just because it's too many people finding ways around it to still make it to the top, and they got to have everything accounted for. You can't have these rogue people on earth getting riches, because that mean that people can empower themselves to wage war against the system. What do war need? Money. And they trying to monopolize war by keeping the people who need to fight the most broke. You can't fund a war or pay for a politician. But what happens when niggas start selling albums out the trunk of their car and becoming 100 millionaires, and you didn't account for it? And you waking up every day and it's a new po dude that just became a millionaire, and you ain't accounting for this. You are the one picking and choosing the people that make it to the top of society. But now you finding breaches in your system, and there's so many cracks in your system for these roaches to make it to the top that you realize, I gotta destroy this system and build a new one. Because how are they making it out the projects? And that's what we're going through now with Trump. It's about to get worse for everybody. Is they need a system that's sustainable. That means a system with no loopholes and cracks for the poor, only for the rich, and that anybody getting to the top is targeted, carefully selected. That's what's going on in dictatorships and oligarchies. Power is micromanaged in a fascist system. It ain't no land of the free where it's every man for theyself. We all just get up and whoever worked the hardest, they end up getting rich. Just like them boys in Houston. They got up every day selling CDs out the trunk of their car. They was working harder than the industry rappers. They had to be the label, the A&R, the salesman, the promo team by themselves. And so because they work harder, look at them, they was stunting on rappers with record deals with the money. You see, dudes selling CDs with the cheap artwork, and they outselling the fancy stuff because it sound good and it's really what the people connecting with local music. Now, when they cross over, they water it down, but you get my point. The point is they need a system where every man that's rich and powerful, they selected that man. Not a system where dude can just stumble across millions like a Soldier Boy from a ringtone glitch. Because look, what happened after Soldier Boy found that glitch? They shut down the ringtone game. Whenever we find loopholes, they got to rebuild a system. People don't realize Soldier Boy destroyed the whole cell phone ringtone industry. That was a multi-billion-dollar industry of people doing cell phone ringtones. It was a thing, and it just disappeared overnight. People not even caring about cell phone ringtones no more. Everybody got the generic default sound. They just took that away because of one man. This thing real, bro. And they'll rebuild a whole government system if poor people find enough loopholes in it. The destroy and rebuild don't affect their lives. It just affect ours, which why they can hit this turn off switch and turn on switch. It's like beating your little brother in a video game. The moment you go to winning on your little brother, what he do? Reset the game. These people in power, they evil, bad sportsmanship. With all of the obstacles they put in our way, we rise above it. It still ain't enough. They got to reset the game like little babies. Reset the great reset. Yeah, you losing. Every time they losing, like a baby, hit the reset button. Start everybody over again because they winning. But if you winning, we ain't resetting. We can keep playing a little bit longer when I'm winning, baby. But that's what it seems like. It seems like soon as people find a plan and say, okay, I see all the obstacles the system got. So I got to do this, and this. And I'm going to find my way to a decent, successful life. And now everybody start doing that. And now they crack down on that. And then people find another way for a decent life in this hellhole. And they crack down on that. And basically you realizing they're studying us to see how to build a perfect system, like a computer hacker. The FBI would tell that computer hacker to hack their systems just so they can see how to make them better. And the people in power are using poor people like that. They studying all the ways around the system we use to defy the odds, and they building a perfect digital system that's coming now, that where they saying, okay, try you get to the way out of this one. It's going to be so hard to get wealthy in this new system. Everybody, that's what I'm saying. It's a spiritual warfare, but people don't want to look at it like that because they're equating material and resources to just the physical world when one is emanating from the other. It's so deep that most rich people have seen the other side, and most poor people will laugh at you if you talk to them about astral projection. When people be like separating the world from the spiritual stuff, that's stupid. Y'all keep trying to equate physicality and spirituality as two different things when I keep teaching you it's string theory. one creating the other one. And it's as within, so without, as with. Why you think you got to master your body? Because it's connected to your soul. And you can't master your soul without mastering your body because it's all tied together. Mastering your body is mastering your soul. And mastering your soul will master your body. It ain't that I'm going to do one and neglect the other one. If you don't do one, you won't do neither. So it's a mirror type deal. But my whole thing is this, man. And I'll yield the flow because I've been going a while. I ain't done one of these in a while. This classic stuff. I'm finna get out of here, though. But I wanted y'all to look at this image different. This is the god Saturn in the middle of the solar system. You and me. Michelangelo had his version of it. It was called Vitruvian Man. If you want to do more studying on this concept. Michelangelo, he showed you that we are one in many, and that there are many versions of you layered together throughout many different universes, and this created Vitruvian Man. And it's showing you the many layers of the self lined up together, you know, doing their own actions in different universes. This can go forever. So everybody understood this. So when we talk about biblical cosmology, I'm going to wrap it up with this. It can go advanced, very advanced, or it can just be simple as showing you how the Bible doesn't fit the globe model. And that's very simple. Once I show you that, it ain't really much else to talk about. That's just a big simple, like something like this. If I say the Bible say every eye shall see God, but what about when God come to the people in the back of the globe? So why do I point out stuff like this? To show that the people who wrote the Bible were flat earthers. To show that the people who designed the concept of Mecca was flat earthers. Because if everybody gonna pray to Mecca, I just showed you the demonstration with that earlier. Let me put that back up. I even broke down to you what the mosque mean, to take flight, and the UFO ship. A lot of this is redundant, but the truth stay the same. But to my Muslims, can you imagine Muslims? Just look at these. Every Muslim praying to the Kaaba cube on a globe. Your prayers just going to outer space. It ain't never making contact with the cube. How are Muslims all around the world able to point at the same Kaaba cube using coordinate points and know that their prayers is going to go to the cube because it's line of sight? It's like a bunch of people launching missiles at the same target from all around the world. That's the concept they had in mind. And I went over up and down earlier. I ain't going to be redundant. I got to get out of here because I've been here too long. So peace and much love, everybody, especially to my panel for joining me. Appreciate y'all's company. And shout out to all of my members once again, and to everyone that sent the super chat, like the sister H-Town Kimmy. Thank you so much. And I'm going to let my panel go, and I'm going to get on up out of here. I'll see y'all on the next one, man. Salutes to all of y'all. And yeah, shout out to H-Town Kimmy. Thank you all for the super chat donations. Appreciate all the super chats for today. And welcome once again to all my new members. Ripple, man, I didn't miss you. You said keep cooking, keep cooking. The ball of light ain't no coincidence. Thank you, my brother. I'm going to let y'all go, man. Been here too long. Peace and much love.